Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up. What is you doing? What I want to do? Don't stop. Nah, that was dope. I'm just keep that going. Keep that going. Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can... I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender. I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stunting, but really be Steve-O. Yeah. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
No, but we are in the bikes are hot. We are in the gallery mode because they didn't want to do speaker mode today. Great. What's good on mic check, Addict mic check.
Hello.
That's what's up. Let me see something. Yeah. Okay, I just want to make sure. What are you buying already?
King was right. Hashtag no PS6. Physical hashtag bet on the wrong pony horse. Hashtag happy belated birthday, Sir King David. Birthday cake partying face party popper.
Salute. I see the birthday celebrations, you know what I'm saying, for the king. You know what I'm saying? I pulled up on him, you know what I'm saying, while he was celebrating on one of the days. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, salute to the king on that. Let me get this. Let me actually pull up these super chats, do some professional podcasting right now. Pop out these chats right quick. Let's get this going. Oh man, today's crazy. Crazy. All right, there we go. Now we got our chats going on. And I just want to make sure we did not miss anybody. Hold on a second. We got, shout out to Eamon Burns, member for 19 months, was the Crack Boys. Sony does an Xbox 2013. They're even suppressing community notes on Twitter. I hear naughty Sony. So what's it? KD, no PSX, DOA, LFG. How you gonna say DOA, LFG? Yo, that's wild. No doubt. All right, we got Fonz in the building. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, let me get this. Change it back to speaker view. There we go. There we go. Fonz, let me get a mic check, sir. Make sure everything is good with you. If he can hear me. Oh, he's connecting to audio. He's connecting to audio, y'all. He's getting things straight. You know what I'm saying? While we figuring this thing out right now on some professional podcasting. All right, there he. I think he might be good. Fonz, can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right, he's still figuring out. So we're gonna work on getting Fonz in the building. Yes.
Okay.
I can hear you now, sir. No doubt.
Right.
No doubt. We're gonna get this thing going. Appreciate you jumping in. But hear ye. And we are finally live. Apologies. It's all me. A lot of stuff going on today. Happy 4th and all that. And welcome to the I Lords Podcast, LLC, and LordsOfGaming.net, episode number 452. Another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. And today, we got a big one. PlayStation is ending production of physical discs and closing storefronts. Xbox layoffs potentially imminent. And we got to talk some Doom the Dark Ages, Revelations DLC to discuss, so we're going to get right into it. So before we introduce the horsemen and all this other stuff, we want to send some love and support to King David, the birthday king, you know what I'm saying, celebrating this week. So he has some plans going on, you know, with the fam and all that. So please send some love to him. Another trip around the sun for my cousin, you know what I mean? So it's good a chance to build with him. And it's so happy, man, just to see the love he received on socials. That was dope. And then me and Addict we working with Soft last night on something, but he actually told us he had some plans that came up today with the family, you know what I'm saying? Nothing negative, nothing like that. But he just couldn't make it today. So we're a couple lords down, you know what I'm saying? I got my man FonzGaming threw up the bat signal, you know what I'm saying, last night, and he answered the call, man. So Fonz, real quickly, how you doing? So what's been going on with you, man?
100%, man. Like, you threw up that call, and I was immediately like, what? Join the Lords today?
What are you
Of course.
Jiggly Cog put me to sleep throwing kisses where the oil suit at.
I've been watching you guys so long. And it's nice to be here. And
Yes.
everything has been good. I've been making more content on my channel now.
I know.
So I'm actually putting out videos now every Monday and Thursday, as well as putting out shorts. And, you know, I've got my podcast going on. I got 2 podcasts, actually.
Yeah, I saw the new one.
Channel.
Yeah.
That one is wild. That one is like kind of like Lords After Dark.
Yeah.
But, you know, in the daytime. You know? So it's pretty crazy. So yeah, we like to get into it over there.
All right.
Friendly fire.
I respect friendly fire. I respect. Do me a favor, turn your mic up or something a little bit. Just make sure that Zoom, because sometimes Zoom has an option in the audio settings that'll
really?
that sometimes will automatically adjust your volume. So if you hit the little drop down in lower left by the audio, and then go into audio settings, and then in there by the mic, just make sure that automatically adjust your microphone settings is unchecked, so that we can hear that crispy Fonz voice, so we can turn you up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because they want to hear you. You know what I'm saying? But and while we doing that, shout out to Teddy P. Jiggly Cog put me to sleep. Where the oil suit at? Pause. Yo, you wildin'. You wildin' right now. Yeah, the Fonz is low down the taco. I know. We working on it right now. You already know. Shout out to Bobby Graybeard Singe with the £2 super chat. Happy belated 4th of July, brother. Salute. Happy belated. No doubt.
Am I still low?
Oh, there you go, man. Oh, yeah. There we go. Yeah, that's Fonz.
Right.
That's Fonz right there. No doubt, man. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, salute to everything you got going on. It was good, bro. Get a chance to build with you. I've been, you know, saying a little something.
Dude, the Fan Fest was great. Got to meet you guys again, of course. Addict, always a pleasure as well. First time I got to meet Sov, though. Which
Finally.
was incredible.
It's a lot of people's first time meeting Sov.
Yeah, and the cool part about that is, like, you remember at the Fan Fest where they had those little staging areas with all the decades of Xboxes and stuff. me and Solve went through that whole thing together. So we were like looking at magazines, opening up the game, cartridges and stuff. The cases and stuff. And there was a game we didn't know what it was because it was in Japanese. And we were like, what is this? What is it? Found out, I came home and looked it up. It was Steel Battalion.
Oh,
Japanese version. Yeah.
Okay.
So it was cool to see all those old memories, like just the magazines, everything they had. I really like that kind of stuff, I'm very nostalgic when it comes to,
you like the discs too? You like the discs?
Oh yeah. Look, man, we're gonna get into that. We're definitely gonna get into that. But.
Nah, I feel you. But yeah, they had a nice little setup going on. I think I remember when I was at GDC, they did something on a lesser level. The one they did at Fairfield was amazing, but the one I know at GDC was like a smaller version, and they kind of had like the generations of Xbox and stuff. And I think one time, Addict, me and you, I think we went to an event for maybe a Bethesda event. They had some displays. They've been very like showing their history lately. You know what I'm saying? From generation to generation, which I think is quite interesting. You know what I'm saying? No doubt. Yeah, man, we're going to get into it. We still got some gaming nights here at the round table. My co-host with the cold mouse, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, Lord of the Spin Clap, and the how of the young wolf. My man, Lord Addict, back to back. What's going on, bro?
Doing pretty good. Been playing a game that I can't talk about, which, I brought this up before.
Talk to me.
I don't like NDAs that don't let me say what game I'm playing. Like, and it's not that it has an NDA like that, because it doesn't. But as long as I'm not telling you anything about the game, I should be at least allowed to tell you I'm playing it.
Oh, okay.
I don't understand like the concept to like these companies, that like they just forbid you from at least saying it. And it's not that they forbid you, but there's no like social media embargo. Because shout out to Xbox. Like Xbox has got with the 21st century because they do allow you to talk about the game you're playing. What they'll do is they'll be like, okay, on the 15th you could tweet you're playing Forza, and then and you could tell them when the embargo's up. Some other companies have an embargo against it. They just don't tell you anything. You have to assume. And I always assume I ain't allowed to say it. So, but I do feel that companies, because it would be nice if I could like amp up my audience to anticipate the coverage, but I can't do it. But Bethesda also lets you say something. They don't really come at you. So it's unfortunate. One thing I will say is Demon Slayer's movie comes out at the end of the month on streaming service.
Ooh, that's your joint.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely thrilled to sit down and watch that movie again. Because this has been like the one of the only anime movies. First off, I believe it's made the most money by far than any.
You be flexing. You be like, Cog. You be like, look at the numbers. Your Cog, look at this anime store.
Because here's the thing, like, anime was always like those throwaway movies. It's like, oh, I'll go watch it maybe. And I think like when I saw anime started being taken a little bit serious is when they started doing those Dragon Ball Z movies, super movies, where they were bringing back older villains and letting them go to the movie theater. So it is nice to see them like changing that around, and Sony, because they own Crunchyroll.
Yeah, that's right.
They went above and beyond with this one. They like, you know what? When at first it was rumored to be coming out like 2 months after it was in the movie theater, but the movie started to be in like a phenomenal, and they're like, oh, maybe we should push it back. So it's been a year and it's still not in the streaming service. And I know what their mindset is. I'm going to wait a certain amount of time. That way people like jump straight on Crunchyroll and watch it on Crunchyroll now, because like, let's be honest here, it's not in the movie theater, it's not making them any money. They could have put it for a while now, but you put a little bit of distance and now you're gonna get I want to watch it again sensation, and that's what's going on. So that also going to probably be an Addict revisit on Final Fantasy X. I've been seeing a lot of people talking about that.
Addict revisit. We're doing that.
Why, Jez? Why are you doing a random poll on what Final Fantasy needs to be remade next?
Ooh, you think Jez might know something?
Yeah, you have to tell me something, Jez. Like my DMs are open. Slide in there. So yeah, it's been a pretty good week. We actually have a surprise guest for you guys.
Yeah, we got guests. We got things going on the 4th of July.
Be very surprised to see them pop in.
Yeah,
but they'll only be here for like 20-30 minutes to talk about one topic.
No
but
doubt.
yeah, and I appreciate Fonz for showing up.
Fonz
came off the bleachers at like 11 p.m. last night.
Shit, yo, let me tell you, like I'm trying to get a man like every out in the building. I felt so bad asking him that late. He's like, yeah, Cognito, problem. He's like, bro, I got you. I was like, are you sure? Like, if you got to go, he's like, bro, whatever. I was like, yo,
you guys are honestly, man, like some good friends, family, actually, not even friends, your family.
Preach, brother. So much share the same views on a lot of things, and then just family in general. Just talk about life stuff.
And our Niners, bro.
Oh Niners. Yeah, we didn't even talk about Brandon. You wilding out right now, just burning bridges, dude. Bro.
Dude, what he said? Oh.
Went in on Jay today. Ain't that your mans? That's the only team that wants you. Unfollowed each other on socials.
Commanders ain't gonna get him,
bro. Where's Slow-Mo at? I gotta come for Slow-Mo. Slow-Mo been talking crazy, like, yo, they need to release him. Why are the 49ers holding him up? Yeah, you see what your man doing right now? Like, how you feel about that on your squad?
He's doing way too much.
He's doing way too much. Shout out to Donald Taku with the $5 super chat. Wait, you telling me we got the victory tour without Michael or even Jermaine? Hashtag them other guys. Hashtag where's Michael? Happy belated to Kingdom. Yo, you wild for that. You wild for that? Yeah, that is wild. It's funny. This is the ultimate victory lap for King to pop off. You know what I'm saying? He's hit me. He's like, yo, it's killing me right now. It's killing me right now. But yeah, he has stuff going on with the fam. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Donald Taco again with the $2 super chat. Chainsaw Man Reese? What? Oh, he said it's greater. Oh, he coming for you, Addict. What's Chainsaw Man Reese said is greater than Demon Slayer Infinity Castle?
Yeah, Chainsaw. No, it's good.
Okay.
You're wrong. But I did like Chainsaw Man.
Chainsaw Man Reese.
Yeah, Chainsaw Man, like they had a pretty good. There's a solo leveling movie coming out, so that's going to be interesting. Ironically enough, that's I believe that's Crunchyroll too. So PlayStation trying to really eat with these with these movies now, because originally it was planned that Demon Slayer was going to be an anime, and they changed it to, instead of being a couple like seasons of anime, we're just gonna make 3 movies and that's it. And they probably made the right decision. I do agree. People are feeling like the movie thing's becoming a little ridiculous because now they're making a movie all the time.
Yeah.
But I will say that like there is a middle ground, and I do feel like the needle is starting to go more than 2 movies. Like they need to scale that back. Like I don't mind the building up a narrative, like hardcore, and then be like, we're going to finish this narrative with the movie. Like, but don't, because the problem is when you have like 10, 15 episodes telling a story and you consolidate that to like a 2-hour movie, you can leave a lot of things off the table. So I understand where people's like, can we please, pull this back a little bit? Like,
no doubt. Shout out to Zork in the chat. I see you, bro. Yeah, I know. We Niners fans is wilding out right now. It's funny. Shout out to Robert Kelly, the homie, $2 super chat. He said there's a solo leveling movie. Eyeball.
Yeah. Oh, apparently Troy Baker is going to be one of the main antagonists for season 3. He's one of the main monarchs.
Shout out to the homie Ariel Knight in the chat.
Monarch of Destruction.
The Monarch of Destruction. All right, so he got a real vibrant role. Ariel Knight, he said, I bet Crunchyroll got tied into PS Plus. Gets tied into PS Plus soon. Interesting. I wonder, gotta see how that's going.
Someone said that Crunchyroll was PlayStation's best investment's been anime. I mean Sony's.
We gonna discuss. We got a lot to go on, man. So that's been it, sir.
Yeah. Oh, that spawns. I already talked.
All right, no doubt. No, so as far as me, I've got the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, Lord Cognito, spread that realness around the ILP, not telling what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Yo, shout out to Fighting Duke, shout out to Matty Plays, got a chance to reunite talking them physical discs and PlayStation and more Xbox Studio rumors, stuff we're going to touch on today. So that was interesting. Not the most pleasant episode as far as upbeat energy because we were going through it, with a lot of stuff to discuss on that one. Shout out to Lords After Dark that we got coming up, man. It's going to be obviously going to be more in conjunction with what's been going on with Xbox Layoffs and studios and feel that is imminent, so be on the lookout for that. As far as what I've been playing, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, just slow and steady, getting through my little chapters, doing my little side quests, in my little Junon, getting my little chocobos, doing all that little craziness. Again, it's still been playing. I'm still in my morning phase with Destiny. I'm living my best life. You know what I'm saying? Doing my little extra content here and there that they put so much damn content in the game with the final update. It's incredible. So I've just been savoring it, man. So just doing that. Shout out to my man DJ Oros. Hold on. The Destiny bestie. I don't know if he listened. I got a chance to do his show, Addict. It's called The Tick Pod. And it was really because he's actually doing like an Arc Raiders podcast, and it was super dope. Got a chance to really, really build with him and, go through the history. And obviously we talk Destiny, we talk what's going on with him. So go check him out on the Tick Pod, you know what I'm saying? It's Arc Raiders, you know what I'm saying? He said, wait, hold on, Rebirth. He said, she should have a love-hate relationship with it. What, because of open world? Okay. You know what I'm saying? I said, shout out to Astro Parrot King. You know what I'm saying? Hope you got home safe, brother. I know you was traveling. He said, King, now he on the biggest Sony. We need him to get to the sun. Yeah, girl. I'll do my best. Impression.
I'd rather him miss this week than next week.
Yes, we cannot have, because the rumors are starting to get crazy.
There's new rumors today.
Oh yeah, there's rumors about King. You know what I'm saying? Here, like
King. I thought you were talking about
the new rumor is that as soon as there's bad news for Xbox, he dip in the smoke. That's what the streets were saying. The streets were saying. Now, luckily for him, that the studio closure stuff, and as of right now, has not broken. Layoffs have not broken. The anticipation is maybe tomorrow. Talk to me.
King is not scared of the smoke.
Mm-hmm.
King loves coming on here with the smoke. It's just ironic that so much stuff be going down right when King miss. King will show up to the podcast for 6 months every week. And decide he needs to do something for his mental health or like some family event. And now Xbox decides they're going to drop the biggest rate the next week.
That's real talk. So yeah, we'll see. Like I said, it'll be fun. I had to tease him a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, this one though, he was hitting us up like, damn, like, man, I need to get him that smoke. I was like,
and I will say, he's saying that, but I will admit, I don't see him saying I need to go get that smoke when the rates are happening.
Yeah, he got no follow missing, you know what I'm saying? He's chomping at the bit, you know what I'm saying, to get on the bad joint. But we see what's going on, man. But we go get into it. But Fonz, I didn't have a chance to ask you, like, what games you play, what's been going on with you, like, in general?
Lately, I've been playing a lot of Diablo and PoE 2. I've been playing those games.
Exile, okay.
Yeah, a lot of those.
Okay.
So yeah, it's kind of my in-between games because I played like Resident Evil 9 this year and a couple of other games too. And because I'm on a budget, guys, I can't buy all these games that are coming out. So I have my select few I'm already going to buy. So I know which ones I'm going to, line up for. So until those come out, I'm going to be playing the Diablos and PoE 2s, so all my in-between games in my backlog. I've got a few games I can play. Nice. So always playing games. A lot of people don't think I play games, but look at my time on these games, and you'll see I play a lot of these games.
Flexing on them. I respect it.
I just gaming's been a lot of fun this year. In terms of the games themselves, the industry not so much. The news and everything. I haven't felt this way about the industry in ever. I mean, we were talking a little bit about this last night, Cog. Like, we've been through every generation, you and I, and we've been through the gaming crash. And there's never been a time where I felt this low about the industry. Bro. Never.
Facts.
Like, it's scary. It scares me.
Bro, we've seen a lot, obviously us being older gents, you know what I'm saying, grizzled lords.
And I blame Game Pass for all of it.
Yeah, Game Pass is clearly the problem.
Oh, people are running with that today.
Oh, bro, it's crazy. But now I'm with you. It is one of the wildest timelines. I'm calling it, I said it on Duke. I said, this feels like, remember we played Mass Effect and its Paragon? This is the renegade timeline for gaming. Like every bad choice, bad decision, like that's what it feels like. Like it just seems like we're getting the complete bad ending, like no matter what we're doing. So yeah, it's crazy, man. Hold on, I gotta shout out the homie Hargeet. Oh, we got the road to Germany 25. Y'all want to see King? Gotta get them glizzies. Happy belated 4th of July, everyone. Celebrating 250 years. Happy birthday to King as well. Much love, man. Yes, the birthday King is celebrated. Had a little getaway plan, you know what I'm saying, with the family, but we will send the love. Appreciate you, Augie. That's what's up, man. No doubt. So I was gonna say, as far as that. So that was pretty much it as far as just the game and just a little depressed with the industry a little bit.
Yeah. Just you know, and making my content, trying to push that out too, you know, doing things. You know, I finally decided I've been squandering my channel for many years, and I'm like, I might as well do something. You know, I'm passionate about the industry again, especially with all this stuff going on right now. It's not a good feeling, and it's not the feeling that I necessarily want to convey through my videos, but it's what we have right now, unfortunately.
Right, that's the thing.
We're gonna have to deal with it, and we can deal with it together and try to get through this and navigate through all this mess.
Yeah, real talk, bro. Well said. Yeah, it's just one of those times we got to navigate this thing together with all the stuff that's going on, digital games, consoles being crazy. It's a lot. It's a lot right now. We
you know, one thing I don't get, Cog, is like how people will always constantly say things like, "Well, why do you care about what's going on in the console space, Fonz? You've went to PC." Look, I care because all of gaming. I care about, and I'm still on console as well. I haven't abandoned consoles completely. I still have my PS5 Pro here, and I'm going to be firing up games on there because those games aren't going to PC anytime soon, as per Sony. But like it should matter to everybody, and regardless, like, and you know, it's going to get into topics I don't really want to go into it too deep, but. Yeah, I just think we all should care as consumers and gamers. Like, it doesn't matter what platform you're on. You know, this kind of negativity and stuff that's going on in the industry affects every gamer.
Yeah, and I always tell people, like, you know, even if you have an opposing viewpoint or you're not on that platform or whatever, you know, I always tell people, like, be wary of clowning and being extra because there will be a point when something directly affects you. Right. And it's just like, then you're going to see, you're going to feel a way. You know what I'm saying? I always tell people that. So, yeah, it's like, you know, now for some, that day has come. Right. For some, you know, when we get into the topics, when we talk about, this wasn't on our bingo card for someone to do something. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's real. That's what I always try to tell people. Like it's okay to, you know, to have empathy, even though something doesn't necessarily affect you. But we're going to get into it. We got a lot to talk about with all that good stuff. But before we get into the main event, there was something that me and Addict got a chance to see and talk about. First of all, shout out to id Software, shout out to Bethesda. We got a chance to preview our preview event for Doom: The Dark Ages Revelations, the DLC, man. And got a chance to talk with Hugo Martin, game director, and obviously the community lead. Looks like they're going to be dropping that new DLC July 7th, and there's a lot, y'all. There's a lot that we saw, a lot that we talked about, a lot that we asked, and man, so I'll just give you, my impressions and like feedback so far. Pretty much the vibe I'm getting from Doom: The Dark Ages with this one, the DLC, the Revelation DLC, is like, this is feedback DLC, the game. Like, everything that the people who are, what I would say, Doom Eternal guys, they are they're coming for y'all. They're giving y'all a lot of movement. They're giving you a lot of like just basic things that I think people felt were missing when they adopted the Sword and Shield stuff. So narratively, like the Slayer is kind of like, he's gone, but he's alive. He's beaten down. You know what I'm saying? He's suit all torn up, you know what I'm saying, kind of thing. And then you go on this story with him, for the lore nerds that they really do a good job of. They look like they're doing these flashback scenes, which is really dope. These short, playable, interactive lore page memories that are super dope. They really go on and give you that Doom Eternal feel. The thing that I like off the jump is like he's got like the spear, you know what I'm saying? You can do spear and gun. You got the thing transform into a mace. You got, you know what I'm saying, dual wielding, grappling hook movement. It is just like the way it transforms the level is super dope. Then now you got things you can do to exploit the enemies. You got to find the weaknesses. You got the chain flail. You got the parries. Like the animation is sick. You know, they had this thing, you put the staff in the ground, do this AoE effect, you know what I'm saying? And then for those people who don't really, you know, let's say don't really want to do that, or like really the people who really like the Doom Dark Ages, you know, shield style, you still have that. You still have that option there that if you want to go back to that gameplay. But I guess this new area, you know, you're going to be doing a lot of that stuff. And yeah, they said it's built into the DLC. They got a deep skill tree, you know, you got different enemy types. You got to find, like I said, the weaknesses and stuff like that. But, you know, there's a lot more I could talk about. I'll let Addict, because I want to get his impressions on it. But I admit, like, I'm gonna be honest, like y'all, I'm the most casual Doom guy. I ain't even gonna hold y'all. I am not this guy that's like the new Doom's out and I'm gonna go crazy. Like I'm like, all right. Now when I first saw Dark Age, I'm like, all right, it looks cool. I like the little Captain America shield or whatever, and it was cool. And I don't remember having fun. You got the you know, dragon, and you know, you got the Rock'em Sock'em robot sections. You know what I'm saying? And dope. My thing is, I did notice that some of the Eternal guys were like, I don't like that feel. I like the movement. But I will say, coming into this DLC, when I watch what I've watched, I'm like, yo, this got me hype. And I'm the casual person. So, yeah, that's my initial impressions. Addict, we got a chance to really, you know, see this joint together and talk with it. So, like, what's your feedback? What did you feel when you saw all the stuff they were talking about? Can you hear Addict? I ain't hearing him right now.
I'm not hearing.
Yeah.
Oh, there we
that
go.
better.
There you go. Okay.
Same that you think. You know, one of the things I always like appreciate from companies is when they're able to take feedback and not get in their feelings about it. You know, I do think this is leaning the gameplay more towards the you know, Eternal, which is, you know, arguably the golden child of the bunch. But I also feel this is still trying to like merge the gameplay from Dark Ages, where it's like we're gonna put the needle more towards you know, the more towards Eternal, but we're also going to make sure we keep the resonance of the gameplay of Dark Ages intact. Because I even asked them, is there a specific reason why you went away from the why you didn't just keep the shield out of the game entirely? And they said that they wanted this to have a new identity, but they didn't want to abandon the old identities, pretty much what they told me. And that's not easy to do. I don't think, look, we can say what we want about like the story elements and certain aspects that they handled it in the last Doom. But one thing you can't say is the quality of Doom has always been very high, to the point where it's hard to relive the golden moments when you already passed them. Yeah. So, and a lot of companies never hit golden moments, and they hit it. They really hit it out the gate. Yeah, like out the gate, and then they improved it with Eternal. And I understand people were a little disappointed in the third one. And and what I will say is, off of what we've seen, off of what the information was, they heard you. Yeah, and they're finding a middle ground.
Yeah, this was definitely I heard you energy. You know what I'm saying? For Eddie to try, and again, not saying that Doom the Dark Age was a bad game. I'm just going for like you said, like there are people who are really Eternal guys. Basically, they kind of change up each time they come out, right? So they have a different iteration. So I thought that was interesting. They were big on skill expression. They were big on the power fantasy, making the enemies run from you and stuff like that. What they commented on, which was interesting, was how big the game was, like 10 to 12 hours size wise, equal to the last 2 DLCs combined. Then like when you beat the game, that's only like 60%. And then there's still this end game with unlocks, and you know, that's when it almost gets Metrovania like, and it's boss keys and classic Doom levels and like master arenas and all this other stuff. And I'm just like, yo, they really going all out on this content. And I think even they brought some of the classic. I think it's getting music for my heavy metal lords. was there some finishing move? Some group that they was like, yeah, finishing move is back. Or whoever did this, whatever. And I'm like, all right, whatever. I was waiting for the Green Day to come out or something. You know, I'm the Green Day. So I was like, all right, these must be the dudes everybody like. But yeah, they was popping off. Whoever these guys are, I forgot, finishing move, whatever they was called. they was popping off. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it looked really cool. I was gonna ask you, Fonz, any.
I'm somebody who actually preferred Eternal over Dark Ages.
That's what people talk to me. Yeah.
So listening to you and seeing that they have pushed on mechanics and stuff and trying to get a little bit more of that internal flavor, I like that. And I've seen some people in the chat saying a lot of people didn't like the movement or the platforming. I actually did. I actually appreciated it. I enjoyed it. So I preferred Eternal.
Yeah.
So if this is more akin to that, and I think that's why they pushed that way too for the DLC, is because a lot of people were saying kind of the same thing. Like they missed Eternal. They really enjoyed it. So that's promising. That sounds really good.
Yeah, bro. I literally felt from, again, from the outside looking in as a casual guy, this felt like, hey, we have listened to the feedback, and we are going for you Eternal dudes. Like, you Eternal dudes, this is what you've been kind of wanting. You've been hinting, you've been intimating. And, bro, when you see the frenetic movement and just how it's moving around stage, it just looks dope. And again, I still got the bullet hell. You still got the parry, and you got all this other stuff. But with the flail and this mace and all this stuff, super, super dope. So it looked super fun to play. And I was like, I can't wait to get a hold of it. Based on what we saw, like I said, we still got to get a chance to really get in depth with it. You know what I mean? He said the fake Eternal fan. Damn. They're the Dark Age dudes that says rising up. Okay.
Be Nice has a good point, though. I also love that about the Doom franchise, right? Even though, like, Dark Ages wasn't necessarily for me, I appreciate the way they try to change it up every time they bring out a new Doom. That is amazing that they do that.
The problem
most
is
people don't
when you
do
have
that.
when you have a good entry like Eternal, people are going to put everything you do past that with those standards. And unfortunately, when you play a game like Returnal, it's those standards is going to be the mobility, because that's what made that game high.
Yeah.
So when it comes to making anything that doesn't have that form of mobility, because let's be honest, like the concept of Eternal and the concept of Doom the Dark Ages could not be any more farther apart. One's like way more aggressive, a lot of like aerial combat, a lot of moving around, and they give you a shield the next game to hide behind.
That is hilarious. No, that's real talk. That's real talk, man. But yeah, shout out to that, man. So I believe it is coming out July 7th, I believe. Yeah, shout out to July 7th. And it's going to be about, like I said, about 12 hours plus, type gameplay, new weapons, Metroidvania hub kind of energy. And like I said, I came into this thing with low expectation. Again, I'm a casual Doom person, and I walked away from it. Oh, nah, I'm there on the 7th. I'm definitely there for this. Like, this is very impressive. But Addict, any other thoughts before we move on from the
that's it. Like I said, the biggest thing I can, and I love when I can like speak to the developers or have these Q&As where you can ask them questions, because I'm good at reading people.
Yes.
And in 100%, these developers just want to make good games for their fans. Like, are they perfect? No, but no one's perfect. Like in hindsight, every decision always seems great till the hindsight part of it comes in. It's okay. Maybe we pushed a little too far in this direction.
And yeah, to their credit, like Hugo Martin and the director, man, they were fielding real questions, and for the most part, they weren't ducking no phase. Like, they was like, explaining, what they, what their vision, what their thought process was behind certain stuff. Oh, they did say this though. They were like, remember when they was like, yo, for all you dudes who like to crank up the difficulty on jump from the beginning because you feel it's that challenge, don't do that with this. There's like, obviously you got the option. They're not gonna stop you, but they were like, because they don't want you to complain once the spike starts to happen, because the game is trying to get you a learning curve to let you know all the new stuff and all the new tools and the skill trees and the weapons and all the stuff that they got going on. So they said if you do that, you're going to get to parts where it's going to be very unforgiving. So like, let it progress naturally, you know what I'm saying? So you can get the true kind of Doom experience. Because they said a lot of dudes be doing it to themselves and then try to blame them, which was kind of funny. So I thought that was fun advice. But yeah, man, shout out to them. Shout out to Ed.
Had a lot of in-game content too.
Oh my gosh, so much in-game content. They spent so much time just talking about in-game.
There's like in-game dungeons to fight in-game bosses. Like,
bro, it was crazy with the amount of stuff that they had going on. Like you said, the master arenas and more unlocks, and you know what I'm saying. You got Slayer mode, original patch, and then they had they had classic Doom levels from OG, like Fonz and me era, like classic stuff that they had unlocked too. I was like, yo, that's fire. Because I was like, oh, I recognize that. That's fire. That's when I first saw kind of Doom kind of joint. And it was kind of reimagined. Uber bosses and all this other stuff. So yeah, shout out to Doom, The Dark Ages. You know what I'm saying? You got, again, July 7th, they got the Revelations DLC. That'll be out there. Go check it out, man. Like I said, if you're looking for that different feel and everything. But we gonna move on. And it's time, y'all. It's time to start talking about things. It's a lot going on, man. Oh boy, where do we begin? So let's shout out to actually, let's see if we can make this. Oh, shout out to Hollywood Rules before we do that. Remember, 53 months. Happy Sunday to my New York City, West Virginia cousins. Belated happy birthday to the king. Cog. Mets couldn't even get us to football season. Facts. July's so loaded up with games. Yeah, the Mets are horrible. The Mets are horrible. I choose not to acknowledge them. I'm acknowledging the Knicks, though. You know, I'm acknowledging the Knicks.
You got the Knicks.
Hey, I'm acknowledging, man. At least something happened in New York that was pleasant. You know what I'm saying? But then Mets
for once.
Exactly, for once. Exactly. No, listen, you ain't lying. You ain't lying, bro. So it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we got to talk about it, man. The news that is rocking the interwebs, man. So PlayStation put out the tweet July 1st, 8 a.m. And for the record, they have not tweeted. Let's double check. Hold on. They have not tweeted since this tweet from the PlayStation account. Just want to put that out there. They have gone. This is unusual dormancy. So yeah, let's read directly from the PlayStation blog, man. They wanted to talk about it. In response to shifting trends in consumer preference, new games will be released on the PlayStation Store and at retailers in digital formats only. Sid Schumann, the senior director, put out this account. So on the blog, as consumer preferences and the broader entertainment industry continue to shift away from physical disc to digital, physical game disc production for all new games released on PlayStation consoles will be discontinued starting January 2028. So we got a little time. Following this date, new games will be available on PlayStation Store and at retailers and digital formats only, so retailers. This transition has no impact on games that are already released or will be releasing prior to the January 2028 in this format. This is a natural direction for Sony Interactive Entertainment to adapt the consumer trends as the general preference for digital media significantly outpaces physical discs. This transition will enable us to align more closely with most of our community prefers to access and play games today. We will continue to prioritize our resources to drive innovation in how players can access games and provide choices as to where players prefer to purchase new games, whether that's at retailers or a PlayStation Store. We remain committed to delivering a world-class gaming experience to our fans, and we thank you for your continued support. In the same post, there's updates about the PS3 and Vita. And yes, this again, Sid Schumann again, as far as global changes. After nearly 2 decades of supporting the PS3 console generation, we wanted to let you know we'll be closing the PlayStation Store on PS3 as well as on PS Vita. PlayStation Store on PS3 will close in select markets starting this year, followed by global closures for PlayStation 3 and PS Vita next year. This means new content purchases will no longer be possible once the PlayStation Store closes on these devices. To ease this transition, players will still be able to download previously purchased content after the closing date for the foreseeable future. They talk about as it continues, store conditions continue to evolve, including updated payment processing. They say, again, you will no longer be able to support these updates at the level required. As a result, we would need to close PlayStation Store on these devices in the time frames. They break down the regions, and then, when each region will have it, and then in all countries, will close with July 2027. So yeah, that's here. That's coming very soon next year, July 27. We know this news may be disappointing to PS3 and PS Vita players who hold a special place in their heart for this generation of gaming. PlayStation 3 and PS Vita represent an important era in our PlayStation history, so this was not an easy decision for us to make. As we continue to expand the PlayStation experience on newer devices that most of the users are playing today, we need to focus on more resources on delivering the best gaming experiences on these platforms as we look ahead to the future. To our amazing players, we want to give our heartfelt thanks for your ongoing passion and support, which has helped inspire us to shape PlayStation into what is today. We are excited for the future as we continue to push the boundaries of play. We look forward to having you on this journey with us as we explore new game worlds and new adventures that have not yet to come. So needless to say, after these two announcements, the internet has blown up. There are thoughts, there are feelings. I just want to give some other little tidbits. Obviously, GTA kind of set the tone with them saying that they would be printing. Obviously, Sony had the marketing, but they would be printing GTA. They will not be planning ever plans of GTA 6 discs. And then now some. Again, I don't know how the extended report. Shout out to Insider Gaming. Due to some of the backlash of this news, PlayStation fans are canceling PS Plus in protest of a digital future. So we're seeing some reports of that. And then, hold on, we got, another point I just wanted to mention is that they were recently, I believe, in a Q&A, and this was Sony leadership, Nishino, also talking about no more selling PlayStation hardware at significant loss. And this is something they were people getting prepared themselves for PlayStation 6. So yeah, we got a lot to talk about. Physical games on PlayStation. We got the storefronts of the PS3 and the Vita going on. I see BG done pulled up. This has been a minute. Can I get a mic check for BG? I just want to make sure he can hear me.
Mic check.
Yes,
check.
Sir. Yes, sir. I hear you well, sir. Thank you for pulling up, no doubt.
What up, Cog? What up, Fonz?
Chilling, bro. Long time, brother. Long time. But yeah, I want to start with Fonz, man. Fonz, you got the news. What are your thoughts on all this stuff, man? Where are you sitting at?
Well, at first, I'm one of those people that are just pretty much all digital these days, right? Mm-hmm. So at first, I kind of I thought about it for a second. I was just like, it's not really going to affect me. But then the more I thought about the situation, I was like, at one time, I was buying used games. I was trading in games. I was doing things in that market because I had to. It was out of necessity. And I'm thinking about people who still do that to this day. Mm-hmm. And then I started to think about it, and I was like, well, I know gaming's a selfish hobby, but at times as a consumer, you got to speak up and you got to say, hey, this isn't cool for, there's nearly 80 million people still buying physical discs today. And some of those out of just, the preference, but of course there's some of those that's out of necessity. And I think about those people and I'm like, I was there once, buying games for my kids, myself, used games, that sort of thing, just to try to, at that time, not having the money and stuff to buy a brand new game, and it still happens today. And, now I kind of feel for those people because this is the market leader. This is not just, like if Xbox were to do this tomorrow. I hate to say it that way, but it doesn't mean everybody would follow suit. But because the market leader is doing it, everybody's going this route. And it's something I've predicted for many years now that this was going to happen at some point because they don't want to spend money on all the shipping, the manufacturing, all this stuff, and the retail space. Let's talk about that as well, bring that into stores. So I kind of seen it coming, but I did not see this coming from PlayStation first.
That wasn't on your bingo card. PlayStation set it off.
On my bingo card. It wasn't. And I know they're the market leader. They set the tone, but this is one of those things where I thought that it would probably be Xbox first. And it wasn't. And we have to call that out and say, they're the ones that started this. The physical games going away started with PlayStation.
No, well said. Now, what do you feel about the PS3 and Vita stuff? How do you feel in reference to that kind of go away in the same announcement?
I think the PS3 and Vita are kind of really old now. Like, I don't know anybody personally that's still playing on those platforms. So I have no idea if this is really affecting a lot of people with the storefronts anyway. I mean, because you could still play on your PS3, of course, and your Vita, but not having the storefronts there, I don't know how much that affects them. I don't know. I don't know if there was still content being updated there. I think it was just, a lot of old stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm not really educated enough there in that space to really comment.
No,
honestly.
fair enough. Let's wait. Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised if they want to shut down these older stores and they throw out stuff, because I do find it like a little interesting they're announcing so soon over the physical stuff. They're like, you know what, we're switching how we do physical media, so we're gonna just say we ain't doing it. But you know what we are gonna do? We're gonna we are gonna shut down these stores we don't want to, that they bullied us into not shutting down. So if we do, like, let's say they do backtrack, and then we're gonna act like we're backtracking, but really we just wanted the news off the stuff we did want off the board.
Be interesting. Shout out to Hargeet. Also got the $10 super chat for the road to Germany. You know what I'm saying? He said, don't believe all those numbers for digital sales. Lots of playing around with the numbers. This is not a good idea. Xbox needs to read the room and keep physical releases this gen and next gen. We're going to talk about that.
I'm going to be real with you. I'll get more into that, man, because we don't got BG long.
Yeah, I know. So I'm starting with BG now, man. BG, right, check right quick, brother. Make sure everything is good. What's more?
Yeah, we good. We good.
Yes, sir, man. No, first of all, brother, it's been a minute. Yeah, appreciate talking. We haven't talked in a while. One thing I respect about you, you stand on business. When you believe something, you stand. There's no wavering with BG. No one can ever say. Right now, I see you all over the internet. They calling you the poster child for this. They say you the reason PlayStation is emboldened. I'm just joking. But all jokes aside, like, brother, how you process it? Obviously, when you take pride in getting different, viewpoints and stuff like this. But when this news hit, what was your first reaction as far as the physical disc and stuff like that? And then where do you stand as far as also the PS3 and the Vita stuff? And
I want a question. Do you hate that you made that video? You trying to break that Uncharted disc down?
Yeah, because they got you in 4K. Oh, no. They got you outside, brother.
Oh no. Anything that I uploaded, like when people try to like use it against me, I'm like, bro, I uploaded it. It's not like some video that somebody hacked my phone or hacked my computer and like, man, it came from me. You can't use something I uploaded against me. So that stuff doesn't bother me.
Okay.
But listen, man, there's a lot of like just misdirected anger. Like right now, I think towards me. Like they're not really angry at me. They're angry at themselves. That's the way I see it. That's honestly the way I see it.
Break it down.
The tweet I put out, first of all, when the news came out, I literally thought, to me, I read the news and I'm like, oh, I wrote and I clicked off so fast, because to me, it's literally nothing. This does not matter to me. I'm completely indifferent about this. So that's it. I didn't expect the reaction. Like, to me, this was not, in my opinion, like everything I write or tweet, I truly believe and I stand on. Like, I don't do anything for engagement like some people believe. So this is how I felt. I wrote 2 sentences, and those 2 sentences had the internet having a complete meltdown.
What did you say?
I didn't attack anybody. I didn't tell anybody how to think. I didn't say anything offensive. I literally said, I don't buy physical media, so I don't care. You would have thought I insulted somebody's grandmother.
Jeez.
Like the reaction was completely unwarranted. I didn't tell, like I said, it was completely unoffensive. So like I feel like I've said way like more controversial.
Oh no, you said definitely more inflammatory.
Oh, yeah. Way more. I said controversial things before, and I'm like, this is the one that y'all are like losing y'all minds over, and it wasn't even like I said, I didn't attack anybody. To be fair,
they lost their minds over the last stuff too.
But to your point, you said you didn't attack someone personally. It's just you're different. This doesn't affect you personally.
Yeah, all I did was talk about myself. The last time I bought a piece of physical media was 2019. I don't have any physical media in my house. You can't find any, not a CD, a DVD, a Blu-ray, a vinyl. You can't find anything. So to me, and I understand all the implications of a all digital future. I understand all they can jack up the prices, they can kind of the whole ownership thing that some people care about, the preservation thing. It's a whole lot of implications. I understand all of that. To me, the convenience of simply not leaving my house and being able to download content that I want just that quick trumps all of that. To me.
Okay. That's where you're at. That's where you're at. I'm
not into collecting and all those things. It's just not something I care about. So some people had a meltdown about it. It is what it is.
I have some follow-up questions. What about storefronts? And I get what you're at, because look, there's a part of me that is team digital. When digital did come out, there was a part of me that was like, oh, I don't have to go to a midnight launch anymore. I could download, from the convenience of my console. There's a part of me from a logistics standpoint of being lazy, of getting up and physically putting discs in, right, and not having to do that. So I get that part as far as you. I guess my question is, which you kind of touched on with storefronts, and then I also want to talk about, obviously the older generation of stuff. For example, obviously PS3 and Vita stuff going away, but how do you think they deal with the logistics when a PS6 comes out? How do they, if people still have the PS5 physical media, how do they deal with that? And there's just in general, I guess my feeling is, why do you think the timing is now? Like what would you also was your thought process when you heard about this?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even know if I thought about all that far. I mean, it's really not my fight. I feel like that's a lot of stuff for Sony to figure out. That's not on me as the consumer. My job as the consumer is to play what I like and enjoy it, right? Like, do I think that, it's not like I wanted them to get rid of physical media. It's not like I wasn't cheering it on. That wasn't my stance. I was just indifferent about it. Now, as far as how do they I think the fact that some people have a physical a physical PS5 and they made that attachment, that some people are like, oh, that's a paperweight now. I understand that point, and I could see why somebody would be upset. I don't know how Sony handles the logistics.
You're just saying, from someone that's so out of the loop when it comes to physical media at this point, it'd be different if last year you went digital. You would a lot of us went digital almost a decade ago. So
yeah, some of the things that somebody who is a physical owner has to think about have never even crossed my mind. It just doesn't even process to me, because people hate when I say this, but it truly does not affect me. I'm not even saying that.
I gotta push back a little bit. Hold on, we gonna have some fun with you. All right,
I think that. Can I say something really quick?
I
think BG that the issue was that you came out there and you just gave this opinion so nonchalantly, I don't care, it doesn't bother me, and it really riled people up, because it's one of those who asked you situations. You know what I'm saying? The internet came at you because it's well, who are you to come out here and just say, oh, it doesn't bother me? Why are you saying this? And I think that's the thing that really rubbed people the wrong way, is because you were so nonchalant about it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's weird when people are oh, who are bro, it's Twitter. Twitter is for opinions for anybody. Fair. That's literally the exact point of Twitter, is for people to tweet out their random thoughts. So when people are like that, I'm like, bro, you're doing the same thing that I'm doing. And it's not and it's weird, because I tweeted out something. You came to my tweet. I didn't go to yours.
So they attack you. They jumping on your line.
Fair point.
You're coming to me. I didn't go to you. So it's what are you? And the thing is bro, like I said, even though I'm indifferent about physical media, the fact is, regardless if people want to say the numbers are skewed, whatever the case is,
right,
the vast majority of people on PlayStation and Xbox do buy digital. The sales are mostly digital, regardless of what the exact percentage is. Nintendo, maybe it's a little bit more even, but they're probably more digital. So the numbers are not adding up, right? How can so many people be upset online, but the numbers tell us that almost all of you are buying more digital than physical?
Right. So you're saying from a pure data standpoint that they have the data, is what you leave okay.
And I'm saying that just statistically, this means that a lot of people who are upset are the same ones buying more digital than physical. So you helped support the problem that you hate right now. You put us here. It's not like it's not my job as somebody who does not care about physical media to keep physical media alive. That's your job.
All right, fair enough. But what, all right, if the pushback goes, all right, but what about options, BG? They're gonna say, what about ownership? We're gonna give all this control to this company, and then in the same breath, while they doing they're gonna shut out the store. So what's to say from them saying, you know what, BG, no more access for you on said title? Like I remember there was a title, Marvel Heroes Omega, and I love this game, BG. It was like Diablo style Marvel game, right? And I woke up one day and it was like, due to events, you cannot access this game effective, this day. And it was done because it was I guess it was some issue with the director and something with Disney, and they just didn't want any involvement. But it just showed me like, damn, how powerless, we are if they decide to just shut out access or whatever. And then the other people are gonna ask you for empathy is, what about people with the with the internet situation, like the military base and stuff like that? Do you have any empathy for these situations?
It sucks, man. But I'm not Sony. I don't control it. I have no control over this. I have no control over this, bro. Like it's not me. I'm just somebody who has a hobby that is gaming, and I enjoy it how I can. I have no control over anybody on an army base. I have no control over anybody who gets their game taken away. Bro, there are a lot of things in gaming that I care about. And when I air my grievances, everybody says, "Beasley, shut the hell up."
Oh, I see. I know where you're going. See, I know the history. See, I know where you're going. Okay, bet. So what about? so what about?
And I have to eat it. I'm like, I have to be like, okay, well, I'm the only one who cares
to be
about
fair,
this.
you don't just eat it. You go on rants all the time.
Because I remember you know why I was with your fight? When you were the only person that I remember back in the day with Last of Us multiplayer. You was going hard in the paint. And I said, yes, BG, you fight for Last of Us multiplayer, because people were acting like it wasn't no big deal, that Sony shouldn't make multiplayer game. And you was on the front line. So is this retaliation? I care about my job.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff I'm on an island by myself that nobody cares, and everybody tells me to shut up. Like I'm critical of, like, for example, Rockstar and the controls and the movement in Rockstar games, specifically like Red Dead Redemption. I've been like screaming at the top of the mountains about, to me, how poorly Red Dead controls. Like the aiming, the movement. I think it's horrible. Red Dead 2, I think it's horrible. When I say these things, everybody's like, shut the hell up. Red Dead 2 is one of the greatest games ever made. It's not a problem. This is literally what they tell me. But I'm playing the game and I'm like, this game controls horribly. Shut the hell up, BG.
You know what? So, this is what I respect.
I can't force anybody to care.
Right. I respect that about BG. Honestly, like, there's a lot of things I don't agree with him. Right. So, like, a lot of things in the game space. However, when he speaks his mind, I know
that's
he's
what it is.
Speaking from a place that he really does mean this. This is not about engagement. This is
right. Yeah, facts. I'll give
much like I do. I do the same type of stuff, BG. A lot of people hate me in this community because I speak my mind. But so I respect that about you. I definitely respect that.
And he's only person we're missing is Jack Mood.
Red Dead controls suck.
Damn, Red Cat's landing. Woo!
Hargeet, stop it, bro. I love you, brother.
I totally agree with
stop
it.
Stop it.
The game was fantastic, but I'm sorry, the controls were.
The controls could be better. I will say that.
Oh, we got the Fonz admission.
They're not horrible.
Okay, we got the Fonz admission. All right.
They could be better.
The game was still fantastic. It was still fantastic.
So before I open it up to you, Hargeet, another question for BG, because this is fun. What would take a BG crash out in this era of gaming? What? Because clearly you're different. You're like, hey, I'm team digital. This does not affect me. It is what it is. That's your stance. But like, what would be something that you'd be like, okay, this is too far. Like, I can't get down with this. What would have to happen?
You know what bothers me? It has to be something about, like, the games themselves. Things that affect the games themselves and the gaming experience specifically bother me more than the things happening outside of gaming, like corporate decisions. Like the corporate decisions, I know people say you can protest, you can fight back and all that stuff, you can speak up, and cool, do that.
You ain't gonna be on the front line with
yeah, I'm probably not. The things that I speak out about is if you do something within the games that I care about that I don't agree with. That's most of my my plight. That's the things I fight and argue about people all day. It's just things that are happening within if you do something within a game that I care about, I'm outspoken about it. But the politics and the corporate stuff, like there's some stuff I will say like how I feel about it, but like it's just most of it is not my fight.
All right, nah, boy, the boy standing on business. I gotta respect it. I gotta respect the Hargeet. I wanna,
and it's not defending anybody.
No.
It's like people see like my stance is I'm not defending anything. I'm just telling you how I feel about it. It's not my fight.
Okay, no, that's where you're at. You've been consistent. I got to open it up to Hargeet. Hargeet, man, the news has broken. The internet is on fire, minus BG. I got to mess with you, BG. You know I mess with you. But as far as just in general, like what was your thought when you saw the news, Hargeet? About the physical discs ending 2028, timing of it, and then obviously the storefront situation with PS3 and Vita storefronts closing.
Yeah, I mean, like BG said, this is not surprising, right? We've been hearing this messaging for a while now, right? And you can just see the direction going in a certain way, right? One thing that is surprising is they're turning it off for PlayStation 5. That is surprising to me because they're selling a disc drive to you, and people who buy that are being told, well, screw you, you're not going to have this anymore. Right. That seems a little off. If it was like, hey, PS6, we're cutting it off. Okay, that's at least something where you're not even offering a drive. Nobody's investing in that and knowingly going into that generation. Okay, there's no physical. Okay, that's one thing. But here's the problem. I have a lot of they haven't said this themselves, but a lot of media took the last year physical sales and said, hey, it's 85/15. That's not true. That was sales. That's not sales of physical disc games, because you have to then extrapolate and say, all right, well, how many of those sales were games that weren't offered physical anyway? How many of those were DLCs? How many of those were microtransactions? Right? If you just look at physical volume or total volume of this is how much we made in game content and services, and then I split it out, you're not taking that into account. So it's far more like a third are still doing where it's offered physical, right? In that case, it becomes, you can understand where the hubbub comes out, right? It's like, wait, hold on a second. And then there's regional preferences. In Europe, it's a lot more physical.
Right.
And in certain other countries, maybe even the US, it might be a lot more digital, right? But that just depends on regions. And then those regions will say, well, hold on a second. If half of our consumers here are buying physical, why are you taking this away, right? So there's more nuance to this than just, and like we can all have our opinions, right?
Yeah.
And majority of us probably play all digital. I mix it. I still have some physical.
Yeah.
I mix it where I can, especially where it's used to me. I have multiple Xboxes in the house. Digital, unfortunately, doesn't work the way I want, which is where every one of my Xboxes, even though they're not associated with my gamer tag, should have my library. That isn't the way it works. For me, that's easier then. I can just have this. I can plop it in the thing. It works, right? So I buy physical here and there where it makes sense for me. So I'm a mixed player where I do buy physical, right? So that's now being taken away. That's kind of a pain. There's an entire used ecosystem market that just kind of gets deleveraged when this happens.
Yeah.
And there's, again, for a lot of us in the US, we're privileged. We have a higher income level. For us, it's a luxury to be in gaming. No denying that. But we have more access to it than a lot of the rest of the world. Right. For them, a PS2 is still a good thing. Why? Because they don't have access to the money needed to get a PS5 or an Xbox Series or something like that. You have to take that into account. Yeah. And for them, taking this away sucks, because they can get old games very cheap. We're now just pushing them. It is what it is. We're pushing them to the high seas. We're saying go pirate, because what else are they going to do? and so it's just a reality, right? Because you don't ask somebody that makes like $1,000 a year to go spend $1,000 on a console and then spend $100 on a game. Where? That's just not going to happen. That used market is how a lot of these people access things, right? So it's an end of an era when you look at it that way, right? And look, I know what the company is looking at this more of their overhead, where are they going to make more money, and they're going into a generation that, let's face it, it's going to be very expensive.
Oh yeah,
it's the way it is. So we all understand that, right? But taking something away from existing players who have something today, PS5, you bought it with a disc drive. They gave you a digital only option at launch. A lot of people bought the disc drive. PS5 Pro comes out, no disc drive, right? Optional add-on. The add-on sold out. It's sold out.
Yeah, I remember.
That tells you something, right? There's enough demand from the consumer base. They're like, no, I still want that physical drive, right? There must be a reason for that. Now, if it's bullshit, fine, that's fine. But
Language.
but it's up to it is up to them to figure those things out. But I still see the market as healthy in certain regions where it becomes a lot more of an issue for them to say we're just taking this away. So I don't see it as a simple let's just turn it off because it's only like 5% of the sales, 10% of the sales. No, it's upwards of like 30% of your sales for where you offer the option to get physical. Unfortunately, there are a lot of games, especially indie games, that just don't come physical. That's fine. I get it, right? There's no return there. They're not bothering to make it physical. But we can't just then take the numbers of 8515 and say that's sacrosanct. It's probably the same on the Xbox side. So
Hargeet brought up a great point.
Yeah.
About how some of these games aren't being counted. Like a lot of these free to plays they're all digital. So you can't buy them physically.
Yeah.
Right.
So I mean, there's a lot of games popular games today that are played that are just completely digital.
Oh no, that's a fact. That's a fact. I wanted to follow because you made an interesting point, Hargeet. I wanted to follow up timing. You know, why do you think now? Like, what do you think the mindset is? Because you're making a good point. Like, hey, they made the add-on. The demand was there.
Yeah.
You know, obviously it's not like PS6. It's coming out, you know, fall of 2020. So like you're doing some preemptive strike, and it feels like normally when you have bad news, but there's usually, you know, you extend the carrot to kind of ease the pain to say, okay, I know you don't like this, but here's the next state of play that's coming. Or check out, you know, say like there's usually something to placate the angry mob to say, okay, but this is why something to look forward to. Like, why do you think now?
If I had to guess, it's strategy shift, right? So their fiscal year ended March. They're coming up with their new strategy of how they're going to move forward. Economics of all of this has changed dramatically, right? I'll get into the second point of like what they also offered. I don't know if you want to start that topic now or not, but there was more, and that makes it even more irritating. But I think they just basically said, what is our strategy with this whole thing going into the next gen? Are we going to continue this pattern or not, right? And how do we, especially since they just have to deal with it with multiple price increases, everybody's doing this, is to handle where the industry is on component shortages and how they're going to handle that cost to the consumer. How do they handle that, right? And the more they can subsidize, the better. However, they've also come out and said that they're not going to subsidize heavily.
They said they're not in necessity.
And I would expect that, by the way, across the board. It's going to be tough for them to keep eating the cost. Yeah. And they're going to find ways to say, where can I change that metric so that I can make it easier for me to absorb some of that upfront initial console cost versus, down the road, right? A lot of the losses are then taken back by you buying, and they get the 30%, cut from whatever you're buying. That's how they make up for it, right? So how do they handle that? If they're splitting that with a retailer, that takes away their margin. They're thinking, hey, what if I just eliminate? That's what they did when they said all digital content must go through the PlayStation Store, which they're being sued for all over the world, right? So
they're trying to say a monopoly,
right? Right. So, but that is the reason, right? It was like, hey, I don't want to split this. I want the whole thing for me. It makes sense. I get all that, right?
Get that.
But that's likely why. So the strategy shift happens. And this is I'm sure, a very corporate, like top level, like just like how Satya and Amy were coming in. Right.
Very cool.
I can see the same from Sony executives coming in saying, yeah, not making enough money. I want you to change these things. What are you going to do? Right. Give me some packages of what you can do. And this might have been one of them. And they're like, yep, greenlight it. Right. And it opened up manufacturing capacity that they were leveraging to create these discs to say, let's push that towards something we know makes money, which is optics. Right. Fine. They're going to go do that. Fair enough. Like they're going to go switch that out. Fine. So I think they're just looking at it literally from a corporate perspective and saying, all right, let's drop this.
It's all control. That's it. It's all control. What they want to do is they don't want you to
Exactly.
have that physical disc, so that way
Mm-hmm.
you can't buy it used. Like, let's be real. A lot of times you can find a brand new game 2 weeks later already at GameStop for a discounted price, and they don't get a cut of that because it's used. Also, you can just trade your games with friends. You can lend games to friends and stuff. They don't get a cut of that. They
You
want
mean
to
just
control
like the video
everything.
they put out when the
Yes,
PS4 came out?
exactly.
This is how you
Exactly.
share a game?
They want to control everything.
I was gonna
if
go there.
if everything goes digital, they've got you by the balls. They can charge what they want, and you're going to pay for it. Plain
Yeah.
and simple. You're
So
not going to be
that-
able to find a cheaper deal. You're going to just have to pay
It's
that
whatever their
because there
store
is
has.
no physical. There is no physical
sucks.
games. And that's the thing, because there's people out there, including myself, who will buy a PlayStation 5 game physically if I could find it cheaper than their digital storefront. I will not pay $70 for their games. I did that one time with Ragnarok, and I regretted it. I will not do that.
In general, my purchases of PlayStation games when I had PlayStation, it was all physical because like, just to be fair, they were one and done games, and I'm like, I've extracted my 30 hours whatever out of this game. I'm just trading it in. I'm gonna go get the next game. So that has been my work the method of working with PlayStation is I would buy their game physical and I would trade it in and get the next one. That's so. And I'm sure there are plenty of people that did that, right? But if that is the way you want to engage, why is that bad? But here's the second part, right? Is with this, they tell you about store closure for
that
PS3
part.
and Vita.
That part. In the same joint. Let's get it.
On top of that, not maybe a month ago, they had to pull back on Studio Canal movies that people had purchased on their storefront, on their digital storefront, and suddenly just lost access to, right? So you fully paid for something and it's gone, right? There's also just terms of of having a PlayStation account. If you don't use it for a few years, they have the right to eliminate your account. Which eliminates what you have. And it's like, well, hold on. You want to take my money, wall garden it into your little thing, and then you could just terminate at any time at your discretion. And what's my recourse to get my stuff back?
Right.
So digital rights just aren't where they are. They need to be way, way better, right? If I pass away, do I get to send my digital rights to somebody else? What happens
of course
in that?
not.
And it's a reality we need to think about, right? Because in the real world, if I have a library of physical movies, of physical CDs, of whatever it is, I can bequeath that. I can say this is going to so and so.
Right.
This is going to so and so. By default, it'll just go to your family members, right?
Hargeet,
But
you
at
don't
least you
own
have a
those
way to do
digital
it.
games. That's why. That's
is the
simply
problem.
why it is. You don't
Right?
own them. They lend you a digital license when you pay that price. That's
I
it.
can leave
lend
this
you.
to whomever, right? And as long as there's a drive that this sucker can go into, you have it, right? That's the point of, like, I can literally take my game shelf and give it to somebody, right? What do I do with a digital library? Those rights
Hargeet,
just
I
don't
heard that
exist
GOG is
worldwide.
the only one. GOG will let you download the files to play the game.
From a game.
Correct.
They
You
give you
own
the
it.
files.
There's
Yeah.
no DRM, so you can download it, put it wherever you want, and say, "This I give to you," right? And it's now available. So, but that needs to be looked at, right? So there's a lot of variety of things here, and I think this might be the first time, maybe in sort of a digital media world, where you have no access in a physical medium, right? Whereas if I buy a movie, I still can buy the 4K Blu-ray. I still have that opportunity, even if I decide to buy it by going to a digital store. Even if I decide to stream it, I have the opportunity to buy it physically and say, I own this, and I can pass it on. I can do whatever.
That's
I
going
want with
away
it. I
too,
can lend it.
Hargeet. Slowly.
So
it's going away.
I hope not, right? But if it does, then legislation needs to come in and say, no, you paid for this, you own it, it is yours. It's just not there. It's just not there. And so I hear that as well, right? So there's multiple layers of things that kind of break with this. So there's the consumer side, like BGU said, hey, is this going to impact me? Nah, maybe not, right? Fair enough. But if I look at it as a market, there's impacts, and it is kind of a problem to just suddenly out of nowhere, like you said, Cock, why now to just say we're cutting it off? If they said it was PS6, you'd have the debate. Okay, cool. Do I want to enter a generation where I would not have that opportunity to buy physical? Fair enough. That's a debate you can have. Whereas if you just decide, hey, you have been selling this console for 6 years, you now come in and say, we're cutting off something that you have the access to use because we just decided. Well, that's a change in your offering, right?
Right.
And are people going to be upset about that? I would be upset about that.
Right.
If I decided I wanted to buy a PS5 Pro and then I went and bought that accessory to have that disk drive, I'd be pretty upset. And saying, hey, you're just going to cut it off now? Well, that's kind of bogus.
Kind of interesting.
Yeah, and you got to talk about
Right.
the economic impact it has as well, because you got the manufacturing factories and stuff that close down,
Which
people out of their job,
Yeah.
GameStops, all this stuff go away. They go away.
And it looks like they triple down from the standpoint of the production, the facilities that I guess that they use are being repurposed and things of that nature. We're hearing there's a lot to unpack, man. Addict, you've been patient. I got to get some bars, man. Like, what was your feeling when you heard this news? It's obviously, the physical disc stuff is viral right now. People are going absolute crazy. And then, obviously the PS3 and the Vita storefront stuff. So like, where do you stand on this whole situation? How they handle it?
I kind of saw this coming. I will arguably say that I thought PlayStation would do this. I mean, Xbox would do this before PlayStation.
Yeah, me too.
But I think what makes this the worst situation is PlayStation handles all of its production when it comes to CD, DVDs or Blu-rays or anything. So, to my understanding, you can't put games on the PlayStation ecosystem without going through them. So if they're shutting it all down, that means everything's going down. And with them being the market leader, I feel people. I do. And, I've always been on that standpoint. Like, I don't boycott unless I see something worth boycotting. And this is definitely worth something boycotting, but all I see is a lot of people talking. A lot of people air in the room.
They frauded?
If I started seeing trending, kind of like the Game Pass thing, cancel your Game Pass. Like, I don't feel that energy. I just feel like the same people complaining about this 2 days ago pre-ordered GTA 6 digitally. So
they just talking. They gonna bet it. So they know you frauded. You still gonna be here. You ain't going nowhere.
So it's just like, as much as I do, like, I don't want this, but like, I think we need to stop pointing at everyone and saying you ain't joining forces with us when we've always been a fractured community, like as long as I can remember. It's just like, if everyone came together and said, let's boycott this, everybody cancel your order for GTA 6, no one's playing that, and I felt that's going to be the overall like feeling. I wouldn't play it either. I wouldn't order it. If everyone's like, yo, forget digital, let's all buy physical from now on, I'd go buy physical, even though that would be very inconvenient for me. But I know all this is just a bunch of hot air in a big ass room.
Even outside the gaming space, when you see it like, different pundits, political stuff shoved over, you see it in like escape gaming news circles.
PlayStation Plus, but I saw no cancel GTA 6.
Well, there's and there's no physical for GTA 6. It's a code in a box.
That's
so
my
it's
point.
A digital code in a box.
People want to talk all this heat.
They just talking.
But where is the energy?
Stop smiling, BG. Stop smiling. I see you.
No, because I'm just thinking. I do have a question, like, for the people who were rebelling against it, right? Cool, you can do that. But my question is, what's the end game, right? Because
that's my
I think
point.
It's possible.
I don't see an end of the road. Like, it's just heat.
I think it's possible that PlayStation, let's say, what did they say? 2028. I think it's possible. Maybe they say, hey, we saw the backlash. We'll give y'all 1 more year.
Okay.
2 more years. But they're not going to do it in perpetuity forever. So eventually you're going to be upset. So there's no like full happiness at the end of the rainbow here. You're going to be upset one way or another. You're just delaying it. So I don't know what their end game is for, like, because like everybody's like, oh, we're buying physical from now on, and we're going to show them that we care about physical. But I'm like, eventually they're going to do the same thing.
So
real quick.
Okay,
someone says, coming from the guy that said that if like pretty much saying that I'm saying that I'm willing to join it, but I'm not, like, I don't see it to join it. There's a difference. I don't care about physical media, but I'm saying I stand with the physical media people. If the physical media people stand on something, but they just complain, it's like I said, If I saw stuff trending, we buying physical media. If I saw stuff trending, say we canceling GTA 6, if I felt like it was actually going to result in anything, I came up here and I stood for the Game Pass, the Game Pass thing. A lot of people attacked me over that. I stand for the exclusive thing. A lot of people attacked me over that. I've always been about standing on my hill and dying on that bitch.
Dying on it.
But the problem is most of you aren't.
No, they're not about that life. They just talking.
If it's about something that you really want to play, you really want to do, you're going to walk off that hill. You're not going to stand on it.
Addict, do you think some of these content creators for PlayStation that are saying they're not going to buy a PS6 are being honest?
No, they're 100% buying PlayStation.
There are a lot. All
God,
of them are lying.
That's my point. Now, I know this is gonna be counterproductive, and it wouldn't do so. I would take more over selling your PlayStation or something, or me seeing you sell that shit over.
We got to do that. We got to do the destroy PlayStation videos.
Point is it's so easy. I could go right now and cancel everything online subscription, and then smile and be like, I'm gonna resub now. Like it's so easy to do that. Like I don't believe you. I just don't. I don't believe this rage because if this rage is real, and I do, I'm 100% there with the physical media people. But you guys ain't physically standing on grounds either.
Why you don't believe them?
All of you bought GTA 6. All of you did. Like
I didn't.
I didn't.
Ooh, what?
And I'm a big fan
I'm
of
talking
GTA
about
and
the
Rockstar.
bulk of the.
So
industry.
what if the data come out as a result of this? Because the PlayStation account has not tweeted since July 1st. They have not tweeted. So clearly, comms internal are processing what is going on. This is very unusual.
They ain't processing nothing. You know what they wait for?
What you think?
They wait for Monday.
Oh, you wait for okay. So this is wait for Xbox to drop the rake. Then so you under the impression that they thought Xbox studio closures was probably going to happen in the same week, and they kind of sneak this out the back door, so they won't take so much of the wrath of the fan base because everybody will be mad at Xbox studio closures and layoffs. Is that what you think?
I think that they're standing on this. Like in my personal opinion, this ain't being reversed. They already repurposed the factories that was doing it. Like they're standing on this. That's one of the other reasons too. It's like you guys are literally some Spartan 300 stuff right now. You literally in the canyon about to get stabbed to death, and they ain't nothing you can do.
Where's the fight?
It would be different, but here's the thing. They're already repurposing the factories. They're going more to AI infrastructure. They're not going away from that. They're not reversing that.
They reversed it before. They stood on business, the fan base. Remember they tried to kill the storefront the last time. And they was like, nah, fam. And they pushed them back. You don't think this one last hurrah?
There's hurrah, but then guess what? They're going to show up in the back too. The little humpback of Notre Dame dude going to show them exactly where to attack them from. So it's just like
they got them where they want.
That's why it's just like I feel people. This is complete utter nonsense what Sony's doing, what PlayStation's doing. But this is one of those situations where, in my personal opinion, that what do they call that in Marvel? This is the golden timeline. This is happening.
Oh, okay.
There ain't nothing you can do to stop this.
Oh,
now it's like I said, you can send me over. You can send me over all the whatever the things that you sign.
The NDAs, the GoFundMe's, the petitions. The
petitions. I do all that. I'll make a video about it. I right here. You can clip this. PlayStation, you full of shit for this. I'm sorry, but what am I gonna do? Because here's the thing: like, I don't do physical media.
Well, we get that. We get that.
So at the end of the day, I could be there with you 100%. But in my opinion, like, you guys are just speaking. You're just speaking air. I'm sorry. Like,
I'm with you.
Like,
the people that are trying to say like I'm not buying a PlayStation 6 and stuff. They're buying it and they're changing their account name or whatever. They're hiding offline. They're not going to show that they have it, but they're going to have it.
Yeah,
for sure.
Now, if I generally now this is a lot of heat. I will agree. This is the most heat I've seen.
We have to say this is probably top 2 PlayStation rake of all time as far as the negative perception. And remember, one last point. I just want to get before you go. Like this, is what I'll do. I want to say is we haven't said it. This is the company that literally champion physical media to win a generation. This is that company.
And I'll stand on this.
Mhm.
If I see enough of a backlash where no one's buying Wolverine, I won't play Wolverine.
Mm.
But the problem is, I don't see it. I just
You won't
don't.
play
I
it
literally,
physically? You won't
no,
buy the
I won't
physical
play it at
copy?
all. I won't buy it. I
Oh.
won't give the money. I won't do anything.
You gotta be on
But
the
the
front
problem
Well,
line.
I'll buy
is-
it physically, though. I'll do it. I'm going to play it.
You gonna buy that?
No,
disc?
but
Buy it
I'm going to buy it physically.
But the thing is like at the end of the day,
Mhm.
in my opinion, there's too many ignorant people in the middle, and not like that don't know. They don't know any better. They're casual people that just go in there. They don't know any. Oh, you mean I don't have to go to the store? I'm just by. You can't sit here and have 90% of the industry digital. And obviously with Hargeet, it definitely goes up and down depending on time of the year, but it's still vast majority digital. And then tell me in the same breath that you stand on your ground when you already went digital. like, and it's like I said, like this is a gray area. It's not a white area. It's not a black area. There's a lot of gray area in this. And I would love. It's like I'll give you guys my energy. We'll do the Goku Spirit Bomb stuff.
You got it. We want you in the front
You're
line
not going to
first.
see that
We
in
want
this
you in the front
community.
line first, Addict. We want you to lead the
That's-
charge.
But that's
you
the thing.
you
You're
could
not
be
gonna
the
see it in this
inspiration for many.
community. You're not going to see it in this community. You're the people
Why
that are
not?
actually going to rally against this are the people that truly only buy physical games
Mm.
or need to
Okay.
have that out of necessity. Those are the people that you'll see actually stand up.
Mhm.
It's not this community. This community, I mean, let's face it, most of them are buying digital.
Mm.
Let's be real,
And see-
like most people are.
I talk a lot of smack about the PC fan base.
Oh, they
I
standing
can't
on business.
stand you guys.
They be
at the
standing on
time.
bed. They don't
But
even want to open
one
up a
thing I will
storefront for
say
free.
about that community is they get stuff done. When the PC community stands for something, I'm like, yeah, I got to jump on it. Like, because I know they getting it done. Like, this is like,
All right. Well, I mean, you don't
Well,
see like
and you know why?
Get out
And
of
to
here.
your point
Get out of
is
here.
because competition exists, right? On the
Oh.
PC side,
Oh no.
you know, if you screw up, remember there are other storefronts, right?
Mm.
And you can get the game that you're playing on the same piece of hardware from other people, right? And so they don't want those rake steps as much as possible because they don't want anything to shift, right? So, and that is the answer to this. And to your point, Addict, if Xbox comes out and does the same bloody thing, you're done. Good luck. What are you gonna do?
yeah.
You can
And
complain.
people saying, first off, I want to address the Maverick because people
PT.
attacking me and Fonz for this statement. Let's not forget it's Xbox's fault. Says the guy wearing a PlayStation 4 headset. Yeah, that dude that did the Jeff Grubb thing. I don't know his name.
Yeah.
I don't know what you were speaking. And I ain't cog. I say names. I just don't know your name.
Okay,
But
fair enough. Thank you.
so
Thank
it's
you,
just
Distract
like
Master.
no, it's not a diss track.
Fishing.
I don't.
You at the booth
I don't know
again.
who
You at the
are.
booth.
I don't know who you are. Like, at the end of the day, like, it is Xbox's fault without being their fault. And the reason it's their fault is because they have let their brand get to the point where PlayStation feels comfortable doing stuff. In my personal opinion, if Xbox would have competed better, would have dropped the ball so much in a lot of aspects, they would be a bigger point in the industry where no one would feel comfortable doing this. It's not Xbox's fault. It's not Xbox's fault directly. It's their fault indirectly because of the lack of way they've competed in the industry. It's led their actual competition to be like, you know what?
No fair.
We doing this. We doing this.
That's not fair.
It's
But I
at the
think
sa-
they're the
Wait,
Go
that was
ahead,
BG talking? I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying they don't have any fair. That's what I
Right,
was
right,
saying.
yeah.
Yeah,
They're
so-
enabled.
yeah. So
but I think that is the answer though. Is if Xbox comes out emphatically saying no, we're not going to stop physical
that would
media."
change stuff way quicker than us saying
And then-
anything would.
Exactly, right? Because then it's up to the consumer to decide, right? And if the consumer's wallet says, "Yo, I'm going there," that's when Sony would react. Because ultimately, all of this is driven by money.
Because then they'll look at it not. We just have some people upset. Oh, we might lose some market share. Like,
Exactly.
Right. So they think that
Exactly.
they're planning just to wait it out.
no, I think.
I think that's the answer.
Okay.
I think actually that's all. Hargeet, he's onto something. If you guys truly want something, and I don't personally think that Xbox should go that direction unless PlayStation does it. But him saying that, it does make a lot of sense. Like you want to actually say some words, tell people to convince Xbox to stick with physical, because that would, as much as like only 20, maybe 30% of people buy physical, there's still a vast majority of people that don't buy physical, like myself, that can vibe with both sides. That, I'm definitely, and I don't even to the point with BG, where BG's been very outspoken. He's been mean to death the past couple week. Like, even with him not really caring about physical, it's not that he hates physical. He just has zero interest and invested into it anymore. It's not a fight that he feels that's taken up. But I do think that BG understands where people are coming from, and BG does what BG does best. When he's dogpiled, he's like, okay, I'm gonna show you who the dog is.
I didn't even really lean into it. That's the thing. I stayed neutral. I'm like, I could really lean into like being the villain that y'all want me to be, but I didn't. I could have mocked people and said, I'm glad your physical games are going away. I didn't do any of that. I'm like, okay, y'all are mad. I'm gonna let y'all be mad.
Fair enough. We appreciate you not scorching the earth. You know what I'm saying? What did you could have been spicy.
And I don't like blaming consumers, even me. This isn't even still me blaming consumers, but it doesn't throw a really good argument to PlayStation when we all flock, for the most part, buying GTA a couple days before this. Like, and I know Fonz and Hargeet, only two people on earth that didn't buy it, but the fact is, you hear stuff like 50 million, 75 million in 48 hours. I don't know if
pre-order something that's never going to go out of stock.
It was the trending thing on TikTok to show that you pre-ordered it. It's just like, look, like,
that's wild.
Like, all that showed, and it would be different if that was like a physical media. Suckers buying that on physical media, just buying a digital code.
Well, that's the other thing. Yeah, that's the other. A lot of it is just a license for certain things. Yeah, they're physical.
You literally showed them, oh yeah, we got you. Like, and I get it. GTA is the unicorn. GTA doesn't exist. Like the type of game GTA is like once in a generation, once in every other generation. So that could be replicated every time. But you showed them everyone, and I love it. I love it. I love that it showed, because I've been saying for the minute, it's easy to boycott something you never intended on playing. But when it's a game everyone wants to play, you all jump off the hill. You was doing the army roll off that sucker. You didn't even care. You was like, we ain't dying on this hill. We got to play GTA, then we'll go back up on the hill.
then we go back up. We gonna smoke weed first, then we go say no to drugs.
They're gonna play GTA offline.
Yo, that's wild.
And it's just like, and it's like I said, once again, I don't want it to seem like I'm co-signing
bad practices,
because I'm not.
That's what it is.
I'm calling the gaming community, including myself. I got no self-control.
All right, at least
you can tell me all kinds of stuff. You can literally tell me the Fable director said he gonna assassinate me right after Fable.
He like, I'm still buying Fable.
Listen,
I respect your honesty.
I'm gonna look for him. That
no, I gotta respect you on that, because there's a lot of people that to make these real strong proclamations when it's something that don't affect them, right? And then, or they won't keep the same energy when it's the game they love or the platform they love, and that practice applies specifically to them now. All of a sudden, there's no standing on business. You know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden, morals go out the window when it's certain. And at least I respect the guy, especially what you said in reference that says, look, I may not agree with something or a practice, whatever, but I'm not going to fraud and act like I am not going to purchase this game based on whatever the controversy is, whatever it is. At least I respect that level of honesty, because there's a lot of people that say all these statements and then you catch them in 4K. Like, bro, didn't you say you wasn't going to support this game because of, oh no, Sweet Baby? Then you wasn't going to support this game because of, say this, that, and the third. And then it come out, and then all of a sudden we don't hear that no more.
That's not saying that I'm not, like, I'm against like doing boycott stuff. I am. I'm completely for them. But in order for it's like, look.
But you're a Fable stan. You're a Fable stan, and you're going to play Fable. I know.
He's like, I ain't stopping Fable. There's certain games people like, yo, I don't care what's going on. I'm getting that.
It's not immune to anything, like Fable included. Right. Look at me like a like a Kickstarter tier list. Okay, you got to get this point before I'm jumping on that tier list. Okay, you ain't getting me down here where I don't care.
We got to box you in. What is it going to take for you to have to buy it?
For instance, like the games, the raising the price stuff, and I even said that. Look, I ain't canceling nothing. I just don't like it. I ain't canceling. What am I doing? Not
what
play
it's going to take? What's going to take? We need you to stand on minute. What it's going to take?
But let's say it was trending to the point where like movie stars was answering it, and then I'm like, oh, we really boycotting this, not just saying we going to. All right, let's do it. Like,
okay, there you go, stand on minute.
Because to me, it's like I'm not jumping on a train that's going off into a.
Oh, so you don't want to be by yourself? Oh, see, that's the problem. You got to jump. You got to get out there on the front line.
And 200 people on this train that ain't going nowhere. It's being drove off into a canyon.
Oh, like, so you need certain victory before you join the cause.
I told you, I'm in that Kickstarter tier list. About midway.
So you waiting for them to hit a certain target, and then you gonna
join scenario.
You waiting for the metrics to come back. Then he gonna join the cause.
Which way the wind blows?
For at least us all dying.
Addict.
At least I know I ain't dying alone.
So what about this scenario? So let's say they say Fable's going to be $80.
Ooh.
And everybody's saying,
Buying
I'm
it.
not paying that. I'm not paying that.
No,
and
forget that.
on the
Fable's the first $100 game. It's the first $100. They debuted that. Due to market conditions,
man. Fable.
$100 jacket blades.
I'm a fraud
base.
with that. Like I'm not.
I respect that.
But I took
payment plan.
All access.
BG.
Yeah, there you
$20
go.
a month.
BG, we got to get some morals and principles.
I'm the
BG.
same way with GTA. I'm the same way with Rockstar.
Hold on.
I'm the same way.
Let me
finish. I got to ask BG a question. Yes.
Everyone in the chat, everyone on Twitter, and I generally felt it was serious enough.
Waiting for the numbers.
Like, we boycotting Fable. I wouldn't play it because I feel like at that point you hit my tier list. I'm jumping on the train.
So you need certain amount of signatures before you in on the movement.
I'm still playing GTA. You'll be on that train. I'm
GTA
still playing.
too.
I'm skipping the train.
If I feel like this is a genuine push, at that point, I'm like, okay, you guys got me. All right, like I'm on the train. Let's go. Let's get him over here. But here's the thing: most of the time, it's just hot air. There ain't no real thing going on.
We need you to create the change. We need you to stand. We need you on the front line to lead the charge. You are inspiration for the youth.
That's all I've said. I'm not the front line.
We need
but here's
you
the
out
thing.
there.
It's like BG said. We in the middle. We don't do digital. We don't do physical. You gotta earn us jumping on this train.
All right, hold on. I gotta ask BG. BG, where's the morals and principles, sir? What will it take for you to stand on some business?
I literally just said.
No, I'm talking about BG. I'm talking about BG. What would it take?
My moral. See, here's the thing, right? My morals and principles lie with like more things that that affect real life. I hate to like separate like the gaming and real life thing, but I learned that I love gaming, but there's certain people that like take gaming way more serious than I do, and are willing to like and apply their principles in life.
I gotta call you a fraud on that.
In gaming, right?
Where you coming at?
I've been an active Weapon Wheel viewer for like I've probably seen every episode, at least segments since the day one. Is it true? Is it true or false, BG? Did you guys at one point saying that Naughty Dog, before Last of Us Part 2 came out, could come out openly racist and you would still support the game? Is that true or false?
BG, where's the moral back, bro? Come on?
But that's what I was saying. I was saying that like that's gaming. I don't apply my principles to gaming. My principles apply to real life. Like if
I feel you on the
like if I know you in real life or something happened in real life where you were racist or something like that, then I wouldn't I'm not with you. I'm not cool with you. But Neil Druckmann being racist, let's say hypothetically.
Yeah, let's say Neil just went crazy.
Let's say he came out, he was like, you know what, I don't like black people. That don't got nothing to do with the game.
We the creator. You ain't gonna take a stance.
That game is completely separate from his views. Like it's the artist versus the art
creative, right?
debacle.
Right, I know what
You
you're
know,
saying.
like it's the same thing in music. You know who people are like, oh, he did this. Are you going to listen to?
I was going to say that. Music,
Oh, like it's
yeah.
the art. So you
Yeah,
so you
it's
bump
true.
it. So it's like you're not gonna let like nobody stop you from bumping Kells right now. You can still bumping
listen.
Kells every once in a while.
I'm stepping in the name of love.
Yeah, he's playing 12 play. He's playing that
Like,
album.
BG said I'm bumping that hotel with Cassidy.
Yep.
Listen, man. That's,
Even though we knew what he was talking about on 12
no,
play, the whole album.
in fairness to BG, even though I'm being super silly, what you're saying is you separate the art from the artist.
yeah.
And let me not put words in your mouth. It also, I know this is one stance that I have. I don't know if you agree with it, but like the actions of one versus the whole studio who may not agree with, you know, this person, even if that person's in a leadership role, you know what I mean? Say, hey, we don't feel that way. You know, I think it kind of happened with with the Harry Potter joint. Remember with old girl, remember they I believe the trans community was very upset, and I forgot her name now, and it was a big controversy. Yeah, and to the point, J.K. Rowling, and to the point where even the developers, I believe, they even had a quest where they had a trans person in and stuff like that to kind of show like, hey, we not with that, you know what I'm saying? We have different views of her kind of thing, but as you know, like sometimes whoever's the head, that takes, you know, that puts a lot of spotlight on the game in a negative fashion. But you know, do you agree to that?
Because here's the thing, right? If there's, let's say there's 300 people at a studio, you have no idea what their politics or beliefs are.
Facts.
Unless they come out and say it. Bro, some people at that studio could hate who you are.
Facts.
And you would have no idea, and you're supporting them.
Facts.
So I mean, you know, that it's a slippery slope to go down, because it's like, okay, if I'm not going to support one developer because they have a belief that conflicts with mine. What if every studio does it, or like your favorite game developer? Okay, what if now you find out something about them? I'm not willing to sacrifice every game I love because somebody at that studio doesn't like me. I'm not willing to do that.
No, I get it. And it puts people in a moral pickle, because then, you know, sometimes
I always tell people that morals, what do they call that? What do they call
like grandstanding?
No, not grandstanding. What virtual signaling? That moral virtual signaling people do. I don't want nothing to do with that. I wouldn't have a phone, a computer, nothing.
No, it's tough. No, and it's a good discussion.
Literally,
yeah,
there's
a good discussion
of Mr. Beast trying to talk to people about making chocolate in a different country, and he said, "If I paid more, would you not have children make it? Because I don't stand for that."
Right.
And they said, "No, that's how the business works."
Yeah.
And a lot of those people make the clothes you wearing right now.
No, that's real. That's real. I'm glad we had that discussion. That's super fun. I want to get some super chat before we keep on moving, because this is fun. Oh, I don't want to lose track of them. Hold on one second. We got our man. Shout out to Midnight. You know what I'm saying? Member. You know what I mean? For Lord Bronze. Shout out to Stitch with the $5 super chat. Sony is reacting to the Stop Killing Games future outcome. Closing the digital store now means they don't have to provide that content forever. Shout out to One Pump Man. $5 super chat. I don't mind PlayStation going digital, but if I play a game I brought from you and I don't like it, you have to let me refund it.
Yes,
Hashtag, that's real. The policies. Right. Hashtag.
I can agree with that.
I can agree with that. Hashtag no PS6 we're going to run up. And I know a lot of people saying, I know there's controversy for people saying they go into Steam, but some people say, because people are like, oh, you're a hypocrite if you leave PlayStation now to go to Steam. But the people like, at least I trust that digital storefront and their policies or whatever. I've seen that argument going on as well.
I will say Steam, even though I feel like a lot of you people that's like I said, I got beef with the PC community. They know that. But
messy.
You know, a lot of but I will say that even though a lot of you scream open platform, but it really isn't. You just want everything on Steam. Steam is a prime example of that. They are for their community. They don't really self-regulate their community as much. Sometimes they'll pull back if they go too far, but for the most part, Steam does move with their community 100% in the center of their attention.
Oh yeah,
they have better policies than Sony for sure.
Oh yeah, especially refunds and yeah, for sure. Shout out to G Mania with the $20. Oh, we gotta put the road to Germany because he's in there. Shout out to him. I play on Xbox and have over 2,000 games physical. I've never bought anything digital, not even DLC for a game. How is that possible though? How did you not buy DLC for a game though? But anyway, so I understand why Sony players are pissed. If Xbox did this, I would stop buying and play what I have. Oh boy,
he's a real one.
That Xbox announcement.
The thing is, he's not trapped like a lot of other people are, because, like, to the point, a lot of people have like a lot of digital games. So most people aren't, even though a lot of people are claiming they're willing to abandon that if PlayStation keeps going the way they're going. I don't believe that, because you're willing to give up your entire PlayStation library that you've built over like two to three generations. Like, he's free. He has, like you said, he has the whole physical thing. So he can, there's nothing he's beholden to.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of people that are literally trapped with this situation. You know what I'm saying? Because of that. And I think Sony knows there's nowhere for them to go.
Only thing stopping these companies from doing stuff like this is it's some form of government overstep.
Which is spicy.
These companies are going to do whatever they feel that they can make the most money off of, and sometimes if it's not regulated, they ain't regulate themselves. So.
Well, it comes in, and that comes into where we get into preservation, and you know, when we talk about GOG and stuff like that, there are people that want things in place. You know, I kind of
stop killing games. I remember they tried it too.
Yeah, shout out to Chris R. 55 $5 super chat. Contrary to popular belief, he said physical media is gaining popularity, particularly among Gen Z. Forbes did an article on it a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, some people are saying that, as far as, especially like even the music industry, as far as like still offering vinyl and stuff like that.
Movies,
so they like, there should be no excuse for gaming.
But at the same time, it's like go from 2,000 people buying it this week to 35,000 people buying it next week. Like, and I don't like a lot of like those things where they do like these like these surveys. They'll go to like colleges and like pass around surveys and stuff where it's like, realistically, it's hard to do a survey to make me trust it entirely.
It's
like
passing trends. Let's be real. It's passing trends. They don't stay with it. Like, everything is cyclical too. Like like there was trends of going vinyl years ago. Now it's kind of resurged again with some of the Gen Z. It'll go away again, and you know, it's passing trends.
We'll see what happens. Shout out to Analog with the Note 20. He said, I'm not pre-ordering GTA 6 from now, twice more. All right. Pixel Bit G, salute. $5 super chats to homie. Please talk about the ESA lobbying against digital rights. California Assembly Bill 1921. It's going to get a lot worse for y'all. You heard about this, Hargeet?
I have not heard about that specific one, but yeah, it wouldn't surprise me because they have money.
And I
they would
think
be lobbying for crap against us.
I think the biggest argument is how our government allows lobbying in the first place. That's a way bigger argument than just that.
It's not just us. Remember, this is Europe. It's everywhere, right? Everybody has and this is why I would hope it's EU that pushes for the right thing. Usually that's what happens, and then somebody on our side, one of our states, will say, "Okay, I like that. Let's make that happen."
Well, didn't EU just kill the Stop Killing Games bill?
I think it might.
They killed
it. Them?
Oh, wow. The EU. Yeah, they killed it.
Yeah, one of them that lost, right? I think
it lost. Stop Killing Games. Yeah.
Wow.
California, it won. In California, it won.
Okay.
And in EU, I think it lost.
Yeah, we're going to see still a couple more super chats before we get some bars in. Shout out to BT Maverick, the whole week. Super chat. Oh, yeah, he said this already. Let's not forget, it's Xbox's fault. It's the guy wearing the PlayStation phone.
It's Game Pass's fault.
It's Game Pass's fault. Series S fault.
Pass.
Don Otaku 23. Shout out to Don. Super chat. People saying they're switching to PC as a result of Sony's physical exodus are performative. If you really cared, you'd be switching to Nintendo. Talk your talk,
really.
Don.
Nintendo be doing a lot of games not even on the. You have to like still download the game. Like, it's not all on the. Like,
that's the case with physical disc too.
Well,
right?
that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why it's all air.
I mean, but they still got physical. Come on, Addict. Come on, they still got physical though. We ain't gonna do that.
Do they have booklets?
But here's the thing.
I haven't bought it's a brand new.
When you buy a disc,
when
you buy a disc, a lot of the times you could still play that game. Just downloading it naturally onto your console. There's some games on this little play. See, I got it right here too, Don Otaku. There's some games on this where if you buy it, it's gonna say we need to download the rest of the game because it's not all on, and they won't let you play it. So that I think that's different than all of it being on the disc that you can copy it over to your hard drive to play it, and where you need the internet to. And it's not all the games, clearly, but there are some games that you can't do that.
Shout out to Hargeet. Oh, man. Jovar, Ingi, salute. The homie Iceland in the building. Personally, it doesn't make a difference to me that they're discontinuing this. However, I do hope that stronger regulations will be established regarding ownership rights for digital purchases. And I think that's what kind of Hargeet you were alluding to as well. You know what I'm saying? I think that's fair. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know.
And I also do think that if PlayStation, anyone over there from Sony ever watch this, you guys better watch your back, because you getting to the point where I feel like, you do stuff like kill physical media, governments are going to look at you more harshly when it comes to how you conduct business in their country.
Yeah, they're looking at monopoly stuff right now. It's getting crazy.
I hope that this goes the direction of like a Stop Killing Games, where private industry, us as consumers, bandy together and create a class action to say, hey, you can't do this, right?
Can't do that.
Push the government to say, okay, you're right. Okay, there is a failure here, right?
Yeah, it's like call your congressman.
Call your
I'm not joking.
Call
your congressman.
Yeah, no, you do need to do that,
call them, be like, yo, PlayStation acting a fool. We need you to intervene. Like, it's like, look, you have a better chance at getting those. I don't know where you live. I don't know, like those House representatives, those Senate members, to check PlayStation way more than you have me to check PlayStation.
No, I get it.
When I say something, it could just we gotta spear bomb them, man. We gotta have everyone come together.
Here's the problem.
It don't take as many as them to do something.
They're a Japanese company, and they don't care what you think.
No,
whatever Congressman's going to say.
100%. That's not
That's
true.
how they run their business.
That's true over there, but if they conduct business over here and they want to sell their product over here, I
think it's a bigger question, right? It's not just about PlayStation; it's industry wide when it comes to digital and digital rights.
Oh, no, I agree. Everything.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, if our government is like, yo, you can't sell unless you meet these criteria, they have to meet them or they have to pull out of the market.
Yeah.
I guess my only slight pushback, I hear where y'all coming from, is just that sometimes I do worry about government involvement in gaming, especially as a person.
That part.
You know what I mean? We OGs, Fonz, and like I just remember the days when,
oh my God.
Yo, bro, yo, we got
rolling over all the games.
Yeah, yo, no Mortal Kombat, yo, GTA's evil. Like
the green blood in Mortal Kombat on Nintendo.
The thing is, though, is I used to feel that way, but now I'm to the point where I'm at the point where it's like there needs to be government reach.
I know you've been kind of trending that way.
I don't think that this industry is going to self-regulate. In my personal opinion, unless someone drops the hammer, they're going to keep inching their way into whatever victory they go.
Yeah, but it could go
left too. Yeah, it can
go too
far.
But
it's been going left, and nothing's fixing.
No, I agree with you on that part. That maybe something needs to happen. But then I just look at. I remember with the whole the FTC and the complete uneducated takes on how gaming, and they were considering Sony bro, the Xbox had to bring consoles, remember, Hargeet, to the trial to explain to them how the market is like they have no concept proof of
and that's fair, but that's why what Addict said is correct. You have to go to Congress. Why? Because Congress has hearings that are open to allow people to tell them what's going on. There's more research done. It's not just one judge. It's not just Lena Khan, right? It's an open thing. And this happened before, to your point. It created the self-regulated system of ESRB and equivalent boards around the world that said, okay, fine, you can self-regulate, but it took the concerns and brought them forward
to the table,
right?
Is what you're saying,
open format, and said, okay, well, how do we handle this, right? And it's a fair thing. You want, like, if parents are going to buy content, they need to understand what that content is before they give it to their children. That's a fair thing, right?
It's gotten to the point where subscription services, like I said, like, I don't like government reach, but if I feel like an industry is never, and I don't mean like the foreseeable future, I am convinced this industry will never regulate itself. And until there's some form of hammer that's come down in some way direction, they're going to continue to do this until they have eventually crashed the whole market.
Or threat of force, right? And I think this is bigger than just games, because digital rights is more than just gaming, right? Digital rights includes a whole bunch of other areas. Now, we were going down the NFT world as well, right? And what would regulate that, right? So we need to get to a point where the idea of property ownership, which is it's central to our entire economic system, what does that mean in a digital world, right? And if there's more and more digital, what does private property mean in that world?
Right.
Somebody needs to define that. And unfortunately, I don't see a better answer than the government to say, no, a digital thing is still private property, and then all private property rights apply to it, right? If that does not happen, then you are screwed, right? So that unfortunately that hammer needs to come from government. I can't see another one.
You're essentially asking like us, and I'm not saying you, Cog, but it's like it's us expecting to like take up arms against a company for our digital rights when there's no language on anything about our digital rights. Like,
yeah, there's other industries to mock. Again, my only concerns is just that the how could I say it respectfully? I was appalled by the lack of knowledge in that, in that space. But to your point, Hargeet, maybe that's what the open, forums are for and stuff like that. Oh yeah, shout out to BG. Hold on, he got a boogie, man. BG, appreciate you, brother. Oh, before you get out, yeah, man, I appreciate you.
Come on, man.
Yeah, man, it's been a minute, brother, and I appreciate what you're doing, man. Enjoy yourself, do your thing, enjoy your 4th, and again, shout out to Weapon Will and all that, man. And definitely miss having you all, man. It's been a minute.
All right, man. Later.
All right, brother.
And a lot of that's us too. We electing these 80-year-old men that don't even know what technology is. Like, it's a whole structure of it, man. It's levels to this. Shout out to Doctor.
Shout out to the homie.
I think they're just in there way too long. That's the
they
need term limits. Age term limits.
A lot of stuff going on here. Shout out to Akizi Boo Boo. You know what I mean? £2 super chat. Happy Independence Day, Lords. Thanks for everything. Much love, man. Hope everything's doing okay with the fam. Shout out to Glinser, $5 super chat. Remember how fast Expedition 33 and Resident Evil Requiem physical sold out? I'd like to hear more from other publishers about Sony's iron-fisted approach. Yeah, I agree. I would love to hear from the publisher community.
Zocker was stuff. Zocker was telling me yesterday that Ragnarok actually sold more physically than it did digitally on the PlayStation 5.
People have hinted that the Insomniac leaks intimated a different split with physical, as far as like physical being so much more.
It was a higher physical percentage than people think.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing too.
Publishers have come out and studios have come out and said, I'm pretty sure I saw some stuff that, like, and again, I'm not on social media. I'm seeing video stuff.
So you say you got a burner account.
I say Hargeet got a burner account.
And
that's why
what
stuff.
BG said totally resonates with me. I'm not there. Because this is exactly it. You would put out an opinion and somebody would say,
there ain't zero heart. I don't care how many times Hargeet be telling me. He I wouldn't surprise me. Hargeet sitting there with the biggest smile.
With the burner.
About something, he like, I know, but I'm not acting
Hargeet
like I do.
Doesn't even go to the comment sections in videos.
Facts.
Once he's done, he's
done. He's out. He's like, in and out. Look, you living a good life,
look
man.
Look at the comment sections, one thing, but Hargeet be too up to date. To not know, Hargeet be knowing.
Hargeet has Hargeet stays up to date. People hit him up. I hit him up sometimes. Hey, this is going on. Whatever, like he stays up.
There ain't nothing you can do to make me think this man don't have a burner account.
I believe it because this man is so cheerful all the time. I know he doesn't have any burner account.
Yeah, you point there, but he's
still
happy.
He living a good life. Yeah, he's too happy because if he was on social media,
streets, bro.
Yeah, facts.
He's definitely too happy.
Yeah,
but he still got a burner account.
He would be getting attacked by random avatar.
He is the random avatar.
Hilarious.
Water Egg 32 over here.
Water Egg, yo, you stupid. Chocolate my goose. Salute, homie. Remember, for 31 months. That's love. 80% of purchases are digital, but the 20% is coming from the hardcore gamers. Lose them, and PlayStation will be in a very different spot 5 years from now. There's a point to be made as far as the people who get
and for all we know, this physical thing, like in the grand scheme of things, because in my opinion, people are just going to get in line, but it might not happen. That this might be one of the things that, especially if Xbox comes out there and they decide they're going to be a physical. This might be like not just a rake step. They might have just accidentally walked off a cliff. Like it might be the beginning to it.
Yeah, we gotta see. There's a lot of repercussions behind it. Shout out to random commentator. What happened?
Somebody said Hargeet is secretly Japan hates Xbox.
Hey, he just got banned.
Oh gosh,
that's his alter ego. Oh man, let me find out Hargeet.
Hargeet's really that James dude that be clipping everyone.
Oh man,
James Act. Yeah,
messy
that dude.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Shout out to random commentator. $2 super chat. Xbox gave us everything, but this Xbox fault BS. No doubt.
Hargeet's not Red Dragon. I've actually talked to Red Dragon.
Hilarious. Pixel Bit, shout out to Homie again. Tell us some chat. GTA is the $100 game if you want the actual game.
That's how I feel.
It's kind of bars right there. I agree with Pixel Bit on that one. Then we got G Mania. I'm racist. I hate digital Yo, you stupid. I know what that reference is from. You're hilarious. Shout out to New Zombie, $2 super chat. I support Chuds and Wokies games if they good. 100% BG. Yo, you're ridiculous. Shout out to Don Taku. $2 super chat. Some is better than none. I'm assuming he's referencing Nintendo in some capacity. I'm not sure. Dave Reezy, $2 super chat. PlayStation, hashtag PlayStation is dead. Them Negans are done, son. Yo, you wildin'. Moonlight Ace with the $5 super chat. People brought digital movies that they own and Sony got rid of them. Just imagine if they do that to games. That is the fear, sir. That is the fear. Shout out to
It's 100%. They 100% realistic. Then something that could happen.
Shout out to
but I'm too far gone.
I'm Velzy, member for 6 months. Hashtag cancel PS Plus is trending on X Addict. I think this isn't something people will forget with Sony. It's on the comments of all their other movies, etc.
And that's fine, but you know what else was trending? Destiny 3, we ain't getting that, so move on.
What do they have to play online over there anyway?
The Destiny 3
PS Plus?
The Destiny 3 fiasco was so bad the Destiny 3 fiasco.
Oh, Hargeet got him.
The Destiny 3 fiasco was so bad, and we talked it was so bad. It was trending so much. They remember they did that PlayStation showcase thing that was.
They took over the whole chat.
The whole chat was give me Destiny 3.
Yeah,
and I have been told 100% for a fact that sucker's dead.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
PlayStation don't care about the ecosystem and what people are saying. They only care about one, where they sell their products and the government will let them, and two, will people buy them? And those are the two things. Only one, you guys can only control one of those things. Well, I guess you can influence the other one. And I don't believe you on the second one.
We need you to lead the front line, man. You're doing a lot.
You need to get to
you need to get
front
of that. That's
train,
what you need to do today.
No, but see, here's the thing.
You need to be the inspiration for the people.
You need to be the conductor.
If it's something I'm passionate,
you need to stop worrying about the numbers and the metrics
if it's something I'm passionate about, I have to pick up the arms and I have to fight.
Yes, first.
And I have no problem doing that when I'm passionate about it.
Okay.
Because I've died on multiple hills.
Okay, I need you first. I don't need you waiting for the GoFundMe numbers to come in, and I don't need you to be waiting for the metrics, the dead jump on.
I'm not passionate enough. You got to hit my Kickstarter number.
Oh my God!
And then I'll jump on.
I'm done with you. I'm done with you.
I'm not going to just. I'm not just going.
So you don't want people asking. You got to stand on it, believe it. You can't worry about the public perception.
You was not a fan of Silver Surfer. Did you go watch that movie?
I was told something else.
No. Yes or no? Did you watch that movie?
No, I watched the movie. I got no shame in saying I watched the movie. That's my favorite character.
You love Silver Surfer.
I do love Silver Surfer. I was disgusted with the choice they made, right? But what I was told, right, I've waited my entire life for a movie Silver Surfer, right? I got the Fox one, and even though he looked decent as far as the special effects, they were part of the MCU, and we all know the MCU was the big leagues at the time. It was still Fox holding on to the license, blah 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 blah. He finally gets into the MCU. I'm like, yes, here we go. They decide not to use him. Yep. I'm heartbroken, right? So I was told, Carl, calm down. This is just like a timeline. Your man is coming, kind of thing. All right, cool. So I'll watch. And at the end of the movie, without spoiling for those who have not seen, this don't seem like it's going away. So that's where I'm disgusted, because it's like, bro, I've waited. This is my favorite character in all of them. My dad bought me these comic books. All the kids had Spider-Man, Wolverine. My dad buys me this cosmic deity book. I'm like, what is this Silver Surfer stuff? And I'll be honest, like, it was a very difficult read as a kid, but I fell in love with it. So I've waited my entire life.
I showed it to you before. My brother used to collect, and back in the day, he gave me a bunch of comics. And I have the very first Silver Surfer comic.
That's my point.
The very first.
Yeah.
Even if it's something that you generally love, it's still a point where it's those little narrow. They're not easy to navigate. In any way, shape, or form.
Of course.
And that's why I'm saying, like, look, you guys, look, I will support you on the physical media thing verbally all you want. But if you want my physical actions, we got this Kickstarter tier list that you got to meet.
No,
because when I needed the army of Xbox,
they weren't there for you. They were there for you.
You guys let me die.
Oh, this is busted heart retaliation.
So hold on a second.
And
I
took that because
Go ahead, Hargeet.
at the right tier level.
Yeah, they got to hit a certain tier level. Yeah, that's what it is. They got to hit a certain Patreon level for their in.
But here's the thing.
Addict's got his own level.
Yes.
He got his own level.
You got to hit Addict tier.
No, but see, I at that particular thing, I was passionate. It was at the bottom tier. I was I was the first person on the train. But the thing is I didn't bully people to join my train. Okay. If I didn't hit your tier list, I didn't ask you to join my train.
Fair enough. Look, that's where you at. I just wanted to understand.
I was willing to die on that hill with an army of one.
Yeah, listen, you died. To your credit, the whole busted heart thing started. And you died on that hill. You fought them off.
Technically, die. I ended up being right.
You ended up being right. You survived the wrath of all the Xbox community.
I was in the hospital for 2 months.
Right. You were beat up. You were badgered. You were attacked.
They had to take the arrows out.
Yup. Attack, name called, a man with
and then
one of the most beautiful things, if you standing out on that island by yourself, is when it all came back to fruition and it ended up the community had to apologize to you and say, you know what, Addict, you was right. You know what I'm saying? We actually value exclusives and competition. and see, that's what I'm saying. So that's one of the benefits. You suffered, but then you got the victory. You know what I'm saying?
And that's when I hit their tier list. They got on the train with me.
You funny. Anyway, let's get the Russell Super Chat. Lieutenant Hulk, he said, member for 17 months, salute, brother. To solve digital ownership, gaming companies should look into blockchain tech like Bitcoin. Do y'all agree? Yes, no, maybe so. All right, we're moving on with the blockchain. Nobody want to talk about that. 1 pump, man. $5 Super Chat.
I don't know much about blockchains, man.
Yeah, I mean, what you call it? Hargeet ain't even touching it. He's like, I'm good.
Yeah, I mean, blockchain, I don't think that basically is NFT, right? And that was the whole idea of NFT. So I don't know if we want to go down that path or not. Okay. I think there just needs to be, in general, just if you bought something, you bought something. That's it.
Yeah.
You own it.
All he's saying is he wants the governments to come together and put bylaws and determine what is digital rights and what is not digital rights. Because we never really had that conversation. So I will agree we need that conversation now. Like,
all right, fair enough. And the last one, 1 pump, man, $5 Super Chat. Oh, and where with the leaks and rumors on PlayStation killing discs? All of a sudden, no one leaking? All of a sudden, the canary is sleeping? Yeah, I see what you're doing. Bro. Look, man, it is what it is. Astropath, salute. Shout out to my man DJ Oz in chat. I'll just get a couple balls on you.
Lots of fake insiders out there.
Yeah, a lot of insiders getting exposed, man. Look, man, this is crazy. Just, obviously getting this news, and this wasn't on my bingo card. This wasn't on my bingo card for Sony to be first. I'll be honest. We all assume Xbox to be the first, the kind of the leaders, the surveyors of the digital movement.
Part of me feels like they should have just waited. I think the reason they didn't wait is because they're already switching these facilities, so it's going to get leaked regardless. So they want to be the one to announce it. But it's like you could have waited, because it probably would have been long that Xbox would have just come out.
It is surprising.
Xbox is going to come out with a Helix without the disc drive, and you're going to know then,
right?
Like, and that's the thing. Like, they could have been quiet. PlayStation could have just said nothing and let Xbox step on that rake, and they didn't. So now we point at PlayStation, and go, nope, you started it.
That's what's so interesting about this. It's a complete role reversal from history, because remember, we were there, Fonz, back when the PS4, the Xbox One. I remember the launch day like it was like the announcement day like it was yesterday. Generally, E3s at that time, because of the time zones, I believe Xbox would go first with their showcase as far as talking about, the Xbox One and what was they about to announce. And then the Sony press conference was always after. So if we remember, when they set it off with the digital games, the DRM and all that,
even pricing and everything way back in the day, they would just come out with undercut Xbox or whoever they were.
Yes. And if you remember that fateful day with the Xbox One, as far as the digital DRM, PlayStation delayed their press conference, and they had internal discussions to say, hey, what can we do to remove DRM? Can we do that? Can we then offer it for cheaper once Xbox revealed their hand? So it is interesting, and the irony of them now being the leaders of that movement to preserve physical, now setting it off and not waiting for Xbox to do this is very interesting. The irony is crazy, especially we all remember this is how you trade games, House and Shuhei. And let's be real, like the Xbox One and the brand really never recovered from that. Yeah, that singular moment.
Never recovered.
They
from that.
never recovered. They were known as the spy box. Connectors, a camera. They're coming after you, and they were the more expensive system. And a lot of people didn't want correct. So a lot of people felt from a security standpoint. Plus, the messaging was muddled. Here's the other thing that no one's talking about is that with this announcement, they're not providing any answers. Okay, what happens to people with PS5 discs? You know, what are the, like, usually there's like a Q&A, FAQ, which is like, okay, as a result of this is what's going to happen. We have these considerations. It's like, hey, we just dropped this and we walked away.
I think it just goes away.
Yes.
On that date, January 1st, 2028, there will be no discs going forward. And like, if you have your PlayStation 5 discs, I mean, you still have those. You can play them on that PlayStation 5 with your disc drive, but you're not getting a disc drive in the PlayStation 6.
It definitely seems like it seems like it's not happening, right? And look, as for the record, just like I'm giving BG a hard time when he was here, stuff like that. Like, I don't want to be a hypocrite. Like, I am also Team Digital, but I get it. Option are always a good thing. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, why isolate this way? And why now? I guess that's good. The question is like, why now? And that's the only thing I could come up with. It's like, if you're doing this now, I have to rationalize, internalize it, that you are looking at, I don't say your console mortality, but you are looking at the finances and you're saying, okay, based on this RAM-pocalypse we're in, right? And we know these consoles are going to be exorbitant, and they've been on record. We are not trying to absorb a lot of this cost. We're going to put this on you, right? So once you start putting that narrative out, then we've got obviously the $80 games. We got that stuff, you know, some going on, stuff like that. To me, this seems like, not that the console market is dead, but we have to over monetize who is actually still there. And I think this is one of those things where it's like, okay, we got to get the maximum amount of revenue based on us controlling everything. That there's not going to be a middleman. There's not going to be anyone, you know, taking away a sale from us. And even though it is slimy and corporate, I'm just trying to understand the mentality of why you're doing this now, because you technically,
well,
okay,
I'll tell you why they came out and said this now.
Talk to me.
They're doing this right before Xbox is about to step on a massive rake.
For sure. That's part of it. That's for sure. Yeah.
And they also know that Xbox is not going to have a disc drive as well.
Facts.
Helix.
Absolutely.
So they know that this is all coming. And they know that the media, because I've come to this conclusion finally, I've opened my eyes to it.
Tax?
The Xbox tax is real.
Oh, Fonz admits it. Bro, this is groundbreaking.
No. I know. I've admitted this. I used to look at it and go, nah, it can't be. But after the whole exclusive thing and how they twisted the exclusives into being something really negative, I'm like, this is what you wanted. You wanted competition, and now you're saying you don't? Like, what are we doing here? And then you're a hypocrite because you come back
100%.
with your Sony headphones and you're like, well, I don't want...
Right.
Well, they're not competition. That's the problem. Well, they're trying to be. Let them cook. So at the end of the day, like, I see this situation, I'm like, all the media is going to go after Xbox come Monday. They're not going to let up.
Seeing the same energy.
The freaking
same energy not going to be applied.
Helix without a disc drive. Oh, it's not going to be like, oh well, you know most people are digital anyway.
Like we're getting now.
That's what we're getting now with PlayStation.
You know, what'd be crazy if Xbox doesn't go the every like full physical direction. But they're like, but we can do a make to order if you want a physical thing in your drive, where it's like you have to order it. You'll be charged at a premium, but they'll give you the option to have that. And I could just see it. I can see it now. There will be less articles in the industry, less people talking about PlayStation abandoning it than there will be Xbox maintaining it.
Listen, y'all talking a controversial, spicy subject.
No, at this point, because I used to think there was an Xbox tax, but people thought it was like an Illuminati, like there's people around like a Death Note kind of scenario. They're all around this table and they're just discussing on how to mess with the Xbox this week. I still don't think it's to that degree, but I will say.
What are you talking about? We just found out one of the biggest reporters out there is being funded by Sony.
No, hold on. Okay.
Let
me finish. Calm down.
I know about this, but we go more. I know about this.
No,
that's
Chris
news to
definitely paid for it.
Oh, damn. Wait, something came out? I didn't know about this.
Dude, you didn't know?
No, I didn't know about
His website was sponsored by PlayStation or Sony or
Chris
something.
String.
I didn't know about this. Okay. Y'all got to send me the information. I didn't know about this, but continue.
Yeah, so
This came out months ago, though. But anyway, whatever.
This is news to me. I have no knowledge of any of this. Continue.
See, but the problem is like it's the same concept of like the IGN. IGN will talk high about a game, but they'll be marketing in the background. So it's like at the same time, like we don't know, like if like because IGN they don't know when they write. Look, I be talking down on IGN always, but when it comes to that particular situation, they don't know what's going to be marketed behind them when they're doing the actual articles. That is put on the back end from a completely different other department. It's just like, look, like at the end of the day, like we got to be real. There is an Xbox tax. Like there's no way around that. And I hate that. Like the Xbox tax is just people. It's the same thing I thought 6 months ago. I thought there's an Xbox tax, but it's not to the degree that everyone is claiming. Now, there's an Xbox tax the exact way I perceive it, but it is to the degree that everyone claims. Because here's I don't think it's everyone's against Xbox. No one just cares about Xbox. They find it this annoying. Just
want them to go away.
Buzzword. It's like a fly that they just swipe it at that won't leave. And they got to the point where they're okay with the fly in the room. It's just like, don't bother me. And then when they got their games, they're like, now I want them gone so their games come to my platform where I like to play games. And
it's my preferred platform.
You know, there's another part to that though, especially when it comes to gaming media. It's not just the Xbox tax. It's also the fact that they can't be too negative on Sony or Sony. They don't have a blacklist per se, but they will remove
for fear of retaliation.
They remove and
this damn, Hargeet, putting the business out.
I've seen big content creators talk about this. They've been blacklisted from getting content.
We doing this.
They've been very negative on PlayStation.
No, it happens. I see someone on TikTok get blacklisted for PlayStation just because they disagreed on how a content, like they were told there would be exclusive content. The content creator agreed to go because of that. And keep in mind, I might be busy, but some of these content creators that have like 3 or 4 channels, they're busy.
Are you?
And they were tricked. Now, let me finish before you say I'm applying anything. They tricked this content creator to go to this event. And there was nothing there for them. And all they did was send a follow-up email. It's like, look, I appreciate the invite, but next time be a little bit more upfront on what these events actually entail because I lost out on a lot of money that I thought I would be getting exclusive coverage to cover. And that's the last time he heard from PlayStation's PR.
So are you implying that Sony leverages their market position with content creators to make sure that
it's not
there's some people out there who've gone viral screaming about Xbox obscenities and mad about what Xbox is doing. And then when this happened with the physical games, the same person was just like, well, you know, a lot of people
are talking about
digital these days.
Oh my God.
So you know how it is, you know. Like
so you apply the same energy is not kept.
The energy is just not the same with PlayStation criticism. This is not just about Greg, though. The energy is never the same when it's PlayStation. Never. You will never see that.
So what about? Let me play devil's advocate. What about the people who say Xbox did this to themselves with their poor decision making and bad games? This is Xbox's fault. What do y'all say to that?
Oh, I thought you were talking about PlayStation.
No. I agree with some of that, but here's the thing: like, I'm going to have the same energy for both companies.
Okay.
Like, see, that's the thing. As a content creator, I will have the same energy for everybody. Everybody can get the smack. I don't care. Like, I'm not going to sit there and just favor one over the other and say, oh no, they're okay doing this. Oh, they did it too. Oh, F them. Oh my God, I can't believe that company.
See,
And that's kind of the stuff we see with these journalists.
I do think that this industry has a bad issue with toxic positivity, wanting to work with creators that they feel is going to give the type of energy that they want. But I also do feel that companies, especially Xbox, if a creator is being disingenuous to 100 degree, you should cut them off. Because there's a difference between making content that's being that's criticizing fairly and just making content you know is going to get clicks, you know is going to get income. One's being genuine, one of them is only looking out for the creator and does not care about the work of the actual person. And to me, Xbox allows that to run wild and let people that will use their name to clickbait, doesn't matter if it's fair or not, those people are the ones that needs to be cut off. Because though I don't care if you got 1 million subs, if I know giving you a game and you're not going to be fair to that game, because if you see a small little hole that you can use to loophole to make more money, and it doesn't matter if you're stretching like a small thing and you're stretching it because you want the title to be way more clickbaity, you should not be worked with if you're being disingenuous just to get more clicks.
Right, if you're being aggressive. No, I get that. I mean, but the problem for being the third place or the challenger brand is that you're kind of at the mercy sometimes of just needing the exposure or working with people that you may not necessarily like for the hope of the exposure of getting the game. And that's the sad reality of the business. But I understand your point. It's not that what you're saying is incorrect, especially if people are being disingenuous or they're using it for grifting purposes. And you know what I mean? We could tell it's not sincere. It just sucks because you can see that. But you guys are bringing up some good points in reference to things that we know about content creators who, you know, off the record has told me, hey, you know, I've been told specifically I cannot work with Xbox or do this or whatever as a result of now having this relationship with PlayStation. These things do exist. And, you know, it is something that, you know, people from a media standpoint, I will say this, you know, when you look at a lot of these huge media publications, I've had this conversation with Kyle. This is kind of public record, so I can actually talk about it. Where it's like he even admitted, like he was like, you know, during the 360 era, everyone at IGN had 360s, and like he was the only one that had, you know, PlayStation 3 at that time. So what happens is the market leader sometimes is skewed in the areas where the journalism takes place, and then also, you know, like the opposite happened with, you know, PS4 and all this other stuff. You know, when everyone has the market leader, and sometimes you don't have a fairer representation, you know, for the other platform, and then sometimes that's when that bleeds in, and it's unfortunate, you know what I'm saying? And I will say that, yeah, there are some times where I see specifically where it's just like this same information can happen to two different platforms, and the reaction is not always equal. It's not the same. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And that part is crazy.
I think that's different too. Like I'm talking about people that will take information, twist it because they know it's going to be more clickable. Right. Sometimes it's just people care. People care more about a one brand than another. Yeah, facts. Like if you love Xbox more, you're going to be more critical. Well, I am. Right. You're going to be more critical of them because you want them to do better. Right. And some people just don't care about PlayStation or Xbox. So I would assume their coverage will be different depending on what brand that they're covering. But that's where the Xbox tax comes from. It's not a hatred of Xbox. It's a not caring of Xbox. Right. There's no
investment in the platform. Passion. Yeah, they don't since there's no dog in the fight, they really don't care if the platform lives or dies. I mean, you had that discussion before because it's like I devalue that opinion. Because if you have no dog in the fight and then you're talking to someone who has years and years of investment in something, I don't value that opinion. I value the opinion of someone who's actually playing on the platform, knows what's going on, and then can speak from their position. So yeah, I agree with that. That for sure definitely be happening. But back to what I was saying,
and I'll stop
on my bars.
Get on to me for interrupting.
Yeah,
but to be fair, all three of us are interrupting.
That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's all good. No, it was good discussion. It was good discussion. This was fun. I don't get mad at that stuff too much. So my thing is this. You know, we were talking. Fonzie, you had jumped in when we were talking about like why they do it now. I think the other elephant in the room is, it's just my theory. To me, it does feel like now that we know that, you know, they have the marketing rights for GTA 6, it does feel like a coordinated thing. Hey, you go first. We're going to do this. This is the biggest game in gaming, and you're all digital only in a box with that thing. So there's a part where it's like, you kind of set them up, you set up the baseline, kind of ease them like, hey, this is what's happening there. And then here we go. So there's a lot of pressure now, to Addict's point, of like, oh, you really not going to get GTA 6 though? You see what I'm saying? Like there's a lot, and that's a strong arm tactic. You know what I'm saying? And that's the part that people kind of feel have issues. My issue is actually different. My major issue is doing this announcement on physical games the same day you're closing storefronts. I don't like that. I don't like you just woke up and say now PS3 and Vita the same day. Like that's diabolical to me. Like you can't in the same post be like, we value the legacy of PlayStation 3. We know this is an iconic thing, and you choose not to bring this back. Like that's wild to me. And also on the day you announce that you're no longer doing physical, so you're just showing in one fell swoop, I can take everything away from you. In one swoop. That's scary. That's the part that's understated, because I know people are all about PS5 and all that. They're just letting you know how much control they have, and that's the fear. You own nothing. They get 100% of the profit, control an entire storefront. Like that's. And I'm Team Digital. I'm like, yo, I don't know about that. You know what I'm saying? And now I'm gonna get a little spicy. This is one of the reasons why I don't really trust that ecosystem. I've never trusted their ecosystem from the jump. Since the PS3 days with multiple security breaches, since the Vita, since that. And then my issue with them is the unwillingness to solve anything core infrastructure issues. You know what I'm saying? They don't address them. I remember how long it took for you to change your name on PlayStation. Remember that? Oh. Remember how long? Because it was like a back end issue, bro. I was I think I was Cognito 360 for like the you know what I'm saying? That was my tag before I could. I was like, I want to be Lord Cognito. Can I be Lord Cognito? Like, no, I had to be this for mad time. It was still, it doesn't work here, it works there. Look, all I'm gonna say is this: on one side, I am proud of PlayStation Nation finally standing up and saying enough is enough. Right? Finally. Because a part of me agrees with Addict on this part. I get tired of every anti-consumer practice they've done over the last 2 years, and everyone's got an excuse for the company for doing it. Everybody, oh no, well, you know, they remake the game multiple times. Oh, we're gonna nickel and dime you for upgrades and features. Remember the upgrade packs and all this other stuff. Everyone always has an excuse, right? And my thing is, you are spending money and invested millions on that platform. Like, this is why you never want to empower companies to say, don't talk to me. That was what I used to get upset when people would get mad at the Xbox community. They're like, oh, you shouldn't be talking. You know, they shouldn't be talking. No, you want the company to talk. Because guess what? Don't y'all want them to talk to you now? Don't y'all want Sony to say something now where they've completely ripped everything away from you? All that, companies should shut up and do this. Where y'all at now? Now all of a sudden everybody want to talk. Everybody wants to hear from them. You enabled it. You enabled that behavior. That's my issue. So don't get mad at other communities when their executives are talking and people are voicing their displeasure or voicing their thing. At least there's the relationship to try to respect it. That's why I never got off.
Time to get parasocial.
Oh, I'm gonna talk my talk. It's time to get parasocial now. Now I bet you want to be parasocial. It's time to get parasocial now. I bet you wish they talked to you now that they ripping your light up away.
We've always said there's positive and negative traits of being parasocial, but listing them all together is something we can't be
There's
doing.
a difference between, okay, I need to hear every single aspect of your strategy every single month. That's a difference. That's fair. But there's also one thing where some people do anti-consumer things and they go dark for 4 days or 3 days, and no one said you can't get a peep out of anyone from, so you can't get anything. So it's like, it's funny to me now, everyone's rise against the machine. Now, I think it's hilarious because you've set up these conditions. And also, this is the thing I don't like is that, look, we all love great games, But I used to get tired of the excuses. It's like, well, they make great games, so it's okay for them to grease me from time to time. And so, like, great games was the ultimate deodorant for any bad practice. Like, I'm not with that. I'm just not. So,
do you remember when they used to say on Twitter that I'd gladly pay $120 for a game from Sony?
Bro,
remember that?
I remember.
That was the actual thing that was being pushed around.
Bro, people, they use great games to empower their audience. And like I said, it was the ultimate deodorant for foul business practices and all other type of stuff. And the difference with this now, which I'm finally seeing, is not only are the gamers upset, you're seeing pop culture, politics, other companies jumping in and saying, you're seeing other companies just dragging Sony for no reason. Like, they be like, yo, by the way, we at DoorDash are going physical. Like you're seeing
Domino's Pizza.
Bro,
our pizzas are all digital now.
It is so. There's a part of it that is beautiful. I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, it's about time. It's about time y'all got some balls and said something to these guys whenever they do something you don't like. That's all it is. Because you can say whatever you want about the Xbox community. When they don't like something, oh, you go hear about it. You know what I'm saying? You go. I remember the Games for Gold got reversed. I remember, bro, I was on the front line like, how dare you get rid of FanFest?
We were all on that train.
Shout out to Hargeet. Shout out to Ben Kenobi. Shout out to everybody who understood the importance of what FanFest meant to the community. And then I felt like, oh, as soon as you went mobile and cloud, oh, now you Hollywood, you chasing trends. You doing FanFest not in the States anymore. You're doing, remember they were like, oh, it's dead for you, but we're chasing. I was like, oh, hell no, Xbox. How dare you? How dare you? And we had to go on the front lines and shout out to the community. They rose up and they was like, nope, we could tell. And guess what happened? Guess what happened after that magical thing, Hargeet, and everything, all the guys that participated, our share Xbox, they said, look, you know what? You guys are the core community. We are bringing that back. And everyone who did that on their own with the passion for the brand, we're like, it was a beautiful thing. This is where talking and hearing from your company, it works. That's what I'm saying. So it's just like, bro, like, that's the only thing. So last point I'll say is this, the question is, like, to Addict's point, will Sony cave, right? Or is it too late? Look, my fear is just like, bro, when as long as you speak your piece constructively and stuff like that, but when they're starting to talk about they've already kind of dismantled and repurposed a lot of the physical stuff, that don't look good. I hope there's a change. I hope that, this kind of brings them to kind of reevaluate. It is very interesting that account has gone, quiet. They still have a lot of questions they need to answer. Okay, what happens, offline mode? What happens to people who are like military and, don't have internet access? What about your PS5?
They got a console for them. Remember that?
They do the dumb metric, bro. That would be crazy. You know what I'm saying? But what happens now? PS6 goes digital. And you have PS5 games, like, is there going to be a digital program, similar to what Xbox is doing? These are all legitimate questions. I just was disheartened to see there was no, you make a big announcement like this, but you have no FAQ, no steps for questions that people have. That's the other thing, I'm saying, that is just really, disingenuous to me. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But yeah, this is a crazy time. I did not see this timeline. I did not see them going first. And
unfortunately, they don't care on that level, right?
Yeah,
I don't think they do. I mean, they stopped their PlayStation experience back in 2017. Remember, they had that for a few years.
Yeah.
And so they had their own fan fest, and they actually, were listening to their audience.
Bro, PlayStation experience. I remember. Shout out to Jay Barry. Shout out to Persona. They were there. That's when they used to talk to the fan base. Like, it was a thing. And again, we just got to be careful with empowering companies. Just shut up. I don't want my company saying anything. This is what happens. You allow people to get their hubris and stuff like that. We just got to be extremely careful. And then the last thing I'll just say is that, bro, this is a string of L's. You got that. You got the digital storefronts. You got the movie things taken away that Hargeet mentioned. Now, did you just see the Marvel Tokon news with they're blocking it again?
132
countries. Like, they're forcing the PlayStation Network thing again. Like, you did not learn from the Helldiver situation? What the hell are you doing? Like, this is massive L's back to back. Then the Bungie people, I know my Destiny community, they are not trying to hear this, the layoffs. And like, here's the thing. It's one thing to say, yo, Bungie, you are a lemon, we overpaid, you're not who you said you are. That's one thing. It's another thing to then destroy the company who has a ravenous fan base wanting to have a sequel, right? Then to say, oh, by the way, we still want to do live service games. We're not giving up on, like, you just gutted the company that instead of you making a new IP that no one really cares about, you have an incumbent IP and base thriving. And I know Destiny's expensive. I'm not trying to say it's not, but it's just wild to me. I thought them dismantling Bungie was an example of, like, you know what? We've learned our lesson during the Jim Ryan era with 10 live service games. We were too aggressive. It's just like now for Nishino and them to come out, it was just super hypocritical. It's like, what are we even doing?
That's another thing, not being parasocial.
Oh, yeah.
No one's able to ask them what they mean by
Can't get
service.
Can't even get an answer.
If we could ask them a couple questions like, what do you want to jump straight into it, or do you not want to jump straight into it? Like, what's the difference between there, now, and then? But guess what? I guess because they're not parasocial, we'll never find out.
I guess we'll never know.
Don't worry, Marathon's at 7,000 concurrent players right now.
And that's the horse they bet on. That's the one.
Who said that?
Fair games.
Who said that in hip hop? I don't know. I guess we'll never know.
I guess we'll never know. I mean, this is what it is.
It's sad that they deviated from the one franchise that, actually had a lot of people playing.
Facts.
For this.
Brother.
Destiny died for Marathon. Remember
for Marathon. That? Yeah, for sure. And they still want to do live service. So that's what it is. The last thing is we'll see if Xbox trumps them with a good rake of their own coming up. Maybe that's what they were hoping for, to drop it this week. And I don't know, man. We'll see.
I think. I think the thing that. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, you finish. Hargeet.
Yeah. I think it basically was. It's the news. We already know the news is coming. Next week about all the studio layoffs and closures or whatever, right? And they're like, "Yep, let's just put this out now."
We got to admit, Sony's good at that.
Totally overridden by Xbox. But look, the fix for this is if Xbox does the right thing, reads the room and says, "Yo, this is just not the direction." And so far, I gotta say, Asha has been reading the room and has responded usually the right way. But we will see. We will see what they do. This could be another rake step for them too, to do the same exact thing a couple of weeks from now, after the studio thing.
No, absolutely. It's a good.
Like, we're going digital too. But
absolutely.
The opposite could happen, and I would be so karmic if they had the exact opposite thing.
Oh man,
we had.
That would be wild.
And then turn it right around. It's like, oh well, we will continue with the physical. And they will be dropping yours. Oh, did you buy this drive for your PS5? Oh, we're sorry, that's defunct.
That's wild.
Not
that's
on
wild.
our box.
That's wild. Hold on. We got a homie that pulled up, man. I ain't seen this brother in a minute,
Blaze.
man. Blaze 4K. What's going on, Blaze? How we doing out here? Let me get a mic check.
Was someone talking about Xbox tax or what?
Yeah. Oh, you pulled up for that conversation?
No.
The Xbox tax is real, Blaze.
Oh, they talking that time. But look, Blaze, we got to get to it.
How you guys doing, man? I miss everybody, man.
Miss you too, brother.
Bro.
Miss you too, bro. Shout out to the homie, man. It's been a minute.
I hit you up in a DM, Blaze, weeks ago, and you responded.
Hollywood?
Bro, no, don't put that on me.
Hollywood Blaze?
I haven't responded.
Bro,
you just
Fonz,
Hollywooded me, bro.
Take my number down, bro. Just take it down.
Yeah. Definitely. You gotta send that to me.
Blaze.
How you guys feeling though? What's going on?
Gotta talk to you, man. We've been talking for a minute. The streets is crazy. Obviously, you PlayStation Nation, you hold it down. Like, how are we feeling? Like, what's the vibe now that the physical disc is ending, and then obviously the storefronts, PS3, Vita. What's your feel on it? You know what I'm saying? And like, what do you feel like the streets is going to say? Like, how do you feel about it?
I think anybody defending this is a complete fool. You cannot Blaze, you buy digital games on Steam all the time, but we're talking about console gaming, people. We're not talking about PC gaming. PC game. This is console. This is tradition. This is what you do. My kid has a library of PS4, PS5 games that. The uncertainty there, like, is he going to be able to utilize it? Is he going to have to pay $100 more for a disc drive? It's the end of an era. We're in sad times, honestly. Everything's through the roof. Tech prices are through the roof. It's sad.
Preach, bro. That's what I'm at. Like, yo, don't you feel like, I don't know how you feel about this, but it's like I feel like the old curmudgeon now, like our timeline, like they getting rid of the prices of the consoles are so crazy, the games cost so much. Like, who is this for? Like, we used to bring in the new jacks in, like, yo, this is how it is, this is gaming. Like, who is going to invest in this? You know what I'm saying? Long term. I don't know if you feel the same way
The
about
rich.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even if I'm able to buy a PS6, like I don't know if I want like so Sony, imagine they have the blueprint to this, right? Like Destiny terms, like they can produce Galahorns and they're choosing not to just because.
Yep.
You get what I'm saying? So
I
it's
get
just
you.
it's a head scratcher. It's like and I don't know, it's kind of a coincidence with the whole Grand Theft Auto, the key, it's the timing's way too weird.
Talk to him.
Um,
I feel the same way.
and you know what's coming with Xbox, the looming, they're
Yep.
gonna cut the legs, which is unfortunate thing. But I think Sony's smart. They're doing this on purpose now. So when you know what I mean, it's gonna be a scramble of news in a couple of weeks, and they're hoping all this gets brushed up, but it's not going nowhere. People are upset about this. I don't care what the stats say that it's 80 digital, 20 physical. I don't care. They're still producing 4K Blu-rays, and you're not gonna tell me that 4K Blu-rays sell more than video games. But they're still going to produce those. It's just a control. It's a power option. It's a control option. They want to control. They want to get rid of the middleman. They want to get rid of any type of resale value. And they want to control the narrative going forward. That's PlayStation. They got their feet up because Xbox is that little fly, like Addict saying, the little annoying fly that nobody wants. But the facts are Xbox being around is important. Cog, I said Xbox had the best show out of those 3 shows. Summer Game Fest, PlayStation. I said Xbox had the best show. And personally, those were the games that listen, Wolverine's fire, but the Xbox show was more my type. The Metros and Gears of War looks crazy.
Yeah, Gears look crazy. Gears look crazy.
So it's just I don't know. I hope Xbox, does what they got to do, but I really hope they stick around and fight a little bit and show some fight because Sony's got their feet up thinking they're untouchable, and you don't want that. Nobody should want that.
Do you look at this as PS3 energy, Sony? Do you think it is hubris, is arrogance? Like, we got you, you ain't going nowhere. Like,
get a second job.
Okay. And you said a point about the GTA thing, because I agree with you. Like, do you think, because I guess the question is like, yo, why do you have to do this now? It's not like the PS6 is about to drop right now. So do you feel like it's a coordinated thing with GTA on some level, or like, as far as that relationship to GTA having the digital only situation and them now having the marketing rights?
Grand Theft Auto is going to launch, right? And it's going to absolutely skew so GTA selling like hotcakes this year is they're going to look at the analytics like, see, digital games are, up but it's really, you get what I'm saying? Because the GTA coming out and it's only going to be a digital game. It's going to skew the numbers saying that digital games are through the roof and this was the right decision. Sony's got to take what out of their ass, bro. They really do, bro. Like, this is not good news. Like, I don't care. Oh, Blaze, you're all I've been digital for PS4, PS5 due to game share, not because of choice. I have a blockade of physical disc behind me. I mean, a blockade. Okay, so I love collecting games, games that mean shit to me, and my kids do too. And it's just, I think Sony needs to they need to be checked, and I don't know who's gonna check them. But I hope consumers stand up and vote with their wallets. I really do, but they're not going to.
Do you think there's any chance of a reversal of policy? Do you think, because remember, their social media account has gone dark since July 1st. I'm looking, there has not been a tweet. And then any other account that tries to come outside, people are on their head top. Like, bro, we gonna talk about these discs. What's up with the physical? Like, and we're seeing for the first time outside of gaming circles, pop culture, politics, people who normally don't talk about games are kind of for the first time, like, really on PlayStation about this. Do you think there's any chance they reverse any aspect of it?
Listen, they've already allocated their main factory that creates these discs. They've already started to move a different direction, right? They're making the other stuff. I don't think they're there's a lot of PlayStation guys, I watch their podcast and they think in 30 days this will be all You know what I mean? And I swear I hope they're right, but
Right.
they're not reversing anything. I don't think they are.
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
That's what I was saying. It's like, look, if I generally felt like this is reversible, you know, maybe my tier and my little thing would come down. It'd be easier to get me to get on the train, but it's just like I don't think this is reversible. Like it'd be different if they made statements, but they're not only making statements, they're restructuring their business that would normally do this for something else. Now, obviously, maybe they they buy more buildings and they could reopen it there, or may move the new business to that location. But as of right now, that costs a lot of money, and I don't think the overhead is going to justify keeping, you know, let's be honest, a minority of people that game happy, because it's a lot of people, but it's still not the vast majority. The vast majority of their money probably comes from Fortnite and all microtransactions. Probably has nothing to do with physical media and all in general. Like,
what, Blaze? What about the? I was going to ask one quick question about the. And get your feedback on the PS3 and the Vita.
Rocco, what was Hargeet going to say? Because
Oh, sorry, Hargeet. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm a for Hargeet. Go ahead.
Well, if you want to get the PS3, we'll go ahead and let Blaze do that.
No, get your thought. I don't want you to lose your thought.
No, Hargeet, go ahead, man.
So, hey, Blaze, how's it going, buddy?
What up, bro?
Yeah, so as far as like the digital to physical issue, right? So digital does give you some advantages as well. And one of the things we're hearing about the physical to digital potential in Xbox gives you the advantages of both. Do you think that that's a path that's better? And Addict, to your point of capacity to create these discs, yes, they had an internal service that allowed them to do it, and they also offered that service to other people, right? However, there are plenty of competitors out there that do this as well. And if Sony had to reverse course and go back to doing it, they could just get their competitors to make them for them. There might be a bump in cost, and maybe that's the solution to this, and say, okay, if you want it, there's a physical tax, and the physical tax is an extra $5, whatever it is. I don't care what it is, but that is an option. But one of the things, and I don't know if you've all heard about the potential path of disc to digital.
Disc to digital, yes.
That Xbox is working, where your physical copy still is a physical copy that can be leveraged anywhere you want, but it will give you the opportunity to say, I want to take this physical disc, this specific physical disc, and give me digital entitlement, as long as I don't put that physical disc somewhere else and give it to somebody else, right? So for that time, I have a digital entitlement. Now I get to play anywhere. I get the cloud access, all the benefits of digital, but also the benefits of physical. Because the second I take that disc and give it to somebody else, mine is gone. And they now get access, right? So do you think that is a path forward that should be employed by more platforms, or is this like just kind of a maybe it'll never happen and Sony is just done with it and we're all set?
It's a good question, man. I mean, Fonz, what you think? I mean,
do you think they're gonna? But see, I'm very pessimistic, and I look at stuff like that, and I think it's more along the lines of them. Yeah, they give you that dual entitlement. Basically, you can still use that disc on your older platforms, but going forward, say on the Helix, if there's no disc drive, you're not using it there. So, I mean, yeah, you've got that digital there for the Helix, and you can play your game still. But part of me believes that that's just a part of the push to an all digital future. They just want everybody to put all their games digitally and try to push forward that way. Because isn't it true that some of those games that you might have physically, especially with the Xbox side, and we're just concentrated on the Xbox side anyway, you can't really. They can't do backwards compat with some of them because of there's licensing
the 360 stuff
and things like that. So if they do it this way, you have the opportunity to getting your disc to digital, and then you can play it going forward on other devices.
No, because it's for 360, right? So what you're pointing out, correct. It's like the older 360 and Xbox original, they just didn't have the foresight for that licensing. With Xbox One, they started doing that, right? So now it's pretty much the entire library outside of where there are content licensing issues, right? So those ones have been pulled. They've been pulled, period, right? So those are still that way. For this disc to digital, it basically enables the feature that was going to be there with the Xbox One. They just didn't do it, right? So they're just enabling it. So this is only going to be available for Xbox One games onwards. It's not going to be available.
That's what I heard.
Xbox
OG. Xbox One.
Yeah.
because that feature of each disc is its license,
Right.
is a feature of the Xbox One onwards, right?
No, I got you.
So that's how
Hey,
that works.
Xbox is the only console that if you want to play original Xbox 360,
that's what I was
it's the
gonna
only
go.
console that you can still do it. And I own a bunch of 360 games, and I appreciate that. Sony never did. See, this would take in the man if PlayStation just came out and said, look, by the way, PS3 classic games, we're gonna, if you own, I wish there was a way to like validate your disc and you know what I mean, or I wish they would port over these Killzone games. I wish they would just drop Horizon. I wish they would bring back SOCOM. So Sony does a lot of bad shit. Like they're just
Language.
don't get me going, man. Sony really like people. Oh, we will love Horizon. Oh, okay, good shit, bro. Give me Killzone.
Language.
I was listening
gotta
to
answer
you
for the
talk,
language.
Blaze, on one of your podcasts, your last podcast you did the other night, and I heard you and Jack Move say it. And I watch your podcast all the time, by the way.
I appreciate. I see you in the chat, bro.
I like listening to it because you guys you keep it real with PlayStation. And one of the things that really resonated with me that I've been saying all generation, I get hate from PlayStation guys, is I say, I'm not really fond of this generation from PlayStation. Like a lot of the stuff they've done, the games and everything, I'm not like a fanatic over them like I used to be with the PlayStation 4 generation. Like the sequels and the remasters, like I haven't loved them as much as I've loved the original games, or it's just
100%.
they haven't hit me this gen.
Yeah, there's a lot of people feel the way. I mean, I feel like they've been coasted. Like you're the market leader.
It does feel like that.
Yeah, like they.
Yep.
It's like we're selling consoles, but I don't feel that PS4 energy where there was
Or even
always
the 3 where you had Insomniac. Sorry, what's that? The Infamous.
Yeah.
Infamous.
You had like the Uncharted, right? Last of Us. You had all these like new things come up.
Yeah.
And
No, you don't want Ghost of whatever for the third time. With
Yeah.
leaves blowing
Yeah.
again.
Like this generation for them to me felt like the remix generation. Yo, we just gonna remix these things. Even what Jim Ryan has said at one time, like we want to focus just on our blockbusters. Our blockbusters should be bigger.
Why do you think that is? It's the easy way out.
It's the easy way out. You know what I'm saying?
It's the
safe
easy
way
to
out
do
too.
that.
Yeah.
It's
Safe.
safe.
Yes,
It's safe, yeah.
exactly. It's safe.
Absolutely. And then it's just kind of over monetize the base. And that's why I used to get annoyed with like, yo, how many times you going to remaster this joint? Like it would get on my nerves. I was like, bro, like,
works.
like again, I'm not stopping the hustle, but it's just like, for me, it was creative bankruptcy. It's like, bro, I love you. I love PlayStation for those original. Like, I'm gonna be real. PS1 is really my favorite PlayStation, just because I loved Sony's aggressiveness in the space. I loved how they championed the disc era, which was kind of funny, right? You know what I'm saying? They are the ones that brought the disc to the game. Like, you know what I'm saying? They think about that. They literally got away from Nintendo to say, all right, y'all ain't gonna, partner up, or we ain't gonna go half on this brick. All right, cool. We gonna do this over here. And they ended up becoming a force of nature. And I just love the diversity of the games. That's what I like. Then it became, even though I'm the one that coined #JustOne, they kind of became the #JustOne guys. Like in PS5, where it's like all we're doing is, the third person over the shoulder, kind of thing. And then they went away from multiplayer. I know we had BG earlier. That's why I want to give him flowers with that, because he liked when, I'm from an era where there was the SOCONs, right, Blaze? There was the, Last of Us had the factions mode, and there were things that they were doing. It's just like they got
I
very
even played
safe.
Warhawk.
Yeah.
on
Oh, bro, I
Fire,
remember
fire.
that. Remember you had
Remember
the
Warhawk?
control with the, what is it, the
Yeah,
wave
yeah,
bird,
yeah,
whatever it
yeah.
was. Remember you used to control.
Yeah.
Like, bro, they were doing different things. I like that, Sony. And it
Cog,
just,
you know what's so funny about PlayStation fans? They'll sit here and tell me SOCOM would fail, right? Even though there's no third-person tactical shooters that exist, SOCOM will fail. Killzone, no one cares about Killzone. There's all the new guys the new kids don't care about Killzone. But it's just like, but you're giving chances to, Marathon and
bruh.
and Concord. Like, I don't understand. Like,
Bro.
I don't understand.
But
Like,
to say they have been doing games. They're just
Yes.
games that people don't
Don't want, yeah.
That's the
Hargeet,
problem.
doesn't it make sense that you have an existing franchise like SOCOM or Killzone who's sold millions and millions of copies? Not back then games sold 3-4 million. That was like
exactly.
That's
like
huge.
now it's different.
Yeah.
But like
Yeah.
now because that's what people are doing. They're looking back. Well, SOCOM 2 sold 3 million. What? It's like, yeah, back then that was a big deal. Like there was
That
so
was
many
a massive
options.
success. Yeah.
So it's just frustrating to see where people are at, and and Sony doubling down on this whole live service thing. Like,
Yeah, bro.
we fell on our face, but you know what? The problem with Sony is they're not trying to create anything unique or special.
Yes.
They're just throwing it until it sticks. Like, oh, we
Trend.
got one.
They're chasing
Yeah,
trends.
chasing trends,
That's
staying
it.
safe.
They're-
No, I agree. I agree.
Marathon was chasing that arc trend and it failed.
And the other thing I don't think they get called
Yep.
out enough is look, Herm. I just gotta say what I gotta say. He's formerly a gorilla. It's clearly in that building they want Horizon to win. Like they want Horizon. Lego, Hunter's Gathering.
Flop.
Like, bro, it's like how many times we gonna keep trying to
kidding,
force
right?
this? And it's
I
like
I liked Horizon Zero Dawn. I did not care for Forbidden West. I thought it was boring. I thought
See,
it was
I have the
boring.
opposite effect.
Oh,
I
you got
didn't
the other
beat
one?
Yeah, I was the opposite, Fonz. I'm
Okay.
like, but you know what though? I think Herman Holst, get back to making games. You're not good at what you're doing right now, brother. You're not. And I think Gorilla could go back. Could you imagine? Just hear me out. A linear Killzone game, linear with Decima engine, jam packed. Every level was jam packed with detail. You have like open spaces, but it's linear at the end of the day. It seems like you can go different places, but it all leads. Bro, just something different, man. Just
I agree.
Bring some excitement. Get a first person shooter in the door. You know what I mean?
And can you believe how good that would look? Like, I mean,
on that engine, hell yeah! Like I said, that's the only accusation I got of her. I'm like, bro, you are leveraging your love for Gorilla and that damn IP everywhere. If somebody put it in chat, I forgot. Yeah, even the VR set it off. We're calling them out. Remember, like every time they try to put this
name recognition isn't strong enough. Horizon's not strong enough to carry the Lego thing flop. The Hunter Gathering is dead. Trust me, that thing's dead. And the Horizon VR thing that was it was cool, but it was a tech demo. It was boring. Gameplay.
Didn't Herman Holst say that was their best franchise?
Yeah,
that was their biggest franchise
right now.
In terms of sales, sure.
Yeah, it's their biggest franchise.
Oh yeah, I see you in the background. Oh, not the background. Let me post.
This has the potential to overtake Horizon as PlayStation's most important franchise of all time.
Bro,
I'm like, that's some hubris. You're telling me that Horizon is the most important out of everything else PlayStation's done.
God of War
You're
is
telling
better
me
than
Horizon is the most important franchise of all time. Okay, sure, buddy.
Bro, like I said, it's like he's trying to force the action like he wanted to win. But I wanted to ask Blaze real quick because I forgot to ask him. This was about I know we talked about the physical stuff, but just like the storefronts though. Like, I remember, like, bro, I still got my joint, bro.
Fire.
You know what I'm saying? People think bro, I was outside. This is my low key. This is one of my favorite handhelds of all time.
Come on, baby.
Talk that talk. You know what I'm saying? So like you getting rid of legacy. Like you getting rid of like this is what made you. And like how do you feel like now you announced no physical. Oh, by the way, we're taking away storefront of classic PlayStation.
Right. At the same time, Cog. So you see what they did? They threw both of them at the same time. So one of them gets undercut, and they're like, But the Vita, I own almost every game for the Vita for North America. Almost every single game, physical, by the way. It's they bent the knee a couple years back and said, fine, we're not gonna. We'll keep the storefront. How much could it cost to keep the storefront open? Like really? Like come on. Like
what is that hurting? Yeah, I agree.
It's pennies to them. You know what I mean? So, Blaze, my PS3 still plugged in. The lights. I know people keep their PS3 on their gaming setups, but there's no light. My light's on. I can hit that and turn it on. So like I do think it's unfortunate, but they're not going to bend the knee twice. They already said no when they gave us a couple years. Unfortunately, 360 shut the stores down, and I think they're just following suit. It doesn't make sense. They're probably looking at the analytics and how many people are logging on and buying stuff from the store. And have you jumped on a PS3?
Nah, talk to me. What's going on,
brother? I don't know if you understand this, but we has to buy the game in that laggy storefront, which was horrible. Things don't even work. Some games show up, some games don't. And then when you do buy the game, you download it. Then you got to copy it. It's like it's
like rocket science just to do this stuff for the back end to access.
It's so slow. Oh my God, Cog, it is so slow. It's painful. But the PS3 UI was awesome, and the PS4 perfected it. The PS5 UI is a joke. Anybody liking that UI, you got issues. I'm telling you right now, that UI is a mess. PS4 was the perfect UI, and they ruined it. But yeah, it's a shame. Like I said, one of these one of these bulletin points are being swept under the rug.
Under the rug. That's what I feel. I feel they everyone's so caught with the physical. We just sleep like, bro, what's to say? Yo, all right, we discovered, PlayStation 1 generation, even though it's legacy, we're like, bro, like, what are we
and
doing?
Cog, you think about it, I know someone's like, oh, we didn't like the PS3 UI. The PS3 UI was special because it felt like a PC. You could inject movies and have,
that's right.
You know what I mean? They were previewing. It was like literally almost like a little mini PC you had. It was.
And I think the original
they'll
one
give you that freedom again.
Yeah, they let you have Linux on it, and they had back compat with remember the Foreman grill joint. Like there was a lot of
I have the Foreman grill.
Yeah, me too. That's the one I had. You know what I'm saying? Like
it's got the little memory card readers in the front.
Yeah,
oh, you got the good one, Fonz. You got the rare one.
Yeah, I never had
PS2 games.
I never had a PS Vita, but I got one of these.
Oh, I was a PSP too. I was there first too.
Respect,
facts.
Bro.
And this I never play it. Like I've never I rarely ever.
Oh, you had look at the
last
UMD.
game I played Madden 06.
Hold on, put that UMD back up. Put that UMD up. People, let them know what time it was. Let's go, Fonz. I love it. Let's go.
Yeah, that's
hell yeah. I had that.
Fonz don't play games.
I know you don't play games. You be fraud. Anyway, now Blaze, appreciate you. Any other final bars, man, before we move on from this? We had to get you in there just to get your vibe.
No. My final thing is, I know Addict don't want me to say this, but you know what? I'm not gonna say Addict. Forget it. I'm not gonna say Addict.
You better
hush, Addict. I'm not saying that.
Y'all leave it whatever this alone. Whatever y'all leave it alone. Y'all leave it alone. All right.
But thank you guys. Hey, thank you for the. You know what I mean? Hey, I would love to come on a full show one time.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
bro. No, absolutely.
You know what I mean? But
absolutely.
But yeah, I appreciate you guys, and I see you guys doing big things, moving around at these events. Hey, you guys are literally. You got a lot of content creators on your back. You're helping a lot of people. I see it, bro. I really, Iron Lord just doing Lord's work for real.
Appreciate you, brother. You always been a supporter from day one. Always like how you carry it. You know what I'm saying? And always standing true. You always been a real one, brother. And we always appreciate you. So yeah, we definitely got it. When the whole crew up, it ain't gonna be just when the Lords are down and they grab you up. We definitely want to bring you back your perspective. And you keep it real. You funny as hell, man. I love you, brother.
I appreciate you guys. Yo, Hargeet, Fonz, you have Discord?
Yeah.
I gotta find. Can you DM me or?
I got you on Twitter. DM me on Twitter.
Okay, all right.
And then
I don't use Twitter anymore, by the way. Yeah, but
also
I got you.
Yeah. Oh, that's why you haven't.
Yeah, he been in the cut. That's what it is.
Yeah, Twitter's I can't do it.
I don't even remember this game. I had it in Untold Legends.
Untold Legends, yo. That's
what is that?
I gotta find my job. I think for that one of the jobs I used to play on that was remember Metal Gear Acid? It was like a turbo.
Yep.
I had
That's a
all
PSP
that.
game.
Yeah, so I had that. Bro, I had bad.
Well, back in the day, ever since like Madden 95, I was a huge Madden fan forever until like 06, 07, and then I fell off.
Yeah, bro. I used to do all that stuff with them.
Because then it just became the same thing every year, just repackaged with new players.
Yeah, I had Tekken on that joint. I had the baseball. Bro, I was supporting. I love that joint. So salute, man. We're gonna get these super chats and move on. But I appreciate you, Blaze.
You already know, guys. Have a great day.
Have a good one too, bro. Appreciate you.
Peace out, guys.
No doubt.
Later, Blaze.
Let's get these super chats right quick. All right, let's see what we. Oh man, Forte, we miss mad people. This is up. All right, shout out to again. We did the one pump man on that. Oh, shout out to Forte. Get the $10 Germany in the chat. Sony is wrong for this, but these fake outrage gamers need to shut the hell up. They had years to speak on the depth of physical, but said nothing. At least they ain't charging $50 per Pokemon pack. Wow, Forte's outside.
Yeah, there's an inside joke between me and him with the Pokemon pack.
Okay, I see what's going on. Mac22, what up? $5 super chat. He said, "Why are you guys trying so hard to throw Xbox under the bus? This is on PlayStation only. Hashtag the tax is real." Oh my God.
Yeah, we've given a lot of smoke to PlayStation today.
Yeah, we gave some smoke today, man. I hope you were satisfied with the smoke. Hollywood Rules, the homie, $5 super chat. I went digital years ago for a long time now. Even my comics, shout out Comixology, just the convenience of it, but I get the discourse. Tax been real. Yeah. Facts.
Exactly.
Same thing. I get it. The convenience. Mr. Irishman, salute with the £5 super chat. PlayStation has also updated its terms of service to say it will deactivate inactive accounts. Yeah, I believe 3 years. I can't remember. Something to that point. Shout out to the homie Lucius Augustus. Remember for 58 months. Love, bro. Always good to see you.
Shout out to that
Shout out ILP. We love the logic bomb from Cog. Much love. The media doesn't understand the ramifications of their own campaigns. Yeah, that's why I always tell people, man, just be careful what you wish for, empowering in companies to not, interact with you or deal with you. Because sometimes things like this can happen. Shout out to Mikey B. $2 super chat. Turning Insomniac into a Marvel dev is a crime. Yeah, some people don't like that, man. They don't like them as in the salt mines of Marvel. Shout out to Silent Cypher, $5 super chat. Herman thinks Horizon is their best IP. Bro is getting high on his own supply. Yo.
Yeah, for sure. I agree, Silent. I agree.
He love him some Horizon. That's all I say, man. That man love. He you know, like some people like they want somebody to be the champion. Like, well, he want that. Yeah.
Yep.
He wants that.
His Ali right there.
Yes. He wants them to add a belt. So we see that. So we get this real quick because this is the last one. Yeah, man. It looks like we're on the eve. We're on the eve of potential Xbox Studio closures and playoffs. You know, we thought it would be maybe the streets were saying maybe Wednesday. You know, we survived Wednesday, maybe Friday. You know, so now the streets are saying potentially Monday. You know, I was even told behind the scenes, you might want to do an emergency ILP on Monday. I'm like, oh no, you know what I'm saying? So we'll see what happens. But yeah, we just gotta speculate real quick. You know, not too much new information came out. Obviously, you know, from the initial Schreier report we had heard, you know, and then recently I believe Arcane's name had come up and people worrying about, you know, Marvel and Blade and stuff like that. But the other thing that came out was Obsidian this week. And, you know, there was some reporting, I believe was Christopher Dring and from the game business and talking about, you know, that he had heard that they were potential, you know, target, you know, for not being there. But then Jason Schreier, you know, he came out to debunk that, and he said that Obsidian is not being considered for closure, and you know, as far as his knowledge right now. So things still seem to be fluid. There seems to be a lot of things that people know, I mean, that don't know are being worked on for studio independence. So I just wanted to get y'all feel. We're on the eve. Apparently, things are coming.
I'm going to be dropping out soon.
Okay, so let's get your balls off.
But let me just say really quick.
Yes, please.
Look, as much as I don't like some of these games that have come out from some of the studios that have been mentioned to be on the so-called chopping block or negotiations, I don't want to see any of them close. Okay, but you know, I don't like to see people lose their jobs.
Yeah,
I understand. Like, you know, it's a business. And these games have to make some profits. The only thing I will say, and I said this yesterday on Friendly Fire, was
Friendly Fire,
that the one thing is like that I noticed is that originally, like with some of these studios, they were told that they were going to be making games for Game Pass and that they didn't need to make profits or worry about that. They were just there to create some great art, you know, and I think it was even said that, you know, some Game of the Year contenders and that sort of thing. Don't worry about profits.
Yeah.
And I understand you got new leadership. And when you get new leadership, there's a different direction and things change. And now profits really matter.
Yeah.
But it sucks for those teams that had made these games because they were told, don't worry about those profits. So they probably didn't. Yeah. Let's be real. I mean, when you look at games like Keeper, Kiln, they probably weren't thinking like this is going to sell, like, you know, but we know their pedigree.
Yeah.
We know what they can build. And it's just sad that these companies are on the chopping block and they were put in that predicament by, you know, somebody telling them that old management said it was okay. And now new management says it's not okay.
Yeah.
That's the part where I kind of struggle with. I'm like, it's kind of messed up.
No, that's what's well said.
That's
brother. That's well said. And I don't know if you got a chance to check out Laura Fryer's video about creative freedom and things like that, and kind of intimated that some of the same things that you said. And then, like you said, those were the conditions they were hired under, and now they're just doing what they were told, right? You know, at the time, and then all of a sudden now that, you know, that's not enough based on new leadership. I get it. You know, totally well said, brother. I want to respect your time. I know, brother. Appreciate.
Yeah. I gotta get out of here.
Appreciate you, brother.
Much love to the Lords. Thank you, Cog. Thank you, Addict, for hitting me up last night and saying, "Hey, can you come join us tomorrow?"
Yes.
Come
anytime.
join us.
Join us.
I had a blast as usual.
Love.
The chat's always amazing here. Best chat out there.
Appreciate you,
guys.
brother. Appreciate you. I will put you.
Hargeet, always a pleasure, my friend. We will see each other Tuesday, and I'm sure we'll have a
After the
lot to
devastation.
talk about.
Where can they find you, Fonz? What
You
are the
can
things
find
you
me
have
at-
going on, sir?
FonzGaming right here on YouTube,
I'm
and
gonna
I
check
am
it out.
doing a video every Monday and Thursday now, including my podcast on Tuesday, which is Games Talk Live.
Okay, so
Then you can find me on the Septic Sauce channel, which is Gaz's channel, every Saturday for
hooked up with the
Friendly
sauce.
Fire podcast with him and Zocker
that's all.
Gaming, because Zocker, him and Zocker and Gaz have been great friends of mine for many years,
Salute
and
to Zoc.
so we took our WhatsApp group because we're in a WhatsApp group together, and all we do is argue, and we decided, why don't we make a podcast on this?
Let's go.
And we're like, yeah, it's real. Like, we'll curse at each other, we'll get so heated, and then we just get over it. Like
That's what's
right
up.
after the argument, done.
That's what's up.
Move on.
That's
And
love.
that's the way it is. So
Saw a couple of clips, brother. Appreciate you. Enjoy your Sunday. We'll talk Niners offline because I got a lot of stuff to talk to you
Definitely.
about. You know what I'm saying? That's my man. Appreciate you, brother. Thanks again for pulling out FonzGaming. I
Yep.
put the links in the chat. Go support my man, man. He does his thing.
I appreciate you guys.
No
Later.
doubt. Salute. Hargeet, we got to talk about it, man. Things imminent. We're on the eve. They said bloodbath. Hargeet, bloodbath.
Yeah.
What are we expecting? How are we feeling?
Well, we also got something from, I think it was Jazz, right? Who was talking about like they're trying to do what they can.
Yes.
They are reading the room as far as the reaction
I hope so.
and trying to say, hey, if things are announced, we're going to try to make those games come out.
Please.
And that's a good thing, right? But look, we know that the previous regime, but the vision was to create Game Pass and then fill it with content. And when you have a subservice, you have to have a consistent amount of content that drops into it. And it's not even if the content is engaging or not, it's the fact that it's there that says, oh, this subservice is of value because they keep putting stuff there, right? I may not like every game, but I'll drop in when I need to with the games that I do like, right? And if they keep putting out a variety of things, hey, that game was interesting to me, the next 3 weren't, but the next the next 2 were, right? So that's the whole point. And they went across many different genres and different types of games and whatever, and they put whatever they could in there, right? And to that point, they bought these studios to put in content and told them that, hey, it's not about sales numbers, it's not about even engagement numbers, it's about critical response to make sure that when we put things in there is a prestige level that says, hey, that game is in Game Pass. Cool, right? So that draws you in. Like, hey, people are talking about this. It must be a good service, right? And that's the whole point. And did they meet that? I would say somewhat not. You look at games like Psychonauts 2, which did drop under that umbrella. It did pretty well as far as the critical response. It was Game of the Year contender. You look at Hellblade 2 and you say, okay, well, it didn't quite measure up to Game of the Year, but it did win other things, and it did actually get some critical response. You look at South of Midnight, same kind of thing, didn't rise to Game of the Year, but did get recognized in other areas. It did win Canadian Game of the Year, but that only focuses on Canadian studios. Right. So it wasn't like it was useless. Redfall was a bad mistake, right? That was one that really did not meet that criteria, right? And so you look at that and say, well, hey, wait a minute. But you look at the other side, Arcane Leon, and their game, granted, was funded by Sony, but did come out, Deathloop, and that was critically well received. I don't know that it did financially well, right? But it did get critical success. It was also, I think, up for Game of the Year that year. So they've had hit or miss, right? And so you look at some of these studios and say, well, where's what is it they're getting out of them? Is it meeting the criteria or not? And I'd say there was some points of like, yeah, maybe it wasn't as high as they wanted, but it wasn't like a Redfall. There were enough games coming out that had some critically good reception, right? Pentiment is another one, critically very, very well received. Did it do any numbers? No, not at all, right? But that's that. The other one that didn't do critically that well did numbers, and that was Grounded. Grounded came out, and and did a really well as far as like what was 610 people, whatever, that did that.
Yeah.
And
Adam
it
Finicky and them
got to a
guys.
sequel.
Yeah.
So that one did really well. Again, I don't know if it ever got any critical rewards or anything. It wasn't like one of those, but it did what it needed to for metrics on the
Yeah.
other side of the aisle, which is like retention, and then also adding people and sales. They actually literally had a lot of sales. So this is the downside of like changing vision, right? And you're saying, okay, well, that's cool. That was the old mindset. That was the old vision, and that didn't work. It got to a point, it stalled, and then we're not going forward. So what do we do to get it to become better? And I think the major hit there was more. You also need to have the anchor games that people say, I need to have that.
Right.
And I think that part of it somewhat failed, right? So if your big anchor games don't come out and actually do that anchoring, that hits the rest of them, right?
Yeah.
And I think that has been a lot of the hit. Now, on top of that, let's also face facts that Black Ops 7 was an absolute abject failure as far as a Call of Duty game.
Yes.
I don't want to say it's a failure as far as a game.
Correct.
No, their sales numbers, a lot of games would be
Clips.
very happy.
Very haven't had that numbers yet.
But as a Call of Duty, when the expectation is I bring in 3 to 4 billion,
yes,
and that doesn't happen, and there's a massive miss, that's a massive revenue plus profit hit, right?
agreed.
So there's no way around that, and they have to now contend with that. And this year was obviously a big hit. So hopefully Modern Warfare fixes that as they come up with a new one and they go back to the path they were on. But that has also doubly hit them. And so now Asha has to come in and say, well, how do I clean up this mess? I don't know anything about any of these things. What I understand is numbers, right? I see that studio not making money, not doing this, not doing that. Okay, do I just cut it? This is where things are like you have to also look at the creativity, the world that you're getting into, right? This is an art medium. It just is, right? It's an art medium. And if you just say, well, you don't do art I like, but then there's people out there in the world that are like, but I don't think that's a good idea. I'll say like Double Fine. Let's just shut down Tim Schafer. Is that a good plan? Is that really a good plan? Now, as far as like heartless business,
right?
Yeah, I can see it.
I can see it from a number spreadsheet.
Like, an industry impact, is that a good idea? That's a huge rage step. I don't think that's a good idea at all. But they have to make that determination, right? They've also, I don't know if you saw the Laura Fryer. I think
I did. Yes,
video, and I'm like, there's some points to there. Like that there is definitely like a level of like, well, maybe they should have been thinking about some of that too. Now I don't know what their main game is. I have no idea. They haven't announced it, right? And so that one could be up on the chopping block. I still think no matter what they do, if they don't just downsize it and decide to close that studio, it's going to be a massive problem for them from an industry, media, and the hype cycle, and
PR and comms
perspective.
Yes, agreed.
It's going to be bad news. I just don't think that's going to work out if they decide to do that. That's just my opinion. Now, Compulsion, unfortunately, has that, like, they just released their game, and it did not land. Critically, it did marginally okay, but it didn't move the needle in any direction. And that, unfortunately, even though I loved the game, I thought it was fantastic. I think they're going to be left without a seat. I think that's the studio that's going to. Now, there's one other side of this that I think is disappointing.
Talk to me.
Is that Asha wants to build games in the franchises that are known.
Yes.
Cool. You need studios to do that, and you have them. You just have to reassign them to do games that would have more impact. And it's hard to build up a studio, a la Initiative, a la many others who've tried. It's not easy to do.
We learned that wasn't
when
easy
you
for them.
have a working team, right? And you just say, "Hey, Compulsion, can you take on this? I'll give you that chance."
Right.
If it works, you can make the game. Cool, you can continue. If not, right, it gives you a chance to move forward, right? It may not be the next South of Midnight for a Compulsion. It might be, pick something else from the Activision or, Bethesda or, Blizzard back catalog and say, work on that.
Right.
Side game or some, whatever, right? Obsidian has the luxury, thank God for them, of having done Fallout.
Yes.
Fallout New Vegas.
Some may say one of the better Fallouts.
Oh, hey, we're happy to do a Fallout
They've been on record for
because
that.
that keeps them alive.
Yeah.
It keeps them alive.
Mhm.
You know, that is obviously just the television show alone shows
Mm.
them potential of sales, right? It's just right there.
Mhm.
And people are waiting for another Fallout game.
Mhm.
And it's certainly, okay, maybe Fallout 5, maybe that's Todd's thing. And he's going to do that with BGS. Fine,
Mhm.
right? You could certainly look at New Vegas. Here's another one you could do.
Mhm.
You have Fallout 1 and 2, which are
Yeah.
old style games.
I know someone who did
could
that.
be
I know.
redone.
I know someone who helped out on that. That's part of the family.
Yeah. And you could say, hey, In Exile, hey, Obsidian,
Mhm.
you guys did this stuff. Hey, why don't you take those remasters, remakes on?
Do that in,
Right?
in Fallout 3 kind of energy.
Exactly, right?
That'd be kinda
Let's
crazy.
modernize it
kinda
to
crazy.
something newer, right? Let's see if that's an option. And like
Mhm.
how much you did with Oblivion. You did
Mm.
this like, hey, I can
Yes.
take what I've got. I can put that in a UE engine graphical presentation
Yeah.
and voila, modernize some of the controls. Hey, that's a good potential right there.
Mm.
Is it going to take 5, 6, 7, 8 years to do that? No, you already have the story. You already have
Right.
all that. You're going to have to do some assets. So maybe
Right.
it'll take a shorter amount of time
Mhm.
and you have that talent and you say, hey, do that. And while you're at it, hey, let's look at a New Vegas 2 or let's
Mm.
look at another branch out, right? So that's an option there. So some of these studios have that association. I think they could do something like that.
Yeah.
But I am concerned about, we don't know, if Undead Labs is going to be allowed to finish
Oh,
State of
God.
K3. There's that thing from Jez saying they're trying to get to that point.
Mhm.
We have Blade with Arcane Leon. I hope that's still something. It's been announced. I hope that's something that they continue on. And we have Senua 3,
Senua, yeah.
Hellblade 3.
Mhm.
It's announced. It looks pretty close to release. I don't like how much more do they need?
Right.
Can they just get it over the finish line
Mhm.
and not just close the studio? If they're selling them off, great. That's fine. As long
Mhm.
as the game continues and it's financially able to make it over the finish line,
Mhm.
awesome. But yeah, I mean, otherwise I'm expecting it would just be horrible. And so 5, 6, 7 studios go, and you're like, well, how is this not then just like what we complained about with PlayStation,
Mhm.
where they're going to say all the big games we're just going to keep regurgitating? It's like, well, no, but
Good call out.
I liked your creating a South of Midnight, a
Mhm.
Clockwork Revolution, right? A Pentiment, a
Mhm.
Grounded.
Good
'Cause
call out.
You're giving me variety. You're giving
Mhm.
me options
That's-
outside the norm.
That's the aspect
And-
of the ecosystem that I like too. The diversity. I
Exactly.
love all
There's,
the
like,
different genres. Yeah.
There's
That's a
new
good call out.
stuff. There's
Yeah.
like new ideas, new gameplay mechanics. Like otherwise, I'm just gonna be playing the same old. And this is literally where we were.
Mhm.
Halo, Gears, Forza, right? Okay, add Elder Scrolls, add Fallout. What do you got? Okay, are we gonna keep it in Machine Games? Is that also on the chopping block?
Mhm.
Are we gonna get another Doom or Quake? Is Wolfenstein done? Are we getting another indie? I don't know
Mhm.
what happens to all these studios then. Whereas that's where I get a little disappointed, right? I
Yeah.
love the Phil Vision because what it did for me as a consumer, the business part of it, not my problem.
Right.
But what
Fair.
it did for me as a consumer in a subscription service, I was getting a ton of different
Bro,
games
so many games.
all the time.
Yep.
And first party and third party, right?
Yep.
Now, the next thing she needs to do after this bloodbath
Is what?
is explain the vision.
Yes.
Explain the vision.
Agreed.
Because if you're going to leave us in the lurch and say we're taking away all that stuff that we did, gave
Mhm.
you all these games and don't expect that in the future, well then what are you replacing it with?
That part.
Right? Because there is this thing of continued investment. Cool. Invest in what?
Yes.
Are you going to drop in?
That's
like
my question.
like a Persona
Preach.
6, right? We're getting that day and date in Game Pass.
Mhm.
Fantastic. That's a big game.
Huge.
Fantastic.
I think
Are
a lot
we
of
doing
people
more of
overlook
that?
that entirely.
Facts. Stranger
Yes.
to Heaven also too. Crazy. Huge.
Yeah, exactly. Day and date in Game Pass. Are we
Mhm.
getting like the next big Sega release? Are we going to get a next big Ubisoft release?
Mhm.
Are we going to get a next EA release? I mean, they have association with Splinter Cell, which is a Ubisoft game that's
Yes.
been silent.
They have
They
history.
could pick that up, say, A, it's exclusive, B, it's Game Pass.
Mhm.
Okay. Now I understand. Oh, you took the money from there and said you put it over here.
Right.
There's another big franchise. I don't know how good it's going to be, but big franchise that they have exclusivity arrangements with, which was Mass Effect.
Yes.
And Mass Effect is coming up with a new release
Mhm. Mhm.
after a lot of BioWare,
Oh, yeah.
downgrades.
Mhm.
And this could hedge the bets for EA to say, okay, we'll do that the same way we did before. It's exclusive to you and it's in Game Pass. Fine, but pay us, right? So that takes some of the financial burden away from EA on trying to get it to market correctly. But again, association they already have. Now it could be a bad game. I don't know. They'll have to look at that, right? Hopefully it's a good game, right? Splinter Cell, Mass Effect, there's potential for Sega franchises that already had in the past.
I would like that relationship to continue.
Right. So let's see what they want to do there. Right. There's potentials. So I would love to see those things. There's other games that are the other one that I would look at is Tomb Raider. They already had that one time, exclusivity thing. There is a Tomb Raider coming early next year and the following, right? There's the actual new game. They could play that as well, right? And say, all right, what do we want to do there? Again, these are things they need to, so if they're going to come out and do that, the vision is now you will get marquee titles in Game Pass. Okay, that's something, right? Marquee titles that then give me a replacement. Okay, fine. Those anchor games that come in and say, okay, it makes it worth it. I need to see that. Right, because otherwise this rake step is just it's going to be massive. It's going to be annoying, right? And I hope that at the other side of it, most of the studios are still there, and then the studios that give us games that we care about are still there. But we shall see. I guess Halo is okay. Halo Studios, even though they really deserve. Not
I was about to ask you about. I was about to ask you what you feel about them, and what do you feel about Rare?
I like. Look. The fact that somebody still has to have a DNA of Halo when they're making the game, that's probably true, and I think they still have some of those people there. But Halo Studios has squandered what they've they've had a decade plus. I think they've
had time
they've been around since Halo 4, right? So they've done a lot, and in that time they've never really landed it fully, right? So I think they maybe they finally do with the next game. It's not going to be campaign evolved because that's not even a full multiplayer game. So that's just a little, bite-sized thing for us to look at, which they didn't even do. So whatever their next game is, had better land, or it's time to look at who can help them make Halo something it needs to be. And I'm a little disappointed that Halo isn't. It's one of those IPs that really should not be in the state it's in.
I agree.
Because it's so if I think
it's not even just the state it's in, it's how long it's been in this state too.
Yeah, exactly.
That part.
Right.
I feel like it's been in a worse state than it was in a good state at this point. It's longer.
Oh yeah. It has, especially with them, which is disappointing, right? And you look at Zelda mainline games, and it's like they're always just making it happen.
Treatment of that IP. Tier. Complete difference.
Mario mainline games, right? And that's
look how people lost their mind with the Ocarina of Time remake. Like they lost their mind when that was announced. And this Halo campaign Evolved's getting a lot of good publicity, but if the Halo franchise was in a better state, it would be 3 times the amount of people anticipating this remake than it has now. And I'm not saying people ain't anticipating. I see a lot of people really excited to play it, but you could tell that a franchise that's been nurtured correctly versus one that's had a lot of ups and downs with the reaction is to a remake.
For sure.
Yeah, it's so Halo is one that's disappointing. I think they need to, and it looks like they're going to invest more in that. That's a good idea, and hopefully they invest in the right leadership team. And that I don't know where they are today, but that has been a problem at that studio, and you can't keep floundering like this. There's got to be a landing of a really good full, campaign plus multiplayer plus content game that just works. Halo Infinite was pretty close, and then they fumbled the content afterwards. So that kind of disappointing thing. And then with the feature of co-op campaign.
Oh yeah, remember that?
Like, you have got to be kidding me.
Not ready.
That is not a feature. The game just shouldn't come out. I don't even understand. What?
Be careful. I said that too, I said that too. I got dragged for saying that.
You are kidding me that you're not going to release co-op campaign because it's a feature. I'm like, oh, come on. Right. So that kind of stuff just can't happen.
Yeah, for
now,
sure.
Coalition looking good.
Yeah.
E-Day looks good. Let's hope that lands. And let's hope that's going to continue. The other thing with Coalition though is that they provide so much support
Yes,
to
unreal.
all the
Yeah.
other studios. You know, so that is probably just going to keep them just because of that.
Yeah.
Much like Turn 10. Turn 10 may not make another game,
But
but
that engine.
the engine itself
Forza
is
Tech.
leveraged for one of their most profitable games in Forza Horizon.
Yes, sir.
So I think that's going to stick for a while. I don't see that being an issue, but that's kind of where in Playground, obviously they
Yeah.
make, they've earned their place. They're
Yeah.
good.
I
They're
agree.
good.
I agree.
So yeah, so we'll see what happens. Like it's a lot of potentials. You know, we heard the project from IO has been canceled.
Yeah, yeah.
Or
Project Dragon.
funding has been canceled from the Xbox side, and they're trying to find another funder for it, right? Somebody else to fund the game to finish. You know, there was Elsewhere, which was a new studio that Activision had put together under Xbox, and I don't know if that studio survives as well. It looked promising, but again, we're in a different world, right? So, but yeah, the part about Asha versus, you know, having Matt Booty there and saying like, but I have a studio and it's workable, like that kind of thing. I just hope that comes in because Asha might just say, hey, but they're not making money by, right? And it's like, but it's hard to get another studio to do stuff. So, and your reputation, like if you just willy-nilly just goodbye, especially to studios that people recognize. Oh my goodness, like the ability for you to acquire another studio is going to be very low for a while because of that. And a lot of these studios came on because they wanted to work for Phil.
Yes, that
right?
part.
So here we are, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, that's real. That's real talk. No, but these are the tough decisions, right? This is the business part, and like you said, you know, the creative part, and you know, obviously, you know, in fairness to the current regime, you know, they're looking at things, you know, differently, and you know, there's going to be, we know stuff is imminent. It's just going to be how it's handled. But yeah, you made a lot of great points, brother. I definitely agree with a lot of what you said. Addict, man, we're on the eve, allegedly.
I don't think it's allegedly. I think it's happening.
Yeah, the streets are talking. Maybe Monday might be the day. You know what I'm saying? He was like, "Oh, you may want to delay the podcast." I was like, "Nah, we gotta
look,
rock
we
out."
can't delay it. Now, if tomorrow's way worse than we think, then we might have to do some type of emergency show.
Pop up. You know what I'm saying?
But
Pop out
you know,
concept.
I don't know yet.
Yeah.
Because if it's just what we're hearing, that's one thing. But if they come out and they say they shut every studio down and you know, they like there's a lot of different scenarios that can happen. Doesn't mean any of it's gonna happen. Doesn't mean half of it's gonna happen. You know, when it comes to here's the thing. The shoe, as much as some of these studios, even Undead Labs, you know, love State of Decay, but at the end of the day, like it seems like Microsoft is the only company with Xbox that is expected to just take loss after loss. Like it doesn't matter, because I find it funny that a lot of these other companies, they just be cutting games all the time. Oh, that ain't working. The studio's not working.
Yeah.
Now, I will agree, in my opinion, Asha, Undead Labs, and Ninja Theory being shut down, that's an L, that's a rape. You announced those games on your showcase. You're the one that chose that. If you wanted to shut those studios down, you should have never put those on that stage. Because that, to me, that's setting a really bad you know, example. Now, as far as like, because it's like, this is like a gray area, because if these studios are going to get closed down 100%, but showing what they're working on could have potentially got some interest, then, you know, I can understand it. I understand the practice, but I don't agree with it.
Right.
It's like, you know, if you could save the studios, okay, you know, I guess I can get behind that a little bit, but at the same time, every action has consequences, and she's dealing with the consequences of her actions right now. If you did put these games in there just to try to sell them, which, you know, which is wild, because now people are going with that showcase was a flash sale.
Someone said it was an auction. I was dying. I was like, yo, that's wild.
So it's just like, at the end of the day, that, you know, I do believe that yes, you should trim down. Regardless if it's 2-3 studios. I feel like there's some of these studios like Ninja Theory, even though I'm not the biggest Hellblade fan, I thought it was a decent game, that I do feel with the right moves and the right potential could be a game that Asha wants, that to lead to the direction. Like 9 times out of 10, in order for you to sell a game in a really correct way, you just got to make that sucker look good. That's all a lot of people care about. Ninja Theory already has that part down. It's just now bringing it to the point where you can, put the combat in a lot more place and sell a better story with it and attach a little bit more conversation to it. These are things that you have with sequels. Now, one thing I will say is you can't, at this point, I understand Phil came to these studios and Phil said, yo, make what you want. But I do feel like some of these studio leads and some of these studios took that a little bit too, I can do whatever I want. And to a degree, you're just listening to what Phil said. And it might be easy for me to speak on hindsight. I don't, because I've always been skeptical of, the Game Pass scenario. I never thought it was bad for the industry like a lot of the industry thought it is, but I do think there is some form of bad practices that lead to a subscription service. It's not just gaming related, subscription service in general.
Right.
So I find it very interesting that studios that took this type of money from Microsoft, because at the end of the day, even if you have creative freedom, I don't get why we went from we want to make games for us and not for the people that's going to play them. And I do feel to a degree that's what was done. It's like, me and the homeboy talked about this game in college we wanted to make, and now we can actually make it. But then sit down and think, but would this appeal to an audience?
Right. Will it sell? Will it be commercially successful?
It's not even a selling thing. It's like, would people want to play this, or is this a concept I want to play?
Right.
Because I've been thinking about it my whole life. So it comes down to, it's just like, and I think a lot of that happened, and it would have been a little bit better for these studios if they were actually efficient about getting games out as quick as they could. But it didn't feel that way. It felt like not only did you make games that wasn't appealing, you took a long time to make.
Yeah, it took a long time. A lot of people get. Some
a
studios
lot
are
of
guilty of that. That current administration will be looking at. That is a fact. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. If I interrupted, cut your balls off. Fish your balls off.
I don't rock with that. I do feel like some of these studios is definitely was unfair with the cards that they've been dealt. Because even with that, you can make the argument Microsoft poured money into the studios, but did they correctly nurture them? Right. I don't know. You would have to act, because I remember there used to be rumors that like Compulsion, one of the smallest studios, were complaining that they didn't feel like they could expand enough. And expanding means more than just people. Expanding is the talent that you're allowed. Sometimes you have to poach good talent. Is the area that you're in. Are you allowed to be remote or not? Talent is just as important as the money itself, which they all hand in hand. You need money to get talent. So, I do think a Ninja Theory would be a lot better if not only do you expand them in terms of money, but you also make sure you nurture them in terms of talent. Get better people in there to, bounce back and forth when it comes to the combat, bounce back and forth when it comes to the writing team, and figure out how you do stuff like this. Because I do feel like these studios were just let loose, and it's like they weren't mentored correctly. It's just like, make what you want to make, and we're gonna put it in Game Pass. Don't worry about. But it wasn't like, okay, why do you want to make this? Okay, I got people I know at this studio. Let's get you guys in the same room and bounce back if you feel like this is a good gameplay mechanic. I didn't feel like they were nurtured in that way. They weren't mentored. They were just let loose. It's like, here's you a field. Go in and do what you want.
Right.
And then when you
creative
come back,
freedom.
they got like mud huts that they've been living in.
They've been working on mud huts all that time. You're funny.
So that's my biggest thing. And I do think when it comes to Asha, it's like, I understand. My hope is, even if, especially Ninja Theory and Undead Labs, I would prefer them to maintain these studios.
Yes.
I feel like Undead Labs could be nurtured correctly when it comes to a zombie apocalypse. Imagine if you made a survival game You had like a really good single player co-op aspect, and then you had a survival aspect that's like an MMO that's even an extraction shooter to a degree, where you launch. There's so many avenues that I feel like Undead Labs, with the correct nurturing, could build that brand off of. But at the end of the day, regardless how I feel about Hellblade, because even though I'm not the biggest Hellblade fan, I think it's a fun game. I see the potential in that. I see the potential in Undead Labs. They've had a lot of time though,
right?
And Asha might be just looking at it like, look, I can do a maybe, or I can do a sure thing with that money.
Yeah.
And you know, I don't want Obsidian to be told you're making Fallout, doesn't matter what you want. I've always felt like they had more. I always want studios to have freedom. Maybe you don't get your way, but you're at least gave the opportunity to pitch what you want.
Right.
And if you're listened to with a non-biased, objective opinion, you might get your way. Okay, you sold me this good, go make that. Because I do feel like, but that talks on Asha's team. Does she have people that would know a good pitch if they knew if one came and bit them? I don't know. I don't, because you could say what you want about Phil. There was a lot of aspects I didn't like about Phil, but Phil was a gamer. Phil's people's gamers, and even though whoever, you know who they need to do that, do that dude or that chick, I don't know who is, that got all these Game Pass things for like the Expedition 33, because that person knows a good game.
Whoever does, like I said, shout out to ID at Xbox, shout out to the Game Pass curation teams. Over the last 2 years, they've been knocking it. Not even more than that. Like, they've been knocking it out the park with the games they've been getting, the IPs. Like, yeah, there was one that had like 3 joints at one time, like Blueprints, that Vampire Survivor. Like, they've been knocking it out the park with those type of decisions for sure.
That is what I need, but on a first party.
Yes, on the first part, yeah, they need like, someone that's going to be able to curate these studios as far as quality games, not just decent and 81, 82 meta games. They need like those high level bar games as well.
Like, for instance, you can have smaller IPs that doesn't cost a lot, like Adventures of Elliot.
Right.
Great little artsy type of game, little fun. And you could tell when you're playing it, the quality's there. And you know it didn't spend them a whole lot of money to make that game.
Right.
A game like that on Xbox would have done very well because it's a small game and you could just tell there is some passion in this. But it's just like when you play, you know, some of these other games like South and Midnight and stuff, they're fun games, but I don't sense the passion there. Like, and it's disappointing. You know, we hear about what might be happening to Blade, and then it's just like, you know, my thing is just, if we have to trim down, which they're trimming down,
trimming down, all right.
we got to be realistic on this. Isn't because a lot of people act like, you know, Greg Miller and them act like this is. There was another road where we could have kept going, where we kept funding. The reason we're doing this is because it wasn't sustainable in the long term. In my opinion, they are looking at Game Pass. They're looking things around it is the reason why Game Pass wasn't working. And they're like, look, we want to. And people say, oh, you're doing it because exclusives. You're going with this console wars rhetoric. Can we please stop that? They are going back to what traditional manufacturing of a hardware is required to be successful. Now, you can disagree with that. That's fine. You could disagree, but it doesn't come down to the overall perspective on when you look at something like, you know, some of these games, and you could just tell that some of them weren't set out to succeed. Like, and we got to be honest. And when you put this kind of money into something, like, it just wasn't going to hit that way, and it never was going to hit that way. And you got to put there's enough people coming at me over the South of Midnight thing. Listen, you can disagree with me on how I feel about South of Midnight. Just because I don't overgloat it or completely, I was going to cuss, because I just because I don't overgloat that game when I literally said it was a good game. Just because you like it that much don't mean I gotta like it that much. The combat was very subpar to me, and it didn't feel passionate at all when I'm doing the same thing over and over again. So you can have that opinion if you matter. Because notice I'm not in here telling you your opinion's wrong, but you guys love doing that to me anyway. But it just comes down to, it's like, look, a lot of things needed to change. It didn't matter what was going to happen. Unfortunately, with these kind of situations, she's going to do what that she feels. It doesn't necessarily mean it's right or wrong. She could be completely wrong in this matter. She could be, I mean, Lionhead Studio, you know, when it comes to that game, Lionhead, they regretted shutting that down. You know, in hindsight, 3 or 4 years, they could be regret shutting a Compulsion down. They could be regret shutting a Ninja Theory down. But the problem is it's easy to speak when you know all the things. You don't. So, you know, regardless how you feel or I feel about like a South of Midnight or Undead Labs with State of Decay 3, these games took almost a decade to make some of them.
Yeah, that's the factor with the length of time.
And I think that's the disconnect between me and you guys when it comes to like a South of Midnight. I look at like a 6-7 year old, 8-year-old project, and I'm expecting more from the final project.
Right. But I think where they're coming at you is to say that the team had no passion. It's like, you can say that the combat is bad. You know what I'm saying? Like they took so long to make, but the game got passion at it. Come on, like the songs are long for the brother. What was it, Benji? This was my brother. The music that like it's a love letter to the South. Come on.
We had to agree to disagree.
Disagree.
Yeah.
You felt they were not passionate about it.
No, but see, when you play, like, you can have good music, but if I don't like the game, all that's irrelevant.
Right, but there's a difference to say if you don't like the game and you can say that, you know, it just didn't apply to you, but to say that the developer didn't have any passion, you know what I'm saying, making the game is a different subject too. That's all the chat's saying.
But it's just like someone said, 7 years for a musical. Like, and that's how I felt. And it wasn't like we talked about the South of the Night thing. It wasn't just the combat. The story was a hit and miss in a lot of ways. I felt like they had like
I agree with you on the ending. I did not like the ending. I agree
that you can have this giant showdown, and it kind of messed up on that.
I agree with that part.
Like,
I agree.
There's just a lot of aspects. Like the platforming I thought was great, but then there were some aspects where I'm like scratching my head. Like,
I feel like it's definitely a flawed game.
And that's what I mean. Like, sometimes that passion is a double-edged sword in development where they're being too passionate. And I think that's probably what happened with most of these games, where they want to keep doing this and that and this and that. And the Lauren Fryer, she says it like all the time. If you don't self-control the passion of developers, you will never have a game stop. It will be developed forever because they're always going to
because you gotta want to rein it in, right? You got that. That's development.
And
whatever.
That's my point with the whole thing. It's like you can't take 7-8 years to make. Now, if South of Midnight would have came out, if State of Decay 3 would have came out, and they were like Expedition 33 level, all received, loved, everyone loved them, probably wouldn't be an issue at that point. Because like even if with those scenarios, maybe they didn't make money, but they got so much praise that money is going to hurt, but at least they have something going to the, okay, you know, this game didn't exactly make all the money back, but, you know, we won all these awards, got these Game of the Year nominations.
I mean, South of Midnight did win awards. South of Midnight, I'm just saying, there's a lot of passion in awards. I'm just saying.
Win an award too.
I'm just saying, they were, you know, in some circles, they got some awards. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? I got to defend them a little bit. You know, so I liked it, but your points are fair as far as core gameplay stuff and length of time for development. I will always
that's my whole point. And maybe it is disingenuous saying about the passion thing, but I'm looking at from what the project I received,
right, based on how long you waited,
how long you spent. And you guys go look when that game was announced. We reacted to it. I was highly praising that game. I said it was the game of that showcase.
Yeah, I remember.
But when I played it, I was just like,
yeah, I know. We was like, there, the combat, we was in those rooms, and it kind of became, redundant stuff like that.
That's what it comes down to. It's just like, I should do what you got to do. Even if it's stuff I don't like. Do what you got to do.
Fair enough.
But at the same time, I want her to actually take what she said and what Matt said real. I need to do what's the right decision and not the short decision. And that's what you need to do the most with it. Because let's be real, some of these studios are getting shut down. There ain't nothing we could do. We can sit here all day long. It's just how I feel about that physical stuff that we just did. The problem with studios is I'm probably on that train way quicker
No.
than when it comes to the studios.
No, a lot of people
But
agree with you.
because I actually play the games. I don't play
Ooh!
physical media anymore.
Talk
so
your talk.
no, but at the same time, like the gravy train's over. Like you got to make a game that appeals to an audience so they can sell the game.
Yeah.
And I think that's ultimately because I do think Asha is setting up Xbox in a realm where Game Pass might not be around day and date. Do I think that that's the ultimate goal? No. I do think she's trying to save that service in terms of day and date aspect. But you can't have exclusives. You can't have a variety of factors when it comes to bigger titles unless you have good games that appeal to a wider audience. And I think and you can't do that unless you sell them. You can't sell them if it's in Game Pass. So I think right now that is what we're looking at. She is setting up for a variety of futures that could happen, and she wants to be ready to be able to pivot to either one if it makes sense that she can do now.
Yeah, no, this is all good points, and obviously we're on the eve of this stuff. A lot of stuff I do agree with in terms of what you and Hargeet was saying in terms of tent poles, trimming the fat. Look, tough decisions are going to be made. That's it. This is where we are. She's not responsible for the actions of the past generations. She's dealt this hand, and now here's the day. This is Judgment Day. But what I will say is I am very curious on what she signs off with. What are considered the tent poles, and then also who's controlling game quality from now on, because that is a big question mark. Now that you're in power, how are you going to enact, when studios, take long, or you have to make decisions on quality. These are important questions. I need to know the answers from. That's what I want to know. I want to know the games that you side off on, because respectfully, these games that are coming out now are not your games. I'm always going to stand on that. This is past regime games, past regime decisions, even the Game Pass bags, all that stuff. So now I'm going to learn. I'm going to get a little peek behind the curtain on what's your thought process. What are you thinking? You know what I mean? Prior to this, there's been a lot of consecutive smaller W's, which are great. Builds up platform satisfaction. That's her history. You know what I'm saying? Instacart, Meta, in the brief time that we have some crossover there, I get it. Now I just want to know what's your vision for the games industry. And, look, I want to shout out Jason Schreier, though. Bro, Black Rock VSA was on any level. I was very nervous. I must admit, like I'm looking at it cold, hard spreadsheet. They may look at Outer Worlds. They may look at Avowed. They may say, hey, we had this expectation. You did not hit that target. They may say Grounded. Yeah, you sold more, but what was how much you spend versus how much the profit was? I was concerned. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to wake up and find out my beloved Black Rock Obsidian is now gone. I love that team. And selfishly, bro, they held you down in 2020, 2021 or 2022, when there were no first-party output. This studio did not need to be micromanaged. They had an output and a consistency and a cadence and diverse genre. You know what I'm saying? That's rare where you see we got these type of games. That was pretty cool. So, man, Jay Schreier, I was very happy. Whew, my heart was racing because I was worried about waking up and seeing my beloved Obsidian. So, yeah, we'll see that. However, I will say, even for people who are saved, and I think you alluded to this a little bit, Hargeet, we're going to find out that some people who are saved are going to be relegated to a support role. There are some people who are going to get the turn 10 treatment. You know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, thank you for your service and thank you for your engine. But we want you to now get on this salt mine and do X, Y, and Z and create this franchise. Thank you for your time. At least you're not shut down. You know what I'm saying? And there's going to be people that are reduced, you know what I'm saying, kind of thing, for sure. That's going to be the sober reality. Also, sober reality, I'm getting people ready now. There are going to be studios who have luminaries and people who are highly respected in the industry. Some of them that may be saved, may be also told to do specific things, or, let's use Todd as an example, right? If one of the directives is more Fallout games and more, which I agree, the cadence for these games taking too long, Elder Scrolls, that part, I agree with Asha and Matt Ball, right? We need to be better. She's talking about speeding up process. We need to be fast. We need to be agile. Things take too long. She's been very vocal about that. So when I hear that, I ain't gonna lie, I'm looking at you, but that's how I read. I'm like, hey, you got these franchises that people love, and you have one of the best movie IP things that fell in your lap with the Amazon TV series. They want to capitalize it. I know, Hargeet, when we're out there, I've been seeing the hats from Xbox TV, movie. They want to get into their transmedia bag. They're ready to go. You see them talking to Entertainment Weekly. They're excited. They want these things there. So it's going to be interesting. These are delicate conversations that you got to have with luminaries like Todd Howard. How do we help you? How do we speed this up? We know you're very controlling. We have an Obsidian here that may want to help. We may have an Exile here that may want to help. How do you navigate that relationship? How do you massage that when you don't upset the luminary? Because sometimes the luminaries say, oh, no, you're not going to tell me what to do. I'm going to. And to Hargeet's point, a lot of these studios were acquired under the Phil era, with the idea that they would not be meddled with, because people forget the history of Microsoft. People did not like them being meddling. And they were like, even Obsidian said it in their document. Fergus was like, yo, we are not signing with you unless we get these assurances. Period. A lot of these studios were only acquired because of and we know Phil and Todd's relationship and the past owner that passed away, the whole ZeniMax. Phil is integral to that acquisition. So now, if in a world where he does not exist, this new regime has to be very cognizant and to massage these relationships, because it could go left with guys like, all right, cool. You tell him Elder Scrolls will be my last game and I will be moving on. Like, how does that world fit? Go ahead, Hargeet. Like, you want to jump in real quick?
Yeah, no. To your point, they need to approach it delicately, but like they've done it before.
True.
And they did the Obsidian side project.
True.
That's totally open. That absolutely can happen. It does not have to be Fallout, 5.
Agreed.
It could be Fallout New York.
New
It
York,
could be
Fallout spinoff. I
wherever.
agree.
Anything.
I agree.
Just let them go and let them make something. And this does not mean Todd doesn't have to be involved. They're
Right.
all sister companies under
I
the same
agree.
umbrella.
I want
And
to
so
give you some
Todd can
inside
make-
baseball a little bit. From my understanding, there are certain companies that they're still, even though we're under the same house, we may not still be the coolest. We now report to some, but based on past things and transgressions, we may not have liked the way you did certain things. And now that it's back to us, we don't necessarily want you involved. There's been a certain company that has always been on record saying, hey, we would love to do a Fallout game, right? And it's just interesting, right, that hasn't happened. That's all I'm saying. Maybe time is, what they say, time heals all wounds, and things are different now and stuff like that. And that's what the hope is. But to your point, you are absolutely correct. There should be no reason for, like, we've got the talent, the people, the history in the same roof to do these great things. And I'm curious how these conversations go. These are the really, finish it, because I know where you're going. I agree with you.
Yeah, and I think if I don't know why Todd wouldn't realize that. Hey, look, there's also, like, he's getting old, and at some point he's going to retire. I know, like he says, he's going to keep working forever. You get to a point, bud. At some point, Todd, you're going to just sit there and say, how much more?
Right.
How many more days am I going in to do
Yes.
this? Now, he also worked with Machine Games to
Yes.
make Indiana
Oh
Jones.
my God.
If he was able to handle that while making Elder Scrolls, while doing Starfield, all that, just look at it the same way and say, why can't I just spend some time storyboarding with another team and just let go of past transgressions? It doesn't, like, and this is one of those things about, like, the hatred stuff. I always try to say, eliminate it in your heart. Just get rid of it. Like, whatever you had, it doesn't help anybody.
Somebody don't like the way they handled you. Somebody felt they mishandled your child. I left my baby at your house. I don't like the way my baby was treated.
But think about Scalebound, right?
Talk
They
to me.
could have Phil could have said F you to that studio, Platinum. I will never do anything. You screwed me.
True.
Right? He didn't. You know why? Because ultimately you need talent. You need to work with people.
Yes.
You need to mend fences. You
Agreed.
got to deal with it. And these are all, if they're not going to help each other, who do they hurt? Themselves.
Yes.
Because ultimately it's all Xbox, it's all Microsoft. The Xbox division has to hit, and they need to work through and say, look, this, first off, they bought that from InXile and Obsidian anyway, right? With Interplay, and they bought Fallout from them anyway, right?
Yep.
And it's like, come on, these people know this franchise, they understand it. Why is this a big deal? Let's just go.
Agreed.
And so I understand egos. I understand all that stuff. And I'm not even saying, Todd, don't be a part of it. Be a part of it. 100% be a part of it. You don't have to do the day-to-day. You just need to be there to supervise, say, yep, that looks good. That looks bad. Okay. Give me a 1 hour debrief every week. Here's the things that we hit. Here's the things where we got questions. No problem. Let's go through it. Let's get it done. Right. And I think that lets them continue on these side projects. You get content, and people will engage with that content.
Right.
Just look at how crazy Oblivion Remastered did.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Crazy.
No, you
how
preach
well it did,
brother. You preach
right?
it.
So
yeah, please. Go.
They got it. They got to find a way.
Yeah, they got to figure out. And that, no, I'm with you. And that to me, it would be the brilliance of the current regime if they knock out these, they get massage these barriers, these mini little walls, these mini, like you do that, you get them all, and you get this streamlined thing, this thing pumping. Oh, it's beautiful. And what I would like, because again, you said something earlier that I really agree with in terms of one of the reasons why I like the Xbox ecosystem is the diversity of the lineup and the genre. I also want this, even though you're gonna focus on these tempo, give me spin-offs, give me different things within these units. I don't want it just only these mainline joints and that's it, right? So that's what I would like to see as well. Like I'm a person
you want one like that?
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's even viable now, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Ninja Theory makes a psychological thriller, horror type thing, right?
Yes.
Gears or Halo,
bro, let's go.
Actually,
from the perspective of a normal person, instead of an actual cog or a Spartan, or even an ODST, an actual person walking through that situation is so easy. Why the heck wouldn't they do it?
Bro.
Like you have 90% of it right there. You just need to put
we were saying this stuff since 2018 with the acquisitions.
You know what I would have them make?
What?
If I was being able to control what Ninja Theory made, I would have them have their own spin on Dead Space.
Look, you got
totally fine too.
You got opportunity.
But literally,
they did that with Callisto and it didn't work. I'm just saying, right?
Yeah,
but
true.
When you say it's Halo, when you say it's Gears, it's got an automatic thing, right? And you can't use Dead Space, unfortunately, because it's EA, right?
But,
well, that's what I said. If I had the choice, I just feel like man, I can't remember what's her name.
Senua. I love how you butcher it. It's always the best. I love it.
Senua, I feel like her and Isaac be having like the same mental issues, man. Like except for Isaac literally went crazy.
Yeah, he went crazy.
I feel like she accepted she accepted the craziness.
Yes.
Isaac was like, I'm gonna fight you to the day we both die.
Listen, man, the potential, and that was the thing. See, this is what there's a lot of hopium for me. I agree. But this was, to me, the dream I felt that we were initially sold when we saw the acquisitions, etc. We like, yo, wouldn't it be dope if the Doomslayer and Halo were in a crossover? And like, we started, like, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, these were the things we thought of, and none of that happened.
id Games.
Bruh.
Why don't they take their, try at a Halo offshoot? Like, the things they did with Indy, that was a fantastic game.
Thing. Yeah, bro.
Like, why not do something like that? They have all of it. The foundation's right there.
Right.
Why not take their aim at Halo and see what they can do as a side game instead of waiting whatever number of years it's going to be? Even it came out in 21. I don't know when we get the next actual game. How long do we have to wait for these things? Why can't we have a 3-year cycle for something else to show up? Right? There's just so much potential.
I agree. And that's the only way I feel from a positive PR after this potential bloodbath happens, that if, again, like I think it was you, that Addict, that said it, you make these cuts or you do these tough decisions, right? There's going to be many things that people are surprised about, people are not going to like, you know what I'm saying? But if you could show tangibly or explain, okay, this is our thought process, this is what we plan on doing, as a result we got leaner, we got more efficient, we got and you actually execute on that, there's a way maybe they could come out of it. But the last point I'm going to say is that there are going to be people, you know what I'm saying, that look, if they, like you said, Tim Schafer is on the street, Dinga's on the street, there's going to be some things from PR you will never recover from. People will drag you from the end of time.
You know the best way they can recover from? They come out there like, look, we canceled this, shut this studio down. but we formally announced right here, Fallout New Vegas 2 is in development. We're formally announcing that this game's in development.
Better get the bread and circuses ready.
Because at this point, it's like we're showing you where this money is going.
They better get that ready because there's gonna be an angry mob for sure. They better have things ready because that's why I want to see. This is where the leadership starts. I want to see your statement because before you were outside, you're tweeting, you're doing all this stuff. You're quiet now. So now after this, and hopefully you're quiet because you're to the 11th hour trying to save studios or at least give them a path for independence as opposed to, shutting them all down, right? So if you do that, I will say that would be a PR win in a way. Like if they can tango games, so a lot of these people, so that they have a home or they at least have the independence for sure. But if we get shut down, it's going to be a lot of smoke. And people are going to be like, yo, what's going on? And the last thing I'll just say is Halo Studios is important. I want to know what happens. Obviously, we know about, the gross mismanagement and what's been going on there. I need answers on that, And the last thing, as far as the games, I don't subscribe to the theory of showcasing games at a showcase that you in your mind already plan to shut down the studio. So you better have answers on either whether you're saving them or not, or you better show to me that strategy worked. Because if it doesn't, and we don't get State of Decay 3, and we don't get Sentinel 1, we don't get Blade, there's going to be blood in the street. You know what I'm saying? People understand the business. Some people understand the business part, but a lot of people are going to be like, you straight up deceived me. You showed these games at a showcase, and you had no intent of releasing them. You're going to close the studio. Now we don't get them. There will be a lot of smoke for that. So I do not envy them. This is going to be a tough time. We'll see what happens. If Monday's D-Day or whatever we call it, Judgment Day or whatever it's going down.
I call it the Great Reset.
Yeah, the Great Reset. Then we're gonna have the post.
I just hope that that reset be less on me. Because I have a feeling like, I would say the ones that would upset me the most is Undead Labs and
Undead Labs will hurt me.
And Obsidian.
Yeah,
like
for sure.
Those two.
Well,
Obsidian,
just try. Say you said it. I'm feeling calm. My chest is out.
I feel like that's a good indication. But right now, with stuff, man, I wouldn't be surprised if they wake up this morning and change stuff. Like it's just so crazy.
Track record is crazy. I'm rolling.
I'm saying Schreier's track record's crazy. Mm-hmm. I'm saying between him finding out and 2 hours later, because right now, what I was told is things change almost daily.
Right, for the studios who's in flux. I'm like, you ain't taking this Black Rock W from me, man. I'm holding on.
I'm just being like a realist that's like, I'm trying to prepare myself for the worst.
That's I was in the worst. I was there. I was in straight up, what they call it? What was Debbie Downer? I was in that. I was like, yeah, it's a wrap. Everybody's on the block. But when he said that, and when Jason Schreier shut down Christopher Drake, I said, oh, he got the goods. He got the snitches in the building. I was like, okay, he know what's going on. And then he even recently got at what you call it? What's his face? With the Machine Games, with the dude has already been a leader there, whatever. I think that news information just came out. So look, we'll see. To your point, yes, for a lot of people, this is still fluid to the very 11th hour, and I hope they can save people because at the end of the day, these are people's jobs, livelihoods, and that's it. But look, we're going on long. Let's get this joint up out of here. Shout out to the legendary Yobi. He said, Obsidian's my heart. Facts. Obsidian's my heart, bro. I will crash out. You will get an epic crash out for me. I definitely want Undead Labs to live. I know they took long. I just would like the game to come out, selfishly. I just want the game to come out. That's what I would like. Settle will look like it's going to be more combat. Blade would hurt. If there's no Blade, I hope the arcade thing ain't true. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that whole thing with the Machine Games guy now leading that, leads to potentially a positive outcome. We'll see. We'll get ready for the bar, but that's all I got on this, unless y'all got any other bars, Hargeet or Addict. Let me know y'all good.
I think that's about it. Regardless what comes down to it, there needed to be a reorganization and a setback. after tomorrow we can determine whether or not we personally feel she went too far, or maybe we'll have a conversation. Everything was overblown. We feel
that would be crazy too. What would be crazy if like a lot of this is overblown, and not saying that, obviously layoffs are layoffs, but I think people are really fearful more of the studio closures, right? And you wake it up, you see the Xbox Game Studio family completely gutted. You know what I'm saying? If it's not to that extent,
she announces studio closures, but they're maintaining physical media for the foreseeable future.
Get a little easy W right there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we'll see what happens, man. But that's all I got. Let's get these super chats. Let's get up out of here, man. We know it's been a long one. But yeah, man, we're gonna shout out. Let's see what we got. Shout out to the homie with 5 game memberships. Shout out to my man Cypher. You already know. Salute. Shout out to Spartan, no doubt. You know what I'm saying? With the gifting the 5 memberships. Much love. Really appreciate it. Shout out to Mikey B. Said turning Insomniac into a Marvel dev. Was a crime. We did read that already. We read Simon Cypher. All right. Shout out to Dave Reezy. $2 super chat. Be a good consumer. P.S. PS players. Okay. Yo, shout out to Sadie Capitulant, no doubt. Mr. Irishman, £2 super chat. Great art still needs to be played. I feel you. Mr. Irishman again with the £5 super chat. Halo Studios has new leadership and people are still dragging them through the ringer. Let them at least drop a game before you throw shade.
Mr. Irishman, no.
I feel you, Mr. Irishman.
Take it from someone that knows.
Yeah,
new leadership ain't did shit to that studio.
We just say we've heard things in the building that just do not make new leadership look good at any point.
There still needs to be some restructuring in that studio.
Yes, that's what we heard. People are saying things will still never change unless certain things happen. Shout out to 1st and 15th. Sound like a football cat. What's up? Xbox has had the worst games in Game Pass if we be in 100. What? Are you bugging? What are we talking about? How they had the worst games in Game Pass? There's literally had like 4 Game of the Year contenders and 3 of them was like...
I think he's saying like Xbox is like their actual games.
Oh, you like Xbox Game Studio games?
Yeah. I think you can probably make that argument a little bit, and I don't agree with that 100% when you look at like they had the Silk Knight, whatever that game.
Hollow Knight,
Silk
Knight.
Hades. They had Expedition 33. So they had Hades too. So I do understand
Oblivion remake.
Now, I don't know if this dude's being genuine or he's just trying to troll.
Yeah.
But I can understand where someone can come with that. It's like, look, out of these games, all these Game of the Year contenders, Xbox is never even close to those.
Forza Horizon 6. What are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
But I still understand with that concept. Like you want to raise the lower bar quality so they all look better. So
I mean, I don't know, man. Can't win with these people. That's how I'm sorry. I gotta push back on this guy. Like, sorry, homie. I think you bugging on that one, but it is what it is. I guess taste is subjective. But yeah, Hargeet, man, appreciate you, brother, for pulling up in the realm. Let the fine people find out what you got going on. You know what I'm saying? Where can they find you? Not on social media, but what else can they find you?
Well, happy 4th to everyone. Hopefully everybody had a good 4th of July and whatever. And you should be catching me with Web Dave, and then with Fonz, and with Boom, and then hopefully See Money and Doodle. I think we're still on. No, we're not on this.
Okay.
I don't think we're on this.
So you doing a double shift today? You doing Web Dave for them today?
That's the plan, but
man,
maybe it won't happen.
Oh, okay,
but we'll see. But yeah, so but either way, that show will be on 7 p.m. Check that out. And my channel is Hargeet21. Check it out if you like it.
Yes, please go support, man. Appreciate you, Hargeet.
Good luck to the teams out there. And
Microsoft
Land.
Good luck to the teams. Yeah, let's see what happens, man. Again, send some love to shout out to Nerf Ninja with the $5 super chat. No doubt, just the emoji. Appreciate you, bro. Say something. Give us some more. But now, Hargeet, I appreciate you, brother. Again, always the support.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, brother. The insight is always appreciated. Love your takes. And then again, I wanted to give you your flowers when we were talking about community, because you are a real pillar in the community, and we're very appreciative, especially like I said with the community, and everything that was going on with you, Ben, and the guys, and FanFest, and keeping the spirit alive. Like, you don't realize how important that was, because you guys affected change. And that's all I was trying to tell, PlayStation Nation and stuff like that, as far as just like, look, man, I'm happy that y'all standing up now. you know, I was just hoping that I saw more of this energy when they did practices they didn't like. So, you know, that's all it is. You know, don't let these companies, you know, try to run off, get away with stuff. You know what I'm saying? But I appreciate you, Hargeet,
Yeah.
no doubt. And then we got,
Right.
oh, hold on, Richie Torres, MMA with the $10 super chat. You know what I'm saying? Road to Germany, got to hit you with the glizzies. Shout out to, he said, the logic these PS dudes use to justify digital only is like banning water and say, well, I only drink Mountain Dew, so it don't matter. Dumb logic. Oh, man. I see you catching up on the show early. I see what you're doing. Oh, man, but that's all I got, man. Again, shout out to everybody that pulled up Hargeet. Shout out to BG. Shout out to Fonz. You know what I'm saying? Everybody pull up. Again, holiday weekend. You know what I'm saying? We know everybody got things going on, but just for you guys to even show
if
up.
you guys want us to do,
Yeah.
if tomorrow's that bad, you want that emergency,
Or let us
podcast,
know.
You better tweet us. You
Yeah.
got to tweet all of us. Because here's the thing. If we do an emergency podcast, I can almost guarantee all 4 of us won't be there.
No doubt. Get it, Hargeet. Do your thing, brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Got a job. But yeah, man, no, it is what it is. Again, shout out to everybody that pulled up. Addict, where can the fine people find you? What you got going on?
Find me on YouTube at Gaming Addict. I kind of took a break from the shorts because I had a lot of stuff going on, but I'm going to be amping those back up. First of all, I want to shout out. Let me show the case. For those of you that want to get into content creation, I don't recommend going out and blowing like $800 on like this kind of setup. But this company probably gonna butcher their name. How do you pronounce that name?
Fifine? Is that
Fifine?
Fifine, yeah.
This literally might be the best mic on the market for its price. It's like $65. And I'm not even joking. This mic, it's clearly not it's definitely not a Shure mic. Like you can hear the crispness in this mic, but this ain't too far off considering it's a fraction of the price. Like if you want to stream, you want to make videos, and keep in mind they just sent it to me. It's not like I'm not sponsored to say all this. I generally think that if you're a content creator, even remotely looking into getting in the space, because I've always disagreed, you're gonna want to invest. You know, you gotta spend money to make money. And you know, these days everyone got a mic. Everyone. Blue, the Yetis, Snowball. I went from a Yeti to a Snowball to the Shure mic. And I would have killed to have access to something like this when I started. Like this is $65, easy to use. It's USB and XLR.
Yes. So nice to get the option.
Comes with the stand out the box.
We like stands.
And it comes with an XLR one too, if I remember correctly.
Salute.
I definitely recommend it. I think
Fifine?
you guys, yeah, Fifine.
Shout out to Fifine. You know what I'm saying? Salute my man. Definitely support it. Hold on, we got some slander in the chat. I see some slander. Shout out to Slow Mo Backslide. Remember for 72 months. We love you here for 72 months though. Afternoon Lords. Another Sunday. Another day Destiny 3 is not in development. Another day where Division 3 still is. Okay, we're being messy. But you know what's interesting? I was looking at the Steam counts today, and Division 2 is 6,000 players right now. 6,000. And I was looking at a dead game that doesn't have any updates. You know how many numbers of people are playing that game? 89,000. Isn't that quite interesting? Is that how many more times is that 89,000 more than 6,000?
So yeah, so
just some food for thought, Slow.
Sinister actually had a really good point. All right, so this is the Shure mic. Okay, I'm gonna switch to it real quick. Okay. This is the other mic.
Okay.
It's different, but I'm telling you guys,
a little crackly,
like,
but louder.
It's a little cracked because I haven't set there's no setting. And keep in mind it's USB. It's not even
true. Which is not XLR.
XLR. Yeah. And you know the gain's probably a little too high anyway.
Yeah.
A quality mic like this for $60 was unheard of when I started.
Yeah. Is that a little blue light on the bottom?
Oh yeah, it's got a little.
All right.
It was unheard of, and like I said, this mic isn't. It isn't horrible. Like it's good. You can hear me very clearly. I would be comfortable if I didn't. If this mic went out, I would be comfortable using this mic instead. But obviously, I even told my person, I'm like, look, I cannot tell people. I want to act like they told me to say anything.
But
you know, when they sent it to me, I was like, look, I'm gonna be real with you. there's 0% chance you get me off my sugar mic. But I will look at it and I will take it to the approach that, you know, if you're wanting to take content creation serious, that's what I
Oh, slow-mo man in the chat. Yo, be 89K. Like, man, I just report the numbers. You know, y'all can report the feelings, but I just report the numbers. You know, so that game's still outside, baby. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? But good luck with that. See how Destiny, I mean, Division 3 work out for y'all. But I'm living my best life right now, despite your slander. Anyway, yo, shout out to everybody. Shout out to again, shout out to King. Say everybody that said wished him happy born day. Yo, go on his timeline, man. Said he really appreciate the love. That was dope. And again, shout out to Sav doing stuff with the family. You know what I'm saying? And that was dope. But anything else you want to send to the people besides the mic thing, Addict? Are we good?
No, and I'm gonna put the link to the mic in the
okay,
in the
yeah,
description.
Put it in Fifine, no doubt. Now, he ain't got no rebuttal, Dave Reese. Listen, man, Slow-Mo know what it is. Listen, I love Slow. He just always had a jealous heart of Destiny guys. That's all. He's waiting for this day.
He'd be a little
it's
bit
like
too
James, was
extra.
it 10 summers, 10 winters, a decade of just running the game? Like, I get it. When you have the challenger loser brands of IP looter shooters that he supports, I get it. You've been wishing on a star this day would happen. But even in our worst day, even in our death, we're like Michael Jackson. Our albums are still selling in death. So that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? He just gotta let the hate in his heart go. You know, and that's all this is, brother. I feel you. I feel you. But the facts are the facts. 89,000 on your neck piece. Pause. He said, but you're still dead. But you're still... And even a dead MC is better than your album. What you gonna do with that, Slow? I can do this all day. We Michael Jackson out here, baby. This is Thriller. You can't kill Thriller. He thought I was going, I'm ready for the smoke. Shout out to FGQT in the building. Shout out to Slow-Mo for being messy. Shout out to Sinister. You know I'm on him, Sinister. You already know. We gonna do Pantheon today. You know what? We gonna get Pantheon popping on Monday. Let's do that. Anyway, enough messiness. Nah, Slow, appreciate you all. He said your word food, Cog. Yo, Destiny's dead. I love it. But on the dead homies, we still got more. We like Nipsey. We still get more respect than all of y'all. Anyway, done. I'm done being messy.
It's like
fun.
What Tupac's been dead how long, and people still say he's the best.
You know, Peasant said he can't get rid of us. Even they like, yo, we did. Damn, he's still selling. Anyway,
that's wild. Losing in sales to someone that's been deceased for like 20 years.
That's
like
crazy. I mean, when you can't even crack 10K and your game getting a new game, what's that say about the interest? What does that say? I got you. I can do this all day. Matter of fact, the numbers went down. It's down to 6,000 players right now. I gave you too much credit. You're not 8. You're 6,245. That's what you are. That's what you Let me stop. I'm being too much. All right, we got to get out of here. We're being too long. Anything else we got to say to everybody? We got to shout out anything we got to
I'm sending you guys over there to BG.
Brother. Appreciate you holding it down with me.
I'm sending you guys over there to Weapon Wheel BG.
Yes, go get BG. Go do what you gonna do. You know what I'm saying? Because he was standing on the square today with the thing. That was funny. But now, all jokes aside, appreciate everybody. It's all love. And again, we'll see what happens next week. Next week's gonna be crazy. That's what we're hearing.
Tomorrow
gonna be crazy. We're gonna see you know, with the studios. And then if you're a studio that's affected, you know, my heart goes out to you. These are people's lives and jobs. Never forget. People have uprooted themselves to start a career, and then to sit there and now, you know, their whole stuff is in flux. Just be cognizant and be sensitive of that. And that's all we say. But yo, it is what it is. We up out of here. Anything else, AJ? We good?
Nope, we good.
All right, brother. We up out of here. Everybody enjoy your Sunday. Happy 4th. Be safe. Peace.